Hey guys, welcome back. So today, imagine Naruto but as a Yonko in the One Piece world. Yeah, you heard that right. We mashed up Naruto's insanely broken Kiubi powers with devil fruits and swapped chakra for pure haki mastery. Think about it, Naruto, Luffy, and Sasuke as sworn brothers ruling the seas, shaking the world with epic battles, deep strategy, and next-level brotherhood. Insane, right? We figured, what if Naruto's impulsive spirit met sharp tactical genius, and he became not just a pirate, but a legendary emperor in the Grand Line? You'll see the whole journey from childhood bonds, thrilling crew builds, to tearing down tyrants, and it's packed with jaw-dropping moments. If you're hyped to see how this all unfolds, smash that like, subscribe, and ring the bell. Let's get right into this. The morning sun painted Fuchsia Village in golden hues as 17-year-old Naruto Uzumaki stood at the harbor's edge, bouncing on his toes with barely contained energy. His bright orange jacket fluttered in the sea breeze, and the trademark goggles Ace had given him a year ago sat proudly atop his messy blonde hair. "Naruto, you forgot your lunch again, Tebayo." Makino emerged from the tavern, holding a wrapped bundle that smelled suspiciously like her famous meat buns. Behind her, 15-year-old Monkey D. Luffy bounded forward with his signature grin stretched impossibly wide. "Naruto's finally gonna be a pirate," Luffy cheered, his straw hat bobbing as he bounced. "This is so cool. When I become Pirate King, we can have awesome battles." Naruto caught the lunch bundle, his own grin matching his youngest brother's enthusiasm. "You bet, Luffy, but I'm gonna be a Yonko first, so you better catch up quick." "A Yonko, eh?" The familiar gruff voice made both boys freeze. From around the corner of a building, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp emerged, cracking his knuckles with a sound that promised pain. "Did I just hear my grandson talking about becoming a pirate?" "Aha." "Grandpa," Naruto yelped, immediately diving behind his makeshift boat, a barely seaworthy dinghy he'd borrowed from the local fishermen. "I thought you weren't coming back for another week." "Fist of love." Garp's hockey-enhanced punch sailed through the air, but Naruto had grown faster over the years. He leaped backward, accidentally launching himself and his boat into the harbor with a tremendous splash. "Nice try, old man, but I'm already glub glub." Naruto's triumphant escape was cut short as he realized his boat was now sailing backward toward the dock, thanks to his poorly tied rope. "Why is steering so hard?" Luffy doubled over laughing while Makino sighed fondly. Even Garp's scowl softened slightly as he watched his adopted grandson flail around trying to turn his boat in the right direction. "You know," Garp called out, his voice carrying easily across the water, "this is exactly how Ace started his journey. Sailed backward for 3 hours before figuring out which way was forward." The mention of Ace made Naruto pause his struggles with the sail. His expression grew thoughtful, and for a moment, the harbor fell quiet except for the gentle lapping of waves. 7 years ago, 4 small figures sat in a circle under the vast canopy of stars in the forest clearing behind Daden's hideout. Empty sake cups, well, 3 empty and one that Luffy was trying to eat, lay scattered between them. "All right," 10-year-old Portgas Diaz declared, standing up and puffing out his chest. "Let's make it official. We're gonna be brothers forever, no matter what happens." 9-year-old Naruto jumped up immediately, his eyes bright with excitement. "Brothers, that sounds awesome. Tebayo, does this mean we can have matching tattoos?" "I want one with ramen." "You can't get tattoos of food," 10-year-old Sabo laughed, adjusting his goggles. "They should mean something important." 7-year-old Luffy finally gave up on eating the sake cup and beamed at his older brothers. "Ramen is important, but what about our dreams? We should promise to achieve our dreams together." Ace nodded seriously, raising his refilled cup. "I'll surpass Gal D. Roger and become the freest man on the seas." Sabo followed suit, his noble upbringing showing in his formal posture despite their wild surroundings. "I'll sail the world and write about our adventures so everyone knows how awesome we are." Naruto grabbed his cup with both hands, nearly spilling it in his enthusiasm. "I'm gonna become a Yonko who protects everyone's dreams. Tebayo. No one's gonna be sad or scared when I'm around." All 3 older boys turned to look at Luffy, who was now trying to balance his cup on his nose. "And I'll be the Pirate King," he announced cheerfully, causing the cup to tumble and bonk him on the head. "Cheers!" all 4 shouted together, their voices echoing through the forest. Later that night, after Ace and Luffy had fallen asleep, Naruto found Sabo sitting alone by their small fire. "Hey, Sabo," Naruto whispered, settling beside his brother. "Do you really think we can all achieve our dreams?" Sabo smiled, but there was something sad in his eyes that Naruto didn't understand yet. I think as long as we believe in each other, we can do anything." That's what makes us brothers, right? Not blood, but believing in each other's dreams. 3 months later, Sabo was gone. The memory of that night and the tragedy that followed always made Naruto's chest tight. He unconsciously touched the small scar on his left shoulder, hidden beneath his jacket. The night Sabo died, something had awakened inside Naruto, a power that scared even Garp. Oi. Earth to Naruto, Luffy's voice snapped him back to the present. Your boat's doing that spinny thing again. Sure enough, Naruto's dinghy was now rotating slowly in the harbor like a very sad carousel. Several villagers had gathered to watch, some placing bets on how long it would take him to figure out basic sailing. This is fine, Naruto called back, frantically adjusting every rope he could find. Totally intentional, I'm just checking the currents. Yeah, boy, Garp's voice boomed across the water. Before you sail off to your inevitable doom, remember what I taught you about that power of yours. Naruto's hand instinctively moved to his stomach, where he could feel the warm presence of the Kiubi fruit's power. Found as a baby with the fruit already consumed, he'd never known life without the fox's influence. Garp had explained that his parents, Revolutionary Army members who died protecting their ideals, had somehow ensured the fruit would find its way to him. Don't let your emotions control the fox, Garp continued, his tone unusually serious. And don't let the fox control your emotions. You're the captain of your own ship, literally and figuratively. I know. Naruto finally managed to get his boat pointed toward the harbor entrance. I've got it under control. Tebayo. As if in response to his confidence, golden chakra, no haki, he reminded himself, began to shimmer around his body. The advanced conqueror's haki that manifested his Kiubi transformation had been growing stronger lately, sometimes activating when he got too excited or emotional. Whoa, Luffy's eyes turned to stars. So cool. It's like you're glowing. Show off, Makino laughed, but her eyes were warm with pride and concern. Just remember, Naruto being strong isn't about having the most powerful abilities. It's about protecting the people you care about. Naruto's grin softened as he waved at his little brother and the woman who'd helped raise all of them. Don't worry, I'll be back with stories that'll make Sabo's writing look boring. That's impossible, Luffy protested. Sabo was the best writer ever. He'd write about how you ate 17 bowls of ramen and still wanted dessert. That was one time. Finally managing to sail in a straight line, Naruto's tiny boat puttered toward the open sea. The wind caught his jacket, and for a moment he looked every bit the aspiring pirate he claimed to be. Behind him, Fuchsia Village grew smaller, but the warmth of his family's send-off traveled with him. 3 hours into his journey, Naruto was beginning to understand why Ace had looked so tired when he'd finally returned that first week. Okay, Ocean, he addressed the vast blue expanse around him. I get it, you're big. You're impressive, but I'm trying to become a Yonko here, so could you maybe cooperate a little? The sea responded by sending a wave that soaked him from head to toe. I'll take that as a no. As the day wore on, Naruto's initial excitement gave way to a more sobering realization. The Grand Line was still weeks away, and he was already struggling with basic navigation. His stomach rumbled loudly, reminding him that he'd eaten Makino's lunch hours ago. Note to self, he muttered, trying to wring seawater out of his jacket. Next time, pack more food, way more food. And maybe learn how to fish. Dark clouds began gathering on the horizon, and Naruto felt his first real pang of concern. Ace had told him stories about sudden storms at sea, but experiencing one alone was different from hearing about it secondhand. Come on, Naruto, he told himself, slapping his cheeks for motivation. Ace made it through his first storm. Luffy will probably surf through his. You can handle some wind and rain. The storm, as it turned out, had other plans. Within an hour, Naruto's small boat was being tossed around like a toy. Rain lashed his face, making it impossible to see more than a few feet in any direction. Lightning split the sky, illuminating massive waves that made his vessel look pathetically tiny. Okay, he screamed over the wind, clinging to his mast with both arms. I take it back. The ocean is definitely the boss here. A wave larger than any he'd seen yet rose up like a wall of water. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized this was it. His journey was going to end before it had truly begun, and he'd never get the chance to fulfill his promise to his brothers. The wave crashed down with the force of an avalanche. Naruto woke up face down in sand, coughing up seawater and feeling like he'd been trampled by a herd of sea kings. Groaning, he pushed himself to his knees and looked around, trying to piece together where he was. A small, rocky island stretched before him, covered in strange, twisted trees and shrouded in morning mist. His boat, or what remained of it, lay in splinters along the shoreline. His supplies were scattered and ruined, and his stomach informed him loudly that it was past breakfast time. Well, Naruto said to himself, standing up and dusting sand from his jacket, this is a great start. Lost my boat, lost my food, and I have no idea where I am. He paused, then grinned. But I'm alive. And this looks like the kind of mysterious island where adventures happen. Tebayo. His optimism was interrupted by the sound of metal striking metal somewhere deeper in the island. Curious and hoping to find other people, Naruto followed the sound through the misty trees. He found something much more interesting than other people. In a clearing sat a tall, lean man with a distinctive black beard and piercing yellow eyes. He wore a long black coat, and the largest sword Naruto had ever seen lay across his lap. The man was calmly sharpening a smaller blade, seemingly unbothered by the fact that he was stranded on a deserted island. Naruto called out, approaching cautiously. Excuse me, are you okay? Did you get shipwrecked too? The man looked up, and Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. Those yellow eyes seemed to pierce right through him, analyzing and judging in the span of a heartbeat. A child, the man said, his voice carrying a slight accent. How did you find this place? Storm wrecked my boat, Naruto replied, his natural friendliness overriding his caution. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm gonna be a great pirate. What about you? Are you a pirate too? That's a really cool sword. The man's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Uzumaki, I see. Yes, I suppose you could call me a pirate. I am Dracul Mihawk. Naruto blinked. The name tickled something in his memory. Ace had mentioned it once in hushed, reverent tones. Wait. Naruto's eyes went wide as dinner plates. You're Hawkeye's Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Ace told me about you. You're like super famous and super strong, and oh wow, this is so cool. Mihawk raised an eyebrow. You know of me through Port Gazdi, Ace? Yeah. He's my brother. Well, not blood brother, but sworn brother. He's out there right now, probably fighting Marines and being awesome. Naruto's excitement was building, and he could feel that warm golden energy starting to shimmer around him again. Hey, since we're both stranded here, wanna have a fight? I bet I could give you a real challenge. For the first time, Mihawk's stoic expression cracked slightly. The corner of his mouth might have twitched upward. You wish to challenge me? You, a boy who lost his boat to a simple storm? Hey, that wasn't a simple storm, that was like a super storm, and just because I'm not good at sailing yet doesn't mean I can't fight. Naruto struck what he thought was an impressive battle pose, his golden haki beginning to swirl more visibly. I've got the power of the Kiubi, and I'm gonna be a Yonko, so let's go. Mihawk set down his whetstone and studied Naruto with renewed interest. The boy's haki was indeed impressive for his age, raw and unfocused, but with an underlying power that spoke of significant potential. More intriguingly, there was something else there, something that felt ancient and wild. Very well, Mihawk said, drawing his smaller sword, still longer than most men's primary blades. Show me this power you're so confident about. Naruto's grin could have powered a lighthouse. Awesome, just don't go easy on me because I look young. Tebayo. He charged forward with typical Naruto directness, his fist wreathed in golden haki. Mihawk sidestepped almost lazily, but his eyes were sharp with focus. The boy was fast, faster than his technique suggested he should be. Naruto's punch missed by inches, but he immediately spun into a kick that forced Mihawk to actually parry with his blade. The contact sent a small shockwave through the clearing, and Naruto's eyes lit up. Ha, you felt that one? Indeed, Mihawk replied, beginning to take the fight more seriously. But feeling an attack and being threatened by it are different things entirely. What followed could barely be called a fight. Mihawk moved like water, flowing around every attack Naruto threw while delivering precise, non-lethal strikes in return. Within minutes, Naruto was breathing hard, his jacket torn in several places, sporting multiple bruises, but he wasn't giving up. Come on, Naruto panted, wiping blood from his lip. I know you're holding back. Fight me for real? This is fighting you for real, Mihawk said, though there was now a note of approval in his voice. The fact that you're still standing is more impressive than you realize. Naruto's golden haki flared brighter, and for a moment, Mihawk could swear he saw the outline of something massive and fox-like overlaying the boy's form. I won't give up. I made a promise to my brothers, and I'm gonna keep it no matter what. Your brothers? Mihawk paused his assault. What promise? That I'd become strong enough to protect everyone's dreams, Naruto declared, launching himself forward again. That I'd become a Yonko who makes the world a better place. I won't let anyone else lose their family like we lost Sabo. This time, when Mihawk deflected his attack, he didn't counter. Instead, he stepped back, studying Naruto with those piercing eyes. And you believe becoming a Yonko will accomplish this? It has to, Naruto insisted, not noticing that the fight had essentially stopped. Yonko are the strongest. If I'm strong enough, I can protect anyone. I can make sure no more kids lose their brothers to stupid celestial dragons. Mihawk sheathed his sword. You have power, he said quietly. Raw, unfocused, but genuine. However, power without purpose is meaningless. Tell me, boy, do you even know what it means to be a Yonko? Naruto opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. There. The 4 strongest pirates. The 4 most influential pirates, Mihawk corrected. Strength is only part of the equation. A true Yonko commands fleets, controls territory, shapes the political landscape of the new world. They are not merely powerful, they are forces of nature that change the world by their very existence. That sounds even better, Naruto said immediately. If I can change the world then you need to understand what you're trying to change it into, Mihawk interrupted. Strength without direction is destruction. Power without wisdom is tyranny. What exactly is your vision for this better world you speak of? For the first time since the fight began, Naruto was quiet. He sat down heavily on a nearby rock, his golden haki fading as he thought. I want a world where people can chase their dreams without being afraid, he said slowly. Where kids don't have to watch their brothers die for asking the wrong questions, where being different doesn't make you a target. Mihawk nodded approvingly. A worthy goal, but how do you plan to achieve it? Will you rule through fear? Through benevolence, will you tear down the current system or work within it? I don't know yet, Naruto admitted, and for the first time he sounded his age. I just know that I want to be strong enough to make it happen somehow. Honesty, Mihawk observed, that's more than many pirates can claim. He walked over and sat on another rock facing Naruto. Strength without purpose is meaningless, but purpose without understanding is equally useless. You have the first piece, now you must develop the second. So, I need to figure out not just what I want, but how to get it, precisely. And that, young Uzumaki, requires more than raw power. It requires wisdom, strategy, and above all, the ability to inspire others to share your vision. Naruto looked up at the world's strongest swordsman with new respect. Is that what you did, found your purpose? My purpose is simple, Mihawk replied. To perfect my art and to find a worthy opponent who can surpass me. Everything else is secondary. He studied Naruto thoughtfully. Your purpose is far more complex. You wish to change the world itself. Yeah, that does sound pretty complicated when you put it that way. They sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, listening to the waves lap against the island's shore. Finally, Naruto spoke up again. Hey Mihawk, thanks for not, actually trying to kill me back there. I probably would have died pretty quick. Probably, Mihawk agreed dryly, though your resilience is noteworthy. Most people would have given up after the first dozen strikes. Giving up isn't really my thing, Naruto grinned sheepishly. Drives everyone crazy, but it's gotten me this far. A low rumble interrupted their conversation. Both men looked toward the shore where the water was beginning to churn ominously. See King, Mihawk observed calmly, reaching for his sword. See what now? Naruto asked, but his question was answered as a massive serpentine head broke the surface. The creature was easily 50 feet long, with rows of teeth like sword blades and eyes that burned with predatory intelligence. This island is its territory, Mihawk explained, standing smoothly. It must have been sleeping when we arrived. Our fight likely woke it. The Sea King's gaze fixed on them, and it let out a roar that shook the trees. Then, to both their surprise, it ignored Mihawk entirely and focused on Naruto. Why is it looking at me like that? Naruto asked nervously. Devil fruit users, Mihawk replied, his hand on his sword hilt, are considered delicacies by some Sea Kings. Your Kiubi power must be particularly appetizing. The massive creature lunged forward with surprising speed, its jaws wide enough to swallow a ship. Naruto dove to the side, but the Sea King's tail whipped around, catching him across the chest and sending him flying into a tree. Mihawk moved to intervene, but the Sea King's attention was entirely on Naruto. It slithered onto the beach, surprisingly fast for its size, pursuing the blonde pirate with single-minded hunger. Okay, Naruto shouted, scrambling to his feet and dodging another snap of those massive jaws. I get it, you're big and scary, but I'm not food. Tebayo. The Sea King disagreed and lunged again. This time, Naruto couldn't dodge fast enough. The creature's jaws closed around him and immediately snapped open again as golden haki exploded outward like a bomb. Naruto stood in the center of a swirling vortex of golden energy, his eyes now slitted like a fox's, his hair whipping around his face as if blown by an invisible wind. The outline of a massive nine-tailed fox shimmered around him, translucent but unmistakably present. "I said I'm not food," he roared, his voice carrying harmonics that made the very air vibrate. The Sea King, for its part, looked like it was having second thoughts about its lunch plans. Naruto launched himself forward, his fist wreathed in golden haki so intense it left afterimages in the air. His punch caught the Sea King square in the nose, and the impact sent shockwaves across the island. The massive creature was actually lifted off the ground by the force of the blow. But instead of following up with another attack, Naruto suddenly staggered, the golden energy around him flickering like a dying flame. The partial transformation was more draining than he'd expected, and he'd already been exhausted from his fight with Mihawk. The Sea King, shaking off the effects of the punch, prepared to take advantage of Naruto's momentary weakness. Its jaws opened wide as it dove toward the swaying blonde pirate, and met Mihawk's black blade instead. The world's strongest swordsman had moved so fast he seemed to teleport, positioning himself between Naruto and the creature. His sword, wreathed in his own haki, parried the Sea King's attack with contemptuous ease. "The boy is under my protection," Mihawk said quietly, but his voice carried clearly across the beach. "I suggest you find other prey." The Sea King, faced with the choice between a drained devil fruit user and the world's strongest swordsman, made the wise decision. It retreated into the deeper water with what dignity it could muster, casting one last longing look at Naruto before disappearing beneath the waves. Mihawk sheathed his sword and turned to check on Naruto, who had collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily. "Why?" Naruto panted, looking up at the swordsman with confusion. "Why did you help me? I thought you were testing me or something." Mihawk was quiet for a long moment, his yellow eyes unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer than before. "Because," he said, "you protected me first. When you challenged me to a fight, you were barely able to stand from seasickness. When the Sea King appeared, your first instinct was to put yourself between it and me, despite being the obvious target." Mihawk's lips quirked upward in what might have been a smile. "That tells me more about your character than all your talk of becoming a Yonko." Naruto blinked in surprise. I did do that, didn't I? I didn't even think about it." "Precisely. Your instincts are to protect others, even at cost to yourself. That is not a weakness, it is the foundation of true strength." Mihawk walked over and extended a hand to help Naruto to his feet. "You asked me earlier what it means to be a Yonko. I will tell you. It means having the strength to impose your will upon the world, but more importantly, having a will worthy of that strength." Naruto accepted the help up, his legs still shaky from his transformation. "So, what you're saying is I need to figure out not just what I want to do, but who I want to be while I'm doing it. Now you begin to understand." Mihawk nodded approvingly. "Strength is a tool, nothing more. The question is, what will you build with it?" They spent the rest of the day sharing what food Mihawk had salvaged from his own wrecked ship, and talking about the nature of power, purpose, and the responsibilities that came with both. As the sun set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and purples, a marine patrol ship appeared on the horizon. "Your rescue," Mihawk observed. "What about you?" "I will make my own way, as always." Mihawk stood and shouldered his massive sword. "But before you go, young Uzumaki, remember this. The strongest blade is worthless if wielded by weak hands, but even a simple knife can change the world if held by someone with true conviction." The marine ship dropped anchor, and sailors began lowering a boat to collect the stranded civilians. Naruto waved to them, then turned back to Mihawk. "Will I see you again? Perhaps. If you truly walk the path of a future Yonko, our paths will cross again eventually." Mihawk paused, then added, "When they do, I hope you will have found better answers to my questions." "I will," Naruto promised. "And next time we fight, I'll be strong enough to actually challenge you. I look forward to it." As the marine boat reached the shore, Naruto climbed aboard, waving goodbye to the world's strongest swordsman. But as they sailed away, he found himself thinking about Mihawk's words. "Strength without purpose is meaningless. What will you build with it?" For the first time since leaving Fuchsia Village, Naruto began to understand that becoming a Yonko was about more than just getting stronger. It was about becoming someone worthy of that strength. The marine ship's captain, after hearing Naruto's obviously fabricated story about being a traveling merchant whose ship was destroyed in the storm, agreed to drop him off at the next port. But first, he informed Naruto they had to make a quick stop at a nearby marine base to report the Sea King's sighting. "Sea King?" the captain asked again. "You're sure it was at least 50 feet? Maybe bigger." Naruto replied cheerfully, not mentioning his own role in the encounter. Scared me half to death. Dangerous waters these days, the captain muttered, making notes on his report. We'll have to post warnings. What neither Naruto nor the captain knew was that the marine base's surveillance Den Mushi had captured footage of the golden explosion of Haki from the island, along with blurry images of what appeared to be a fox-like figure battling the Sea King. 3 days later, Naruto's first wanted poster would be printed. Fox Boy Naruto Uzumaki Bounty, 30 million berries dead or alive wanted for. Destruction of marine surveillance equipment, unregistered devil fruit usage, suspected ties to revolutionary army, but that was still in the future. For now, Naruto sat on the deck of the marine ship, watching the stars appear in the darkening sky and thinking about his brothers. Ace was out there somewhere, probably getting into trouble and loving every minute of it. Luffy was still in Fuchsia village, dreaming of his own adventure to come, and Sabo. Naruto touched the scar on his shoulder again, the one he'd gotten the night they thought Sabo died. Somewhere out there, his brother was alive. Naruto could feel it, even if he couldn't prove it. When they met again, Naruto wanted to be someone Sabo could be proud of, someone who had found not just strength, but the wisdom to use it well. I'll become a Yonko who protects everyone's dreams, he whispered to the stars, repeating the promise he'd made all those years ago. But first, I'll figure out what that really means. The ship sailed on through the night, carrying a 17-year-old boy toward his destiny, while behind them, a small island faded into the darkness. On that island, the world's strongest swordsman sat alone, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. Interesting, Dracul Mihawk murmured to himself. Very interesting indeed. The age of the next generation was beginning, and for the first time in years, Mihawk found himself genuinely curious about what the future would bring. 3 months of solo sailing had taught Naruto Uzumaki several important lessons about pirate life. First, navigation was much harder than it looked. Second, fishing required actual skill, not just enthusiasm. Third, talking to yourself for weeks on end was a sure path to madness. "Okay, compass," he said to the small navigational instrument he'd borrowed from the marine ship. "I know we've had our differences, but I really need you to work with me here." "Which way is north?" The compass needle spun lazily, pointing in several different directions before settling on what Naruto hoped was north. He'd learned not to trust it completely after it had led him to the same island 3 times in 1 week. "Close enough," Naruto declared, adjusting his makeshift sail. His new boat, a much sturdier vessel he'd purchased with the reward money from helping a merchant clear out some bandits, cut through the waves with considerably more grace than his original dinghy. The Ramen Dreamer, as he'd christened her, was small but seaworthy, with enough storage for his growing collection of wanted posters. He'd been thrilled to discover his own bounty and a surprisingly well-stocked pantry. The merchant had thrown in supplies as part of his gratitude, though Naruto suspected the man had been more eager to get the hyperactive blonde pirate away from his town than truly generous. "Land ho!" Naruto shouted to absolutely no one, pointing at the island growing larger on the horizon. According to the last port's gossip, this was Shell's town, home to a marine base and, more importantly, decent food that wasn't dried fish and hardtack. As he sailed into the harbor, Naruto couldn't help but notice the unusual number of people hurrying away from the docks. Those who remained kept their heads down and spoke in whispers, casting nervous glances toward the large marine base that dominated the town's skyline. "Excuse me," Naruto called to a fisherman securing his boat nearby. "Is there a good place to eat around here? I've been living on terrible rations for weeks, and I'm pretty sure I'm starting to hallucinate about ramen." The fisherman looked around nervously before responding. "Listen, kid, you seem nice enough, but you should probably move along. Captain Krieg's been in a real mood lately, and he doesn't like strangers asking questions." "Krieg?" Naruto tilted his head. "Like Don Krieg." "The pirate? No, his brother. Hawk Krieg, he runs the marine base here." The fisherman shuddered. "Just as vicious as his brother, but with a uniform and legal authority. Makes him twice as dangerous." Huh. Naruto processed this information with the deep analytical skills of someone who had spent 3 months talking to a compass. "Well, he sounds like a jerk. But I still need food, so I'll just avoid the marine base." "Easy." The fisherman looked like he wanted to say more, but a commotion from the town square interrupted their conversation. Shouting voices, the sound of someone being dragged, and what sounded suspiciously like maniacal laughter. "Right on schedule," the fisherman muttered. "Kid, seriously get back on your boat and leave. Nothing good ever happens when Captain Krieg decides to make an example of someone." But Naruto was already jogging toward the town square, his natural curiosity overriding any sense of self-preservation. The fisherman watched him go with the resigned expression of someone who had seen too many foolish young people march toward their doom. The town square was packed with people, but they all stood well back from the center, where a wooden post had been erected. Tied to the post was a young man about Naruto's age, with dark hair and pale skin. His clothes were torn and dirty, but his dark eyes burned with barely controlled fury. Standing in front of him was a man who could only be Captain Hawk, Krieg tall, broad-shouldered, and wearing a marine uniform decorated with far too many medals. His face was scarred, and he wore his hair in a style that suggested he took fashion advice from his pirate brother. And that, people of Shell's Town, is what happens to anyone who thinks they can challenge marine authority, Krieg was saying, his voice carrying easily across the square. This fool thought he could take on my entire base single-handedly. Tonight, the execution will remind you all why you should be grateful for our protection. The bound young man spat at Krieg's feet. I'll kill every last one of you bastards, he said quietly, his voice carrying a promise of violence that made several onlookers step back further. You murdered my family, and I'll have my revenge. Your family were criminals, Krieg replied dismissively. The Uchiha clan got what they deserved for questioning Celestial Dragon authority. Be grateful we're allowing you a clean death instead of the prolonged suffering we gave them. That's when Naruto noticed the young man's eyes dark, but with a strange pattern that seemed to shift and swirl when the light hit them just right. More importantly, he noticed the way those eyes blazed with a pain that Naruto recognized all too well. He looks like I felt when we thought Sabo died. Hey, Naruto called out, pushing through the crowd with zero regard for social etiquette or personal safety. What's going on here? The crowd parted around him like he was radioactive, and suddenly Naruto found himself standing alone in the middle of the square, facing down a marine captain who looked like he could bench press a battleship. Another volunteer for the execution stand? Krieg asked with amusement. How thoughtful of you to save us the trouble of hunting you down later. Execution? Naruto blinked in confusion. But he's just a kid. What did he do? This kid is Sasuke Uchiha, last survivor of a family of revolutionary sympathizers. He broke into my base attempting to assassinate me. Krieg's smile was all teeth and no warmth. Such crimes demand the ultimate punishment. Naruto looked at Sasuke, really looked at him. Saw the pain, the anger, the desperate need for revenge that was eating him alive from the inside. It was like looking into a mirror of his own worst moments. So let me get this straight, Naruto said slowly, his usual cheerful demeanor starting to slip. You killed his family, and now you want to kill him for being angry about it. I enforced marine justice against criminals who threatened world stability, Krieg corrected. This boy is merely the loose end I'm tying up. Something golden flickered in Naruto's eyes. And you think that's justice? The temperature in the square seemed to drop several degrees. Several onlookers began backing away further, sensing that the friendly-looking blonde boy was perhaps not as harmless as he appeared. Justice is whatever the world government says it is, Krieg replied, but his hand was now resting on his sword hilt. And right now, it says this boy dies at sunset. Well then, Naruto said, his voice taking on harmonics that made the air itself seem to vibrate, I guess I have a problem with your government. He moved faster than anyone in the crowd could follow, golden hockey exploding around him like a miniature sun. Krieg barely had time to draw his sword before Naruto's fist caught him in the solar plexus, lifting the much larger man completely off his feet and sending him flying across the square to crash into the fountain. The crowd erupted in screams and chaos as Marines poured out of nearby buildings, weapons drawn. But Naruto was already at the execution post, golden energy crackling around his hands as he snapped the ropes binding Sasuke like they were made of paper. Can you fight? Naruto asked quickly. Sasuke stared at him in shock. Who? Why are you helping me? Because, Naruto said, offering him a hand up, nobody should have to face something like this alone. Can you fight? For a moment, Sasuke just stared at the extended hand, then slowly he took it. Yes, I can fight. Good. Naruto's grin was sharp as a blade as he helped Sasuke to his feet. Because we're about to have a lot of company, Captain Krieg pulled himself out of the fountain, water streaming from his uniform and murder in his eyes. Kill them both, he roared to his Marines. No survivors. What followed was less a battle, and more a demonstration of why Marine bases in the East Blue were not prepared for someone with Naruto's level of power. Golden hockey swirled around him like a living thing as he moved through the Marine ranks, each punch sending uniformed figures flying. Sasuke, despite being bound and beaten just moments before, proved to be a formidable fighter in his own right. His movements were precise and economical, and his eyes, those strange, patterned eyes, seemed to track every attack before it landed, allowing him to dodge with supernatural accuracy. "Behind you," Sasuke called out, and Naruto spun just in time to catch a marine's sword strike on his hockey-hardened forearm. "Thanks," Naruto replied cheerfully, returning the favor with an uppercut that sent the marine sailing over the nearest building. "I like you already. Focus," Sasuke snapped, though there was the faintest hint of amusement in his voice as he swept the legs of two marines simultaneously. "Save the bonding for after we don't die." Captain Krieg finally managed to join the battle properly, his own haki flaring as he brought his massive sword down in an overhead strike that cratered the ground where Naruto had been standing a split second earlier. "You have no idea who you're messing with, boy," Krieg snarled, following up with a horizontal slash that Naruto had to duck under. "I've killed pirates with bounties 10 times higher than yours." "Yeah, well," Naruto replied, catching the next strike on both forearms and grinning through the impact. "I bet none of them were as stubborn as me." Golden haki exploded outward from Naruto's body, and for just a moment, everyone in the square could swear they saw the outline of a massive fox overlaying the blonde pirate's form. Krieg's sword, caught in the energy discharge, was torn from his grip and went spinning away across the square. Naruto's next punch caught Krieg square in the jaw with a sound like thunder. The Marine captain flew backward, crashed through the wall of his own headquarters, and didn't get back up. The remaining Marines took one look at their unconscious commander, then at the blonde boy whose eyes were now glowing gold, and made the entirely sensible decision to retreat. In the sudden silence that followed, Naruto turned to Sasuke with a concerned expression. "Are you okay? You look like you haven't eaten in days." Sasuke stared at him for a long moment, then began to laugh. It wasn't a happy sound. It was the kind of laughter that came from someone who had been pushed past their breaking point and couldn't quite process what had just happened. "You," Sasuke managed between fits of increasingly hysterical laughter, "you just took on an entire marine base. To save someone you don't even know, and your first concern is whether I've been eating properly." "Well, yeah," Naruto said, as if this was perfectly obvious. "You can't fight properly on an empty stomach. Trust me, I've tried. So food first, then we can figure out what to do about the whole revenge against the Marines thing." "Revenge?" Sasuke's laughter died and his expression hardened. "They killed my entire family. My parents, my older brother, everyone. They said the Uchiha clan was a threat to world stability because we questioned why celestial dragons get to treat people like property." "That's horrible," Naruto said quietly, his golden haki finally fading. "I'm sorry, I know what it's like to lose family." "Do you?" Sasuke's voice was bitter. "Do you really?" "Yeah." Naruto sat down heavily on the edge of the fountain, suddenly looking tired. "One of my brothers. We thought he died when we were kids. Celestial Dragon blew up his ship just for trying to leave their territory. It nearly destroyed all of us." Sasuke studied Naruto's face, looking for any sign of deception. What he found instead was genuine pain, carefully hidden behind a mask of optimism. "Your brother," Sasuke said slowly, "is he?" "I don't know," Naruto admitted. "Maybe dead, maybe not. But the point is, I understand wanting revenge. I understand that anger that eats at you from the inside." He looked up at Sasuke with serious blue eyes. "But I also learned that revenge won't bring them back. And if you let it consume you, you'll lose yourself too." "So what?" Sasuke demanded. "I should just forgive them, pretend it never happened." "No," Naruto said firmly. "You should make sure it never happens to anyone else." Sasuke blinked in surprise. "What? The Marines who killed your family, they're still out there doing the same thing to other people. The system that let them get away with it is still in place." Naruto stood up, extending his hand to Sasuke again. "But what if we changed that? What if we became strong enough to make sure no other family gets destroyed like yours was? You're talking about fighting the entire world government." "Eventually, yeah. That's kind of the plan." Naruto's grin was back, but there was steel underneath it now. "I'm gonna become a Yonko, and I'm gonna use that power to protect people's dreams. People like your family who just wanted to ask questions and live free." Sasuke stared at the offered hand for a long moment. "And you want me to, what, join your crew?" "I want you to be my first mate," Naruto said seriously. "I want you to help me build something better than what we have now, and along the way, if we happen to run into the people who hurt your family, well, that's what crew is for, right?" For the first time since his family's death, Sasuke felt something other than rage and despair. It was small, barely there, but it felt almost like, "Hope, you're insane," he said quietly. "Probably," Naruto agreed cheerfully. "So you in?" Sasuke looked around the square at the unconscious Marines and the destroyed Marine base. At the townspeople who were slowly emerging from hiding, hope beginning to replace fear in their expressions. At Naruto, who had risked everything to save a complete stranger and was now offering him a chance at something that might be better than revenge. Slowly, he reached out and took Naruto's hand. "Yeah," he said, and for the first time in months he almost smiled. "I'm in." "Awesome." Naruto's grin could have powered the entire island. "Welcome to the Kitsune Pirates." "You're gonna love it, Kitsune Pirates. It means fox because of the—" Naruto gestured vaguely at his own face. "The whole golden fox thing I do, it's very symbolic." "Right." Sasuke shook his head, but he was definitely almost smiling now. "So, Captain, what's our first order of business?" "Food," Naruto said immediately. "Definitely food. I meant what I said about not being able to fight on an empty stomach. Do you have any money?" "Because I spent all mine on the boat." Sasuke's almost smile became an actual smile. "You know what? After everything that's happened today, buying my new captain lunch seems like the least I can do." As they walked away from the destroyed Marine base together, neither of them noticed the small Den Mushi hidden in the wreckage, faithfully transmitting everything that had happened to Marine headquarters. By tomorrow, Naruto's bounty would triple, and Sasuke Uchiha would have his own wanted poster for the first time. But that was tomorrow's problem. Today, they had food to find and a crew to start building. 2 weeks later, the ramen dreamer sailed into Orange Town's harbor just as the sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant shades of gold and crimson. The town itself was a maze of colorful buildings and bustling markets, with the cheerful chaos that came from a port city that saw a steady stream of merchants, travelers, and the occasional pirate. "Smells like a party," Naruto observed, taking a deep breath of air filled with the scents of cooking food and salt spray. "Smells like trouble," Sasuke countered, but his tone was fond rather than worried. 2 weeks of traveling with Naruto had taught him that trouble and his new captain were practically synonymous. "Same thing," Naruto replied cheerfully, securing their boat to the dock with the kind of knots that would make professional sailors weep. "Come on, let's go explore. Maybe we can find another crew member. Maybe we can find a meal that isn't fish and hardtack," Sasuke muttered, but he followed Naruto up the dock and into the town proper. Orange Town was indeed in the middle of some kind of celebration, with lanterns strung between buildings and music drifting from every tavern and restaurant. Street vendors hawked everything from grilled seafood to elaborate desserts, and the overall atmosphere was one of joy and prosperity. "This is nice," Naruto said, pausing to watch a group of children chase each other through the streets with wooden swords. "Peaceful, happy. I like places like this." "Don't jinx it," Sasuke warned, but he was smiling as he said it. That's when the explosion happened. The blast came from somewhere near the town center, followed immediately by screams and the sound of buildings collapsing. The peaceful celebration dissolved into chaos as people ran in all directions, parents scooping up children and merchants abandoning their stalls. "Or not," Sasuke sighed. "Come on." Naruto was already running toward the source of the commotion, golden haki beginning to shimmer around him. "Someone needs help. Why do I even bother?" Sasuke asked the sky, then followed his captain into danger. Again, they found the source of the explosion easily enough. A section of the town square had been completely destroyed, with rubble scattered everywhere and several buildings showing significant damage. In the center of the destruction stood a man with blue hair, a red nose, and the kind of laugh that immediately marked him as certifiably insane. "Ha ha ha, that's what you get for not showing proper respect to Captain Buggy," the man Buggy presumably declared to the cowering townspeople. "This town is now under the protection of the Buggy Pirates, which means everything you own belongs to me." Standing behind Buggy were a dozen or so rough-looking pirates, all grinning with the anticipation of easy plunder. And there, kneeling in front of the group with her hands tied behind her back, was a young woman with pink hair and determined green eyes. "I told you already," the woman said, despite her precarious position, "the people of this town don't have any treasure to give you. They're just trying to make an honest living." "Honest living?" Buggy's laugh became even more maniacal. "There's no such thing. Everyone's hiding something valuable, and I'm gonna find it even if I have to tear this whole town apart." "Hey," Naruto's voice cut across the square like a knife. "What's with all the property damage? This was a nice town." Every eye in the square turned to look at the blonde pirate standing at the edge of the destruction, his companion beside him. Buggy's eyes lit up with predatory interest. Well, well. Another pirate crew come to challenge the great Captain Buggy. The blue-haired pirate spread his arms wide, and Naruto noticed with interest that his hands separated from his wrists, floating independently. I am Buggy the Clown and I've eaten the chop chop fruit. I'm invincible. Chop chop fruit, Naruto tilted his head. That sounds useful. Can you chop vegetables really fast? Buggy's eye twitched. Vegetables. I can separate my body into pieces and control each part independently. I'm a living weapon. Oh, that's cool too, Naruto said agreeably. But the vegetable thing would be more practical for cooking. Anyway, why are you attacking this town? They seem like nice people. Because I'm a pirate, Buggy roared. I take what I want when I want it, and right now I want everything this pathetic town has to offer. Naruto's expression grew serious, and the golden shimmer around him intensified. No, you don't. Excuse me. You don't want everything this town has, Naruto said, stepping forward. The pink-haired woman looked up at him with surprise and growing hope. Because that would mean taking it away from people who need it more than you do, and I don't let people do that. Buggy's floating hands clenched into fists. Oh, you don't let people do that. And just who do you think you are, you blonde brat? I'm Monkey D. Naruto, Naruto replied, his usual cheerful tone taking on an edge that made several of Buggy's crew members step backward. I'm gonna be a Yonko someday, and this is my first mate, Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha, one of Buggy's pirates paled. Captain, that's the kid who took down Hawk Krieg's entire base, and Monkey D. Naruto, another pirate added nervously, his bounty just hit 50 million berries. Buggy, however, was too angry to be intimidated. I don't care if his bounty is 1 billion berries. Nobody talks to Captain Buggy like that and lives to regret it. Chop chop cannon. His hands detached and flew toward Naruto like missiles, but the blonde pirate was ready. Golden hockey flared around him, and something impossible happened. For just a moment, everyone in the square could swear they saw a massive fox-like figure overlaying Naruto's form. The spectral fox caught Buggy's detached hands in its jaws and bit down. Hard. Ah, Buggy screamed, his hands reattaching to his wrists as he clutched them to his chest. What kind of devil fruit power is that? It's not a devil fruit, Naruto replied, the fox-like aura still shimmering around him. It's just me being really annoyed at bullies. He launched himself forward with speed that left afterimages, his fist wreathed in golden hockey. Buggy tried to separate his body to avoid the attack, but the fox aura seemed to anticipate this, lashing out with spectral claws that forced the pirate captain to reassemble or be torn apart. Naruto's punch caught Buggy in the stomach with enough force to create a small crater in the ground. The blue-haired pirate doubled over, gasping for breath. Still think you're invincible? Naruto asked conversationally. Buggy's response was to pull out a knife and swing it wildly at Naruto's head. The blonde pirate leaned back to avoid the blade, then grabbed Buggy's wrist and squeezed until the knife clattered to the ground. That's not very sporting, Naruto observed. Sasuke, you want to handle his crew while I finish up here? Already on it, Sasuke replied. His strange, patterned eyes were now clearly visible, spinning in complex patterns that made anyone who looked directly at them feel dizzy and disoriented. The Buggy pirates found themselves stumbling over their own feet, unable to coordinate their attacks. What's wrong with your eyes? One of them screamed. Dejutsu fruit model. Sharingan, Sasuke replied calmly as he systematically dismantled their formation. It lets me see your movements before you make them, and if you look directly at it. He paused to dodge a clumsy sword swing and counter with a precise strike to his attacker's pressure points. Well, let's just say it makes fighting very difficult for you. Meanwhile, Naruto had lifted the gasping Buggy off the ground by his shirt front. Here's what's going to happen, he said in a voice that was still cheerful but carried undertones of absolute certainty. You're going to leave this town alone. You're going to find a different line of work, maybe something that doesn't involve hurting innocent people. And if I ever hear about you attacking another peaceful community, I'm going to come find you and we're going to have a much less friendly conversation. Are we clear? Buggy, faced with the choice between agreeing and becoming a permanent part of the town square's landscaping, nodded frantically. Crystal clear, totally clear. Won't bother anyone ever again, I promise. Good. Naruto's sunny disposition returned instantly as he set Buggy back on his feet. I'm glad we could work this out peacefully. Now you should probably collect your crew and set sail. I think some of them might need medical attention. Indeed, Sasuke had been thorough in his dismantling of the Buggy pirates. Most of them were conscious, but they were nursing various bruises and what appeared to be severe motion sickness. As the defeated pirates limped toward their ship, Naruto turned his attention to the pink-haired woman who was still kneeling in the rubble. He knelt down and carefully untied her bonds, his touch surprisingly gentle for someone who had just demolished an entire pirate crew. "Are you hurt?" he asked with genuine concern. The woman flexed her freed hands, checking her circulation. "No, I'm fine, thank you." She looked up at him with curious green eyes. "I'm Sakura Haruno, I'm this town's medic." "Naruto Uzumaki," he replied with his trademark grin. "And that's Sasuke, we're pirates but the good kind, mostly." "Pirates?" Sakura looked between them with confusion. "But you just saved the town from pirates." "Yeah, well," Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly, "not all pirates are the same, you know. Some of us actually care about protecting people instead of just taking their stuff." Sakura studied his face for a moment, then smiled. "You know, in all my medical training, I never learned how to treat someone whose greatest injury was an overabundance of optimism." "Is that a real medical condition?" Naruto asked with interest. "It is now," Sakura replied, getting to her feet and dusting off her clothes. "Come on, let me check you both for injuries. Fighting an entire pirate crew can't have been completely risk-free." She led them to her clinic, a small but well-organized building near the town center. As she examined them, Naruto had several minor cuts he hadn't even noticed. While Sasuke had somehow come through the entire fight without a scratch, she peppered them with questions about their travels. "So you're really planning to become a Yonko?" she asked as she bandaged a cut on Naruto's knuckles. "Yep, gonna change the world and protect everyone's dreams," Naruto replied cheerfully. "It's gonna be awesome. And you believe him?" she asked Sasuke. Sasuke was quiet for a moment, watching as Sakura worked. Her hands were steady and sure, and there was something almost artistic about the way she applied the bandages, precise, efficient, but with an underlying gentleness that spoke of genuine care for her patients. "3 weeks ago, I would have said he was insane," Sasuke admitted. "But he's already changed my world. Maybe he can change everyone else's too." Sakura finished with Naruto's bandages and moved on to checking Sasuke for injuries he might have missed. "And what would you do with a medic on your crew? I assume that's where this conversation is heading." "Well," Naruto said, "I was thinking we could use someone who knows how to fix people up after fights. Also, you're really smart. I could tell from the way you were talking to Buggy. You weren't scared, you were just stalling for time and trying to protect the townspeople." "Anyone would have done the same thing," Sakura said modestly. "No," Sasuke interjected quietly, "they wouldn't have. Most people would have been too frightened to think clearly. You kept your head and put others before yourself. That's," he paused, looking for the right words. "That's the kind of person who should be on a crew like ours." Sakura looked between them, her expression thoughtful. "You know, I studied medicine because I wanted to help people. But in a town like this, most of what I treat is minor injuries and common illnesses. Nothing that really makes a difference in the world." "What if you could make a difference?" Naruto asked seriously. "What if you could help us make sure other towns don't get attacked by pirates like Buggy? What if you could be there to patch people up after we save them from whatever's hurting them?" "That's a nice dream," Sakura said softly. "But dreams don't always come true." "Mine will," Naruto said with absolute conviction, "because I won't let them fail, and if you join us, your dreams will come true too." "I promise." Sakura was quiet for a long moment, cleaning up her medical supplies with practiced efficiency. Finally, she spoke. "I have a devil fruit power," she said quietly. "The Chiyu fruit, the healing fruit. I can accelerate natural healing processes and even repair some types of damage that would normally be permanent." She looked up at them with a mixture of hope and fear. "The world government doesn't like unregistered devil fruit users, especially ones with medical abilities. If I join your crew, I'll probably end up with a bounty." "So?" Naruto asked, genuinely confused. "Bounties just mean the government thinks you're important enough to worry about. That's basically a compliment." "Besides," Sasuke added, "we're planning to take on the world government eventually anyway. Having healing powers will just make us harder to stop." Sakura laughed despite herself. "You're both completely insane, aren't you?" "That's what makes it fun," Naruto grinned. "So what do you say? Want to help us change the world?" Sakura looked around her clinic. At the familiar surroundings she'd known her entire life, at the safe, predictable routine that had defined her existence until today. Then she looked at Naruto and Sasuke, at the promise of adventure and purpose and the chance to make a real difference in the world. "You know what?" she said, surprising herself with her own decision. "Yes. Yes, I do." "Awesome." Naruto jumped up so fast he knocked over a chair. "Welcome to the Kitsune Pirates. This is gonna be so great. We're gonna have the best adventures and save so many people and—" "Naruto," Sasuke interrupted, "gently breathe." Right, breathing, good idea. Naruto took a deep breath, then grinned at Sakura. So when can you be ready to sail? We were thinking of heading toward the Grand Line pretty soon. The Grand Line? Sakura's eyes widened. Already, but most crews spend months or even years preparing for that crossing. Yeah, but most crews don't have a future Yonko as their captain, Naruto replied with characteristic confidence. Besides, how hard can it be? It's just another ocean, right? Sasuke and Sakura exchanged a look that clearly communicated their shared thought. This is going to be interesting. Give me 2 days to wrap up my affairs here and find someone to take over the clinic, Sakura said. After that, she smiled, and for the first time, it was the smile of someone looking forward to an uncertain but exciting future. After that, I'm all yours, Captain. As they walked back toward the harbor together, Naruto chattering excitedly about their plans, while Sasuke occasionally interjected with more practical concerns. None of them noticed the small Den Mushi hidden in the clinic's rafters, faithfully recording everything for transmission to Marine headquarters. By morning, there would be new wanted posters being printed. Foxboy Naruto Uzumaki Bounty, 100 million berries, Sharingan Sasuke Uchiha Bounty. 75 million berries, Cherry Blossom, Sakura Haruno Bounty. 50 million berries, but that was tomorrow's concern. Tonight, they had a new crew member to celebrate, plans to make, and dreams to chase. The Kitsune Pirates were officially a crew. 8 months of pirate life had taught Naruto several more important lessons. Lesson 4. The East Blue was apparently the practice mode of piracy. Lesson 5. The Grand Line was where things got serious. Lesson 6. Serious was a massive understatement. Naruto, Sakura screamed over the howling wind as their ship, the newly christened Ramen King, a proper 3-masted vessel they'd acquired after their bounties made staying low-profile impossible, was lifted nearly vertical by a wave the size of a mountain. Please tell me you have a plan. I have a plan, Naruto shouted back, clinging to the ship's wheel with both hands as golden haki flared around him to help maintain his grip. The plan is don't die. That's not a plan, Sasuke yelled from where he was using his Sharingan to predict the next wave's trajectory. That's wishful thinking. It's worked so far. The Ramen King crested the massive wave and plunged down the other side, everyone's stomach attempting to relocate somewhere around their throats. Through the spray and chaos, the entrance to the Grand Line loomed ahead, Reverse Mountain, where 4 seas worth of ocean currents collided and somehow flowed upward in defiance of everything Naruto understood about how water was supposed to work. The ocean is going uphill, Naruto pointed at the impossible sight with one hand while steering with the other. That's not normal, right? Please tell me that's not normal. It's the entrance to the Grand Line, Sakura called back, consulting their hastily acquired navigation books. The currents from all 4 seas converge here and flow up the mountain, but water doesn't go up, water goes down. It's like a rule. Apparently the Grand Line doesn't care about rules, Sasuke observed as their ship was caught in the upward current and began climbing the mountain at a speed that made roller coasters look leisurely. Naruto, faced with his first real evidence that the Grand Line operated on entirely different principles than the rest of the world, did what he always did when confronted with the impossible. He embraced it with enthusiasm. This is amazing, he whooped as they rocketed up the side of the mountain. We're sailing up a waterfall. Nobody's gonna believe this. We're going to die, Sakura pointed out, though she was starting to grin despite herself. But we're going to die doing something awesome. At the peak of Reverse Mountain, their ship launched into the air for a terrifying moment before crashing back down into the Grand Line proper. The sudden transition from impossible upward flow to normal ocean was jarring enough that all 3 crew members ended up in a pile on the deck, soaked and dizzy, but miraculously alive. Everyone okay? Naruto asked, extricating himself from what appeared to be a tangle of limbs and wet clothing. Define okay, Sakura muttered, checking herself for injuries out of professional habit. I think my inner ear is going to file a formal complaint. My Sharingan is still trying to process what it just saw, Sasuke added, blinking rapidly as his eyes returned to their normal dark color. I don't think human perception was designed for water that flows upward. Well, we made it. Naruto bounced to his feet with typical resilience, apparently unaffected by their death-defying entrance to the world's most dangerous ocean. Welcome to the Grand Line, crew. Now we just need to. He was interrupted by a massive shape breaking the surface next to their ship. What emerged was easily the largest fish any of them had ever seen, with teeth the size of swords and eyes that showed entirely too much intelligence. Avoid getting eaten by sea monsters, Naruto finished weakly. The island whale, for that's what it had to be, given its impossible size, regarded them with one massive eye, then opened its mouth and let out a sound that was part whale song, part foghorn, and entirely deafening. "I think it's trying to communicate," Sakura called out, covering her ears. "Maybe it's friendly," Naruto suggested optimistically. The whale's response was to dive beneath their ship and surface on the other side, creating waves that rocked the Ramen King like a toy boat in a bathtub. "Or maybe it's playing with us," Naruto amended as they all scrambled for handholds. What followed was less a battle and more a very one-sided game of tag, with the whale as it and their ship as the reluctant participant. Every time they thought they'd gained some distance, the massive creature would surface nearby, seemingly delighted by their presence. "It's not trying to eat us," Sasuke observed, his sharing and tracking the whale's movements. "Its behavior is more curious than predatory." "Great," Naruto called out. "A curious sea monster, that's definitely better than a hungry one." Eventually, the whale seemed to lose interest and swam away, leaving the three pirates alone on the now calm waters of the Grand Line. In the distance, they could see their first island, a small, desert-looking place that shimmered in the heat. "Well," Sakura said, wringing seawater out of her pink hair, "that was an experience." "Best entrance to a new ocean ever," Naruto declared, already steering toward the island. "I wonder what other cool stuff we'll find here. Hopefully something that doesn't involve nearly dying," Sasuke muttered, but he was smiling despite himself. The island turned out to be Whiskey Peak, though they didn't learn that until after they'd been enthusiastically welcomed by what appeared to be the friendliest population of bounty hunters in the world. "Welcome, brave pirates, to our humble town," declared the mayor, a man with an elaborate curly hairstyle that defied several laws of physics. "We are honored to host such famous and powerful visitors." "Famous?" Naruto blinked in confusion. "Us? Oh yes, the Kitsune pirates. Your exploits in the East Blue are legendary." The mayor's grin was wide and welcoming. "Please allow us to throw a feast in your honor." What followed was either the most genuine celebration Naruto had ever experienced or the most elaborate trap. The townspeople seemed genuinely excited to meet them, bringing out food and drink in quantities that would have impressed even Naruto's legendary appetite. "This is suspicious," Sasuke murmured to Sakura as they watched Naruto challenge 3 different townspeople to eating contests simultaneously. "Nobody is this happy to see pirates. Maybe they're just grateful we're not like the other crews that pass through," Sakura suggested, though she kept her medical bag close and her guard up. "Or maybe," said a new voice from behind them, "they're bounty hunters who specialize in getting their targets drunk before attempting capture." Both pirates spun around to find themselves facing a young woman about their age, with pale lavender eyes and dark blue hair. She was sitting at their table as if she'd been there the whole time, despite the fact that they were certain the seat had been empty moments before. "Who are you?" Sasuke demanded, his sharing and activating instinctively. "Someone who's been watching you since you arrived," the woman replied calmly. "My name is Hinata Hyuga, and you're about to be attacked by approximately 30 bounty hunters who think you're too drunk to fight back effectively." 30? Sakura's eyes widened. "But everyone's been so friendly. The friendliest predators are often the most dangerous," Hinata observed. "Also, your captain is about to eat something that's been drugged with enough sedative to knock out a Sea King." All 3 of them looked over at Naruto, who was indeed about to bite into what appeared to be a massive sandwich offered by one of the townspeople. "Naruto, no," Sakura called out, but it was too late. Naruto took a huge bite of the sandwich, chewed thoughtfully and swallowed, then he took another bite. "This is really good," he called back to them. "What's in it?" The townspeople exchanged confused glances. By now, their captain should have been unconscious on the floor. "Maybe we didn't use enough," one of them whispered. "We used enough to knock out a dozen normal people," another hissed back. "Did you consider," Hinata said conversationally, "that someone with his level of physical enhancement might have developed a tolerance to most common toxins?" "His what now?" the mayor demanded, abandoning all pretense of friendliness. "Oh good," Naruto said cheerfully, finishing his sandwich. "We're dropping the act. I was starting to feel bad about eating so much of your food when you were obviously planning to rob us." "You knew?" "Well, yeah," Naruto replied, as if this should have been obvious. "I mean, you're all really nice, but nobody throws a party this big for strangers unless they want something. I figured you were either bounty hunters or really, really desperate for entertainment." "So why did you eat the drugged food?" Sasuke asked, moving to flank the bounty hunters along with Sakura. "Because I was hungry and it tasted good," Naruto said reasonably. "Plus, I wanted to see what would happen. Turns out not much," the mayor, who was apparently the leader of this bounty hunter nest, sighed heavily. Mr. 8 to all agents, he said into a den mushi. The targets are aware, initiate capture protocol. Mr. 8, Hinata raised an eyebrow. Baroque works. You know about Baroque works? Sasuke asked. I should, Hinata replied, and suddenly she wasn't sitting at their table anymore. She was standing behind Mr. 8 with what appeared to be a very sharp knife pressed to his throat. I've been hunting them for months. How did you, Mr. 8 sputtered. Sukeb fruit, Hinata explained calmly, the transparent fruit. I can become completely invisible, including to observation haki if I'm careful about it. Another devil fruit user, Naruto's eyes lit up. This is so cool. Are you here to join our crew? I'm here to destroy Baroque works, Hinata corrected, though she didn't seem opposed to the crew idea. They killed my family and destroyed my home. I've been tracking their operations across the Grand Line. Revenge quest, Naruto nodded approvingly. We're good at those, Sasuke had one too, but now we're turning it into a make the world better quest instead. Enough talking, Mr. 8 roared despite the knife at his throat. Baroque works agents attack. What followed was chaos, but organized chaos. Sasuke's Sharingan tracked multiple opponents simultaneously, allowing him to fight 3 bounty hunters at once while calling out warnings to his teammates. Sakura moved like a dancer, her medical knowledge letting her target pressure points and nerve clusters with surgical precision. Hinata flickered in and out of visibility, appearing just long enough to disable an opponent before vanishing again. And in the center of it all, Naruto fought with a grin on his face and golden haki swirling around him like a living thing. This is fun, he called out, dodging a sword strike and responding with an uppercut that sent his attacker flying. It's like a really violent party game. Only you would find a fight with 30 bounty hunters entertaining, Sakura replied, using her enhanced strength to throw one attacker into 3 others. 32, Hinata corrected, appearing long enough to trip a bounty hunter who had been trying to sneak up on Sasuke. There are 2 more on the rooftops with rifles. I see them, Sasuke replied, his Sharingan spinning. With fluid movements, he deflected the incoming bullets with a pair of captured swords, then threw one of the blades with perfect accuracy. A yelp from above suggested he'd found his mark. The battle was over almost as quickly as it had begun. Between Naruto's overwhelming physical power, Sasuke's tactical precision, Sakura's medical expertise, and Hinata's stealth abilities, the Baroque works agents found themselves completely outmatched. As the dust settled, the 4 pirates stood among the unconscious bounty hunters, breathing hard but victorious. Well, Naruto said, surveying the carnage, that was exciting. Anyone else hungry? All this fighting worked up an appetite. How are you always hungry? Sakura asked, but she was smiling. It's a gift, Naruto replied seriously. Then he turned to Hinata, who was carefully cleaning her knife. So, want to join our crew? We're planning to take down lots of bad guys, and you seem really good at the whole disappearing and stabbing people thing. That's actually a fairly accurate description of my skill set, Hinata admitted. And Baroque works is much larger than just these agents. Taking them down will require a crew effort. Plus, Sasuke added, if they destroyed your family like they destroyed mine, then we have a common enemy. And common enemies make for strong alliances. Hinata looked around at the 3 pirates who had just helped her defeat 30 bounty hunters without even knowing her story, who were offering her a place on their crew based on nothing more than shared goals and proven competence. The Hyuga clan were merchants who questioned Baroque works' protection racket, she said quietly. We refused to pay their fees, so they burned our ships and killed my parents. I've been invisible ever since, literally and figuratively. Not anymore, Naruto said firmly. If you join our crew, you'll never have to be invisible unless you want to be. We look out for each other no matter what. And we're planning to take on much bigger enemies than Baroque works eventually, Sakura added. If you want revenge against the people who hurt your family, we can help with that. If you want to make sure it doesn't happen to other families, we can help with that too. Hinata was quiet for a long moment, studying their faces. What she saw there was genuine concern, offered friendship, and the kind of determined optimism that made impossible things seem achievable. All right, she said finally, I'll join your crew, but I have one condition. Name it, Naruto said immediately. When we take down Baroque works, I want to be the one who faces their leader personally. Deal, Naruto grinned and extended his hand. Welcome to the Kitsune Pirates, Hinata. This is gonna be awesome. As Hinata shook his hand, she felt something she hadn't experienced since her family's death. hoped that she might not have to face her enemies alone. So, Sasuke said practically, what do we know about Baroque Works operations? If we're going to take them down, we need information. More than you might expect, said a lazy voice from the shadows. Though I have to say, watching you four work together was quite troublesome. They spun around to see a young man about their age leaning against a wall, seemingly unbothered by the fact that he was surrounded by unconscious bounty hunters. He had dark hair pulled back in a ponytail and an expression that suggested he found the entire situation mildly annoying. Another agent? Sakura asked, reaching for her medical supplies that could double as weapons. Former agent, the young man corrected. Shikamaru Nara, formerly Mr. 5 of Baroque Works, though as of about 10 minutes ago I'm officially resigning from that position. Why? Hinata asked suspiciously, her hand near her knife. Because, Shikamaru said with a sigh, working for Crocodile is troublesome, and you four just proved that Baroque Works isn't as invincible as he thinks it is. Also, your captain there declared war on my boss by attacking his agents, so I figure I'm probably going to end up dead either way. Might as well pick the side that seems more interesting. Crocodile? Naruto's eyes widened. As in one of the 7 warlords of the sea, that crocodile. The very same, Shikamaru confirmed. Sansond fruit user, ruler of a criminal empire, and currently engaged in a plot to take over the kingdom of Alabasta. You know, just in case you were looking for a bigger challenge than 30 bounty hunters. A warlord? Naruto's expression shifted from surprise to excitement. That's perfect. If I beat a warlord, people will definitely take me seriously as a future Yonko. You want to fight one of the 7 warlords? Shikamaru asked incredulously. Why not? I've already fought the world's strongest swordsman. You what? Long story, Sasuke said quickly. The point is, we're not exactly scared of strong opponents. Shikamaru studied Naruto's face, looking for any sign of doubt or bravado. What he found instead was absolute confidence backed by genuine strength. You're serious, he said finally. You actually think you can take on Crocodile? I don't think I can, Naruto corrected. I know I can. The question is, do you want to help us save Alabasta, or do you want to keep working for the bad guys? Well, when you put it like that, Shikamaru pushed himself off the wall with visible effort. I suppose helping save a kingdom is less troublesome than trying to explain to Crocodile why his Whiskey Peak operation got destroyed. What's your plan? We sail to Alabasta and punch the problem until it goes away, Naruto said immediately. That's not a plan, Shikamaru sighed. That's barely even a concept. It's worked so far, Naruto protested. We could probably use someone who actually understands strategy, Sasuke admitted. Naruto's approach is effective, but not always efficient. And you know Baroque Works operations from the inside, Hinata added. That intelligence could be invaluable. Shikamaru looked around at the 4 pirates, the enthusiastic captain who wanted to fight a warlord, the tactical genius with the strange eyes, the medic who could apparently punch through stone, and the invisible assassin with a personal vendetta. It was either the most dysfunctional crew he'd ever seen or the most effective. Fine, he said finally, but I'm going to insist on actual planning before we charge into battle with one of the most dangerous pirates in the world. Planning is good, Naruto agreed cheerfully. We can plan on the way to Alabasta. That's not really how planning works. Welcome to the crew, Shikamaru, Naruto continued, ignoring the strategic objections. This is gonna be so great. We're gonna save a kingdom and beat up a warlord and… Captain, Hinata interrupted gently, perhaps we should secure the ship and sail away from the island full of bounty hunters before we celebrate our new crew members. Right. Good thinking, Naruto bounded toward the harbor. Last one to the ship has to explain to Sakura why we got into another fight. We all got into this fight, Sakura called after him, but she was laughing as she said it. As the newly expanded Kitsune pirates made their way back to the Ramen King, Shikamaru shook his head in amazement. This is going to be the most troublesome adventure of my life, he muttered. Probably, Sasuke agreed. But also the most interesting. And the most meaningful, Hinata added quietly. Plus, Sakura chimed in, we have a really good captain. He's crazy, but he's the good kind of crazy. Shikamaru watched Naruto enthusiastically explaining his plans for fighting Crocodile to a seagull that had landed on the ship's railing, complete with dramatic gestures and sound effects. Yeah, he said finally, I can see that. 3 days later, Alabasta Desert, I officially take back everything nice I ever said about the Grand Line, Sakura gasped, trudging through sand dunes that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. This is worse than Reverse Mountain. At least Reverse Mountain was exciting, Hinata agreed, though her voice was muffled by the cloth she'd wrapped around her face to keep out the sand. This is just hot and sandy. And hot? Did I mention it's hot? Sasuke added, his normally pale complexion now a concerning shade of red despite Sakura's best efforts with sunscreen. It's not that bad, Naruto called back from his position at the front of their small group. His jacket was tied around his waist, and he seemed remarkably unaffected by the desert heat. It's like a really big beach. Beaches have water, Shikamaru pointed out, and shade. And drinks with little umbrellas in them. Details. They had been traveling across the Alabasta desert for 2 days, following Shikamaru's intelligence about Crocodile's base of operations. According to the former Baroque Works agent, their target was using the kingdom's civil war as cover for his real plan, locating and claiming the ancient weapon Pluton. Remind me again why we couldn't just sail around to his base, Sakura asked. Because, Shikamaru explained patiently, Crocodile has agents watching all the ports. If we'd arrived by ship, he would have known we were coming hours before we got there. And now he knows we're coming because. Now he knows we're coming because your captain decided to introduce himself to every person we've met by loudly declaring his intention to beat up the sand guy and save the kingdom, Shikamaru replied dryly. I was being friendly, Naruto protested. It's important to let people know you're there to help. Subtlety, Hinata observed, is not one of our captain's strengths. But enthusiasm is, Naruto grinned back at them. And enthusiasm has gotten us this far. Enthusiasm and an alarming amount of luck, Sasuke muttered, but he was smiling as he said it. Their conversation was interrupted by a sound that was becoming depressingly familiar, the whistle of incoming projectiles. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he recognized the attack pattern. Incoming, he shouted. Baroque Works agents. The desert around them exploded into action as hidden enemies revealed themselves. Sand erupted in all directions as various devil fruit powers were unleashed, turning the peaceful dune into a battlefield. Finally, Naruto cheered, golden haki beginning to swirl around him. I was getting bored. You were literally complaining about being bored 30 seconds ago. Sakura pointed out as she dodged what appeared to be an exploding booger. How are you always ready for a fight? It's a gift. What followed was their most challenging battle yet. The Baroque Works agents were more skilled than the bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak, and they were fighting on terrain that favored their abilities. Sand attacks were particularly effective in a desert, and the agents had clearly planned their ambush well. But they had underestimated the Kitsune pirates' adaptability. Hinata flickered in and out of visibility, using the swirling sand as additional cover for her stealth attacks. Sasuke's Sharingan tracked multiple opponents through the chaos, his tactical mind calculating attack patterns and identifying weak points. Sakura used her medical knowledge to target nerve clusters and pressure points, dropping opponents with surgical precision. Shikamaru, meanwhile, was putting his insider knowledge to good use. Mr. Three's wax powers have a melting point, he called out as he manipulated shadows to trip up attackers. Use fire or extreme heat. On it, Sasuke responded, using his enhanced physical abilities to generate friction heat with his movements, melting the wax constructs that were trying to trap his teammates. Miss Valentine can change her weight but not her mass, Shikamaru continued. Hit her while she's light and she'll go flying. Got it. Hinata appeared just long enough to deliver a precise strike that sent the weight-manipulating agent soaring across the desert. In the center of the battle, Naruto was having the time of his life. His golden haki swirled around him in increasingly complex patterns, and the spectral fox that sometimes appeared during his most intense moments was now clearly visible, adding its claws and fangs to his attacks. This is awesome, he laughed, punching through a wall of wax with enough force to shatter it completely. You guys are way better than the bounty hunters. He's enjoying this too much, one of the agents gasped. Is that normal for pirates? Another asked. Nothing about this crew is normal, Mr. Three replied, desperately trying to create wax barriers fast enough to contain Naruto's rampage. The battle reached its climax when Naruto found himself face to face with the agent's leader, a woman with blue hair and a cruel smile who introduced herself as Miss All Sunday. So you're the little fox who thinks he can challenge Crocodile, she said conversationally, as if they weren't standing in the middle of a battlefield. How ambitious. I don't think I can challenge him, Naruto replied, his golden aura intensifying. I know I can beat him. Such confidence, Miss All Sunday mused. I wonder if you'll maintain it when you're buried under several tons of sand. she gestured, and the desert around them began to shift and move. Sand rose up in massive waves, threatening to bury the entire battlefield. But Naruto was ready. "Kiubi Avatar," he roared, and the spectral fox around him suddenly became solid and massive, easily 50 feet tall and wreathed in golden haki. The sand waves crashed against the fox construct and simply stopped. The Avatar's tails lashed out, each one striking with the force of a cannonball and scattering the Baroque Works agents like leaves in a hurricane. Miss All Sunday's eyes widened in genuine surprise. "That's not a devil fruit power." "Nope," Naruto grinned from within the Avatar's chest. "It's just me being really, really determined." "Impossible," she breathed. "Lady," Naruto said, the fox Avatar leaning down to bring him closer to her eye level, "you're about to learn that impossible is just another word for hasn't happened yet." The Avatar's massive fist came down like a meteor, creating a crater in the desert that could be seen from miles away. When the dust settled, Miss All Sunday was gone, either buried or fled. Naruto couldn't tell which. The remaining Baroque Works agents took one look at the still glowing fox Avatar and made the entirely sensible decision to retreat. As the golden light faded and Naruto returned to normal size, his crew gathered around him with expressions of awe and concern. "That was incredible," Hinata said quietly. "But are you all right?" "That much power? I'm fine," Naruto insisted, though he was clearly exhausted. "Just hungry, really, really hungry. Anyone have any food that isn't sand-flavored?" "Here," Sakura said, offering him some of their remaining rations. "But seriously, that power, I've never seen anything like it." "Neither have I," Shikamaru admitted, "and I thought I knew what you were capable of." "The fox thing is new," Naruto said between bites of ration bars. "It's been getting stronger lately. I think it's connected to how much I care about protecting people." "Emotional resonance with haki manifestation," Sasuke mused. "That would explain why it's been growing stronger as our crew has grown." "Whatever it is," Hinata said firmly, "it just saved all our lives, and probably scared Crocodile's agents enough that word will reach him about what happened here." "Good," Naruto declared, bouncing back to his feet with typical resilience. "Let him know we're coming. I want him to be ready for a real fight." "You want to give our enemy advance warning?" Shikamaru asked incredulously. "It's more fun that way," Naruto replied cheerfully. "Plus, if he's expecting us, he won't underestimate us. And if he doesn't underestimate us, he'll fight at full strength. And if he fights at full strength, beating him will prove I'm ready for the new world." Shikamaru stared at him for a long moment, then sighed heavily. "You know what? That actually makes sense in a completely insane way." "Best kind of sense," Naruto agreed. "Now come on, let's go save a kingdom." As they resumed their trek across the desert, none of them noticed the small newspaper delivery gull circling high overhead, its camera Den Mushi capturing images of the massive crater left by Naruto's Avatar attack. By the time they reached Crocodile's base, newspapers across the Grand Line would be running headlines about the Kiubi phenomenon and the mysterious new crew that was making waves in paradise. But for now, they were just 5 young pirates walking through the desert, united by friendship and purpose, ready to take on one of the most dangerous criminals in the world. "Hey guys," Naruto said as they crested another sand dune, "thanks for joining my crew. This adventure is way more fun with friends." "Thanks for letting us join," Sasuke replied quietly. "Thanks for giving me a chance to make a real difference," Sakura added. "Thanks for helping me find my purpose again," Hinata said softly. "Thanks for making life interesting," Shikamaru concluded with a rare smile. And somewhere in the distance, in a hidden base beneath the desert, Crocodile was receiving reports about the approaching pirates and feeling something he hadn't experienced in years: genuine uncertainty about the outcome of a battle. The Kitsune pirates were coming, and the Grand Line would never be the same. 1.5 years of Grand Line piracy had fundamentally changed Naruto Uzumaki, though he didn't always notice it himself. The changes were subtle: a pause before charging into battle, a question about consequences before making decisions, a growing understanding that being captain meant more than just being the strongest person on the ship. His crew, however, noticed everything. "Captain," Shikamaru said carefully as they approached the sprawling island city of Water 7, "before we dock, we should probably discuss our approach. This isn't just any port, it's a world government-affiliated city with significant marine presence." "So we'll be careful," Naruto replied, but his tone was thoughtful rather than dismissive. "No unnecessary fights, keep our heads down, get what we need, and leave quietly." Sasuke nearly dropped the telescope he was using to scout the harbor. Did our captain just suggest avoiding a fight? Character development. Sakura announced cheerfully from where she was organizing their medical supplies. "I'm so proud." "I can still hear you," Naruto protested, but he was grinning. "And I'm not avoiding fights, I'm just being strategic about when to pick them." "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered, but his tone was approving. "What's our primary objective here?" "We need a real ship," Hinata said, flickering back into visibility after scouting ahead invisibly. "The Ramen King has served us well, but if we're serious about taking on Yonko-level threats, we need something that can handle New World conditions. Plus," Naruto added, his expression growing more serious, "I want to find out what's happening with Ace. The newspaper reports have been concerning." Indeed, the recent news about Portgas d'Ace had been troubling. His bounty had skyrocketed, he'd been making increasingly bold moves against world government interests, and there were rumors that he was actively hunting Blackbeard for reasons no one seemed to understand. "Your brother has been busy," Sasuke observed, "taking on Whitebeard's enemies, protecting islands under his flag. He's making a name for himself as more than just a supernova." "That's what worries me," Naruto said quietly. "Ace always did have a tendency to take on more than he could handle to protect other people." As they sailed into Water 7's harbor, the city's impressive architecture rose around them like something out of a dream. Multi-level canals carried water throughout the city, while massive sea trains connected it to other islands. It was a testament to human engineering and ambition, beautiful and functional in equal measure. "Okay," Naruto said as they secured their ship, "here's the plan. Shikamaru and I will handle the ship shopping. Sasuke and Sakura gather intelligence on recent events and resupply our medical equipment. Hinata, scout for threats and keep an eye on our ship," she finished. "Standard protocol." "When did we develop standard protocols?" Naruto asked, genuinely curious. "About 6 months ago, after the third time we nearly got arrested because we didn't have a plan," Shikamaru replied dryly. "Right, good thinking. Everyone meet back here at sunset and remember, low profile, no unnecessary conflicts, gather information efficiently," his crew chorused. "I really have gotten more strategic, haven't I?" Naruto mused as they split up. "Don't let it go to your head, Captain," Sakura called back. "We still need you to be you when it counts." "Galila Company shipyards, you want what kind of ship?" Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7 and president of Galila Company, stared at Naruto with the expression of a man who was reconsidering his life choices. "A ship that can handle New World conditions," Naruto repeated patiently. "Something tough enough to survive Yonko-level battles, fast enough to escape if we need to, and with enough storage for a really, really good kitchen." "That last part isn't negotiable," Shikamaru added. "Our captain's appetite is substantial." "I can work with that," Iceberg said slowly, "but you do realize that the kind of ship you're describing costs more than most pirates see in their entire careers." Naruto reached into his jacket and pulled out a bounty poster, his own, showing his current reward of 100 million berries. "Will this cover it? That's your own bounty poster." "Yeah, isn't it cool? They got my good side and everything," Naruto beamed. "But the point is, we've got the money. We've been taking down Baroque Works operations for months, and their treasure stashes were really impressive." Iceberg studied the bounty poster more carefully, then looked at Naruto with new interest. "You're the fox boy who took down Crocodile." "That's me, though I still think Kiubi Emperor sounds cooler than Fox Boy," Naruto replied cheerfully. "So can you build us a ship or not?" "I can build you a ship," Iceberg said slowly, "but it'll take time. The kind of vessel you're describing, we're talking about a month of work minimum." "A month," Naruto's face fell, "but we wanted to get back on the road as soon as possible. Quality takes time," Iceberg replied firmly. "Although, if you're willing to help us with a small problem we've been having, I might be able to expedite the process." "What kind of problem?" Shikamaru asked suspiciously. "The kind that involves a government warehouse full of confiscated devil fruits that's been conducting illegal experiments on prisoners," Iceberg said quietly. "The kind that the Marines are supposed to be investigating, but seem remarkably uninterested in actually stopping." Naruto's expression shifted from disappointed to determined in the space of a heartbeat. "Show us, Cypher Paul Warehouse, that night. Remind me again why we're breaking into a government facility," Hinata whispered as the crew crept through the shadows around the heavily guarded warehouse. "Because it's the right thing to do," Naruto replied quietly, his usual volume dialed down for stealth operations. "People are being hurt in there, and if the Marines won't stop it, we will. Also because Iceberg promised to cut our ship construction time in half if we shut down their illegal operations," Shikamaru added pragmatically. "That too," Naruto admitted, "but mostly the first thing." Sasuke's Sharingan was active, tracking the guard rotations with perfect precision. 12 guards outside, unknown number inside. They're using standard marine patrol patterns, but the equipment suggests this is a cipher Paul operation. Government intelligence, Sakura translated for those less familiar with world government organizational structure. They're not supposed to be operating in allied territories without local approval, which means they definitely don't have permission for whatever they're doing in there, Hinata concluded. Perfect, Naruto said, his golden haki beginning to shimmer faintly. I love it when the bad guys make it easy to know they're bad guys. The infiltration went smoothly, too smoothly, Shikamaru noted with growing concern. Hinata's invisibility got them past the outer perimeter. Sasuke's Sharingan predicted guard movements with perfect accuracy, and Naruto's enthusiasm was kept carefully in check by his crew's strategic influence. Inside the warehouse, what they found made Naruto's careful restraint evaporate entirely. Dozens of cells lined the walls, each containing prisoners who showed signs of forced devil fruit experimentation. Some had clearly undergone partial transformations they couldn't control. Others bore the surgical scars of fruits that had been implanted and removed. All of them looked broken in ways that went far beyond physical injury. What the hell is this place? Sakura breathed, her medical training making her immediately assess the prisoner's conditions. Advanced devil fruit research, said a cold voice from the shadows. Though I suppose advanced is a matter of perspective. The crew spun around to find themselves facing a man in a dark suit and tie with the kind of bland, forgettable face that screamed government agent. Behind him stood a dozen Cipher Paul operatives, all armed and ready for battle. CP9 Agent Rob Lucci, the man introduced himself. And you're trespassing on a classified government facility. We're liberating prisoners from an illegal torture operation, Naruto corrected, his golden aura beginning to intensify. There's a difference. These aren't prisoners, Lucci replied calmly. They're volunteers participating in cutting-edge research that will benefit the world government's understanding of devil fruit mechanics. Volunteers, Sasuke's Sharingan spun faster. Look at them, does that look voluntary to you? What people volunteer for and what they're capable of enduring are often different things, Lucci said with clinical detachment. Science requires sacrifice. That's when Naruto noticed the room behind Lucci and the treasure chests full of confiscated devil fruits that were apparently being used for the experiments. And sitting right on top of one of those chests, as if fate had placed it there specifically for this moment, was a fruit that made Sasuke gasp in recognition. The Mira fruit, Sasuke whispered, his eyes wide. Ace's devil fruit. Actually, Lucci corrected, this is a replica we've been developing based on samples from the original. We're quite proud of our progress in artificial devil fruit creation. You've been experimenting on people with copies of my brother's power, Naruto's voice was deadly quiet. Among others, yes. The Flame fruit has particularly interesting applications for enhanced interrogation techniques. Naruto's golden haki exploded outward with such force that several of the weaker Cipher Paul agents were immediately knocked unconscious. The Kiubi avatar began to manifest around him, translucent but clearly visible and radiating barely contained fury. You tortured people, Naruto said, each word precisely enunciated, using a copy of my brother's power. It was for the greater good, Lucci began. He never got to finish the sentence. Naruto moved faster than any of them had ever seen him move, crossing the distance between them in less than a blink. His haki-enhanced fist caught Lucci in the solar plexus with enough force to crater the concrete floor. What followed was less a battle than a demonstration. The Cipher Paul agents were skilled, but they were facing a crew that had been forged in the fires of the Grand Line and tempered by genuine purpose. Sasuke's Sharingan tracked every attack while his enhanced physical abilities let him fight multiple opponents simultaneously. Sakura targeted nerve clusters and pressure points with surgical precision, dropping agents before they could mount effective attacks. Hinata flickered in and out of visibility, striking from impossible angles. Shikamaru manipulated shadows to control the battlefield, turning the agents' numbers against them. And in the center of it all, Naruto fought with the controlled fury of someone who had learned to channel his anger into devastating effectiveness. When the dust settled, the Cipher Paul agents were unconscious, the prisoners were free, and Naruto was holding the artificial Mira fruit in his hands. What do we do with this? He asked quietly. Sasuke stepped forward, his expression thoughtful. May I? Naruto handed over the fruit without hesitation. Sasuke studied it carefully, turning it over in his hands as if weighing more than just its physical mass. Ace always said his power wasn't just about the flames, Sasuke said slowly. It was about the will to protect others, the fire that burns in someone's heart when they refuse to let their friends get hurt. He looked up at Naruto. If I eat this, I won't be copying his power. I'll be carrying on his will. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Devil fruits are permanent and we don't know what side effects the artificial version might have. I'm sure, Sasuke replied firmly. My family died because they stood up for what was right. Ace fights every day to protect people who can't protect themselves. If I can carry a piece of that forward. He bit into the fruit before anyone could object further. The transformation was immediate and dramatic. Flames erupted around Sasuke, but they were controlled, purposeful rather than chaotic. When the fire faded, he was still himself, but there was something new in his eyes, a warmth that hadn't been there before. How do you feel? Sakura asked, immediately shifting into medical mode. Like, Sasuke paused, flexing his fingers and watching small flames dance between them. Like I'm carrying a piece of home with me. Like Ace's will to protect others is now part of mine. That's beautiful, Hinata said softly, and strategically sound, Shikamaru added approvingly. Fire powers will complement our existing abilities well. Plus, Naruto grinned, his earlier fury replaced by genuine joy. Now we have even more firepower for when we inevitably get into trouble. Speaking of trouble, Sakura interrupted, we should probably get these prisoners to safety and figure out what to do about the rest of these devil fruits before more government agents show up. Right, Naruto agreed, immediately shifting back into captain mode. Hinata, can you scout us a safe route out? Shikamaru, help coordinate the prisoner evacuation. Sasuke, Sakura, grab as many of those devil fruits as we can carry. We'll figure out what to do with them later. What about the warehouse itself? Sasuke asked, flames flickering around his hands. Naruto looked around at the cells, the experimental equipment, the evidence of systematic torture and abuse. His expression hardened. Burn it down, he said simply. All of it. Make sure nothing like this can happen here again. Sasuke nodded grimly and began to work. The flames that erupted from his hands were hot enough to melt steel, controlled enough to avoid harming the fleeing prisoners, and thorough enough to ensure that the Cypher Paul facility would be nothing but ash by morning. As they led the rescued prisoners to safety, one of them, a young man about their age with pale eyes and long brown hair, approached Naruto hesitantly. Thank you, he said quietly. We thought no one was coming for us. What's your name? Naruto asked gently. Neji Hyuga, the young man replied. I was a merchant sailor until they captured me for their experiments, my cousin. I don't know if she's still alive. Hinata, who had been invisible nearby, immediately appeared next to them. Neji, the reunion was tearful and joyful in equal measure. Neji stared at his cousin in amazement, taking in her new confidence and the way she moved with deadly purpose. Hinata, but you were supposed to be dead. The Marines said our entire family was killed in a pirate attack. The family was scattered, Hinata replied, embracing her cousin tightly. I've been hunting the people responsible. What did they do to you here? Experiments, Neji said simply. They wanted to understand how Haki interacts with artificial devil fruit powers. I never ate a fruit, but they forced me to develop my Haki to extreme levels as a control subject. Haki specialist, Shikamaru observed approvingly. That could be very useful. Are you asking my cousin to join your crew? Hinata asked with amusement. I'm asking if he wants to help us make sure places like this get shut down permanently, Naruto corrected. We could use someone with advanced Haki training, but more importantly, we could use someone who understands what we're fighting against. Neji looked around at the burning warehouse, at the freed prisoners, at his cousin who had clearly found her purpose with these people. You really think you can change things? He asked quietly. I know we can, Naruto replied with absolute conviction. The question is whether you want to help us do it. Neji was quiet for a long moment, watching the flames consume the place where he'd been tortured. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady and sure. Yes, he said simply, I want to help. Welcome to the crew, Neji, Naruto grinned. Fair warning though, we get into a lot of trouble. We eat way too much food and our plans don't always work out exactly how we expect them to. And yet, Neji observed, gesturing at the rescued prisoners and the destroyed facility, you seem to accomplish your goals anyway. Troublesome but effective, Shikamaru agreed. That's basically our crew motto. I can work with that, Neji said, and for the first time since they'd met him, he smiled. 2 weeks later, Galilah shipyards, I present to you, Iceberg announced with obvious pride, the Thousand Sunny, The ship that sat before them was beautiful beyond anything Naruto had imagined. Sleek and powerful with clean lines and elegant curves, it managed to look both graceful and formidable at the same time. The figurehead was indeed ramen-themed, a stylized bowl with chopsticks, but it was executed with such artistry that it looked majestic rather than ridiculous. "She's perfect," Naruto breathed, walking around the ship with obvious awe. "How fast is she?" "Fast enough to outrun marine battleships," Iceberg replied proudly. "Durable enough to survive New World storms. And yes, she has the kitchen facilities you requested. The galley could feed an army." "Literally perfect," Naruto repeated. "What do you think, crew?" "The defensive capabilities are impressive," Sasuke observed, flames flickering around his hands as he tested the ship's fire resistance. "And the weapon systems are more sophisticated than anything we've had before." "Medical bay is state-of-the-art," Sakura added approvingly. "I could perform surgery in there if necessary." "Plenty of places to hide and scout from," Hinata noted, already cataloging strategic positions. "Efficient design, minimal wasted space, optimal crew coordination possibilities," Shikamaru listed methodically. "The wood is excellent quality," Neji said, running his hands along the railings. "Strong hockey conductivity, this ship could channel and amplify our abilities if necessary." "So we're all agreed?" Naruto asked, though his grin suggested he already knew the answer. "Aye, Captain," his crew chorused. "Then welcome aboard the Thousand Sunny," Naruto declared, bounding up the gangplank with characteristic enthusiasm. "Our new home and the ship that's going to carry us all the way to the top." As they explored their new vessel, marveling at its features and already planning modifications, none of them noticed the small Den Mushi hidden in the harbor master's office, faithfully recording their activities for transmission to Marine headquarters. But for once, they didn't care about surveillance or consequences. They had a new ship, a full crew, and a world to change. The Kitsune pirates were ready for whatever came next. "Hey guys," Naruto said as they gathered on deck to watch the sunset paint water 7 in shades of gold and crimson. "I know I've said this before, but thanks for believing in this crazy dream of mine. A year and a half ago, I was just some kid with a boat and an idea. Now you're some kid with a better boat and a crew who believes in your idea," Sasuke finished, small flames dancing playfully around his fingers. "Now we're a family," Sakura corrected gently. "Now we're a force to be reckoned with," Hinata added with quiet confidence. "Now we're actually capable of strategic planning," Shikamaru noted with approval. "Now we have the tools and skills to make a real difference," Neji concluded thoughtfully. "Now we're ready for the new world," Naruto said softly, his golden haki shimmering in the evening light. "And the new world better be ready for us." Somewhere in the distance, a news coup circled overhead, carrying reports of the Kitsune pirates' activities to newspapers across the Grand Line. By morning, their bounties would be updated again, and the world government would begin taking them seriously as a legitimate threat. But that was tomorrow's concern. Tonight, they were just 6 friends sitting on the deck of their new ship, watching the stars appear in the darkening sky and dreaming of the adventures to come. 2 years of Grand Line adventure had given Naruto Uzumaki many things. A crew he trusted with his life, a ship that could weather any storm, and a bounty that made ordinary pirates whisper his name in awed terror. What it hadn't given him was any real understanding of just how famous he'd become. "Captain," Shikamaru said carefully as they approached Sabaody archipelago, "before we dock, we should discuss the fact that you're now one of the 11 pirates known as the Worst Generation." "Worst Generation?" Naruto tilted his head in confusion. "That sounds mean. We're not that bad, are we?" "It refers to rookie pirates with bounties over 100 million, Sasuke explained, adjusting his grip on the ship's rigging as flames danced absently around his free hand. "Apparently, our generation is considered particularly dangerous." "Oh, that's actually kind of cool," Naruto's expression brightened. "Are there others like us?" 10 others, to be precise," Neji replied, his advanced observation haki already picking up familiar presences on the island ahead. "And unless I'm mistaken, several of them are currently on Sabaody." "A gathering of supernovas," Hinata observed, flickering briefly invisible before reappearing. "That's either going to be very interesting or very dangerous." "With our crew, probably both," Sakura sighed, but she was smiling as she organized her medical supplies. "Should I prepare for multiple casualties?" "Always," Naruto replied cheerfully. "But hey, maybe we'll make some new friends, or new enemies," Shikamaru muttered. "Probably enemies." As the Thousand Sunny sailed into Sabaody's unique harbor, where massive mangrove trees created a natural port among their enormous roots, The crew couldn't help but marvel at the island's otherworldly beauty. Soap bubbles floated everywhere, creating rainbow patterns in the sunlight, while the massive trees stretched up so high their tops disappeared into the clouds. "It's like a fairy tale," Sakura breathed. "A fairy tale with slave auctions and human trafficking," Hinata added darkly, her intelligence gathering having uncovered some of Saboody's darker secrets. "Which we're going to do something about," Naruto said firmly, his golden haki flickering with determination. "But first, let's see who else is here. I'm curious about these other supernovas." What they found in Saboody's main port district was a concentration of infamy that would have made Marine headquarters break out in collective cold sweats. Pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions strolled through the marketplace like they owned the place, their crews trailing behind them with varying degrees of confidence and chaos. "Well, well," drawled a red-haired pirate with a permanent scowl and enough metal attached to his body to set off every metal detector in the world, if it isn't the famous Fox Boy. Eustace Kid, captain of the Kid Pirates. 300 million bounty. "Oh, hi," Naruto replied with his usual enthusiasm. "I'm Naruto, nice to meet you, that's a really impressive bounty. Mine's only—" He paused, looking confused. "What's my bounty again?" Kid's eye twitched. "You don't know your own bounty. It keeps changing," Naruto protested. "Last I checked it was 100 million, but Shikamaru said something about it going up after the Water 7 thing, and then there was that incident with the Sea Kings and— 300 million, Sasuke interrupted gently. "Your bounty is 300 million berries, Captain." "Same as mine," Kid observed, his scowl deepening. "How do you not know that?" "I don't really pay attention to numbers unless they're menu prices," Naruto admitted honestly. "Bounties are just the government's way of saying they think you're important, right? The actual amount doesn't matter as much as what you do with the attention." Kid stared at him for a long moment, clearly trying to process this logic. Around them, other supernovas were beginning to gather, drawn by the spectacle of 200–300 million berry pirates having what appeared to be a philosophical discussion about bounty economics. "You're telling me," said a man with tribal tattoos and a distinctive white hat, "that you don't care about having one of the highest bounties in the worst generation?" "Trafalgar Law," Sasuke identified quietly. "Surgeon of Death. Also 300 million. "I care about helping people and protecting my crew," Naruto replied to Law's question. "The bounty is just, what happens because of that, like a side effect." "A side effect," Law repeated slowly. "Yeah, like how eating too much ramen gives you a stomachache, but the ramen is still worth it." Kid looked like he was developing a migraine. That's not how piracy works." "Maybe that's the problem with piracy," Naruto suggested brightly. "Everyone's so focused on the numbers and the reputation that they forget about the fun parts." "Fun parts?" This from a massive man whose sheer size made him look like he could wrestle sea kings for entertainment. "Ex-Drake, former Marine Rear Admiral, what fun parts are you referring to?" "Adventures, meeting new people, seeing amazing places, eating incredible food," Naruto counted off on his fingers. "Yesterday we saw an island made entirely of candy. How is that not the coolest thing ever?" "You went to an island made of candy, and your first thought wasn't about how to monetize it?" asked a blonde woman with more weapons than seemed physically possible to carry. "Jewelry Bonnie," Hinata identified, known for her enormous appetite. "Why would I monetize it?" Naruto looked genuinely confused. "It was beautiful. We took some pictures, tried some of the local specialties, helped them deal with their ant problem, and left them in peace." "Isn't that what you're supposed to do when you visit somewhere nice?" The gathering supernovas exchanged glances that clearly communicated their shared thought. "This guy can't be serious." "You helped with their ant problem?" Law asked, his clinical curiosity apparently overriding his disbelief. "Giant ants were eating their buildings," Naruto explained. "So we convinced them to relocate to the unpopulated side of the island where there's better food anyway. Win-win situation." "You negotiated with giant ants," Kid said flatly. "Sasuke speaks ant," Naruto replied matter-of-factly. "It's a sharing-in thing." "I do not speak ant," Sasuke corrected with long-suffering patience. "I used my enhanced perception to understand their behavioral patterns and predict their preferences." "Same thing," Naruto waved dismissively. "Point is, everyone ended up happy." "This is the most surreal conversation I've ever had," muttered a man with long arms and a perpetually tired expression. "Scratchman Apu, by the way. 300 million bounty, professional musician, part-time pirate, full-time confused by whatever this is." "Oh, you're a musician," Naruto's eyes lit up. "That's so cool, we should jam sometime." "I don't play any instruments, but I'm really good at enthusiastic singing." I don't think that's how musical collaboration works, Apu replied weakly. Sure it is. Naruto looked around at the gathered supernovas with growing excitement. Hey, since we're all here, we should have a party. When's the last time all the famous pirates in one place just hung out and had fun instead of fighting each other? Never, Drake answered immediately. That has literally never happened. Well, then we'll be the first. How awesome is that? Kid was beginning to look like he was questioning his entire worldview. You want to throw a party with your fellow supernovas. Instead of fighting us to establish dominance. Why would I fight you? Naruto asked, genuinely puzzled. You seem like interesting people. Fighting should be for protecting others or stopping bad guys, not just because someone has a similar bounty to yours. But the reputation, Bonnie tried weakly. The street cred. I have plenty of reputation, Naruto replied cheerfully. Everyone keeps telling me I'm famous, and I have no idea what street cred is, but it sounds made up. Law pinched the bridge of his nose. This is giving me a headache. Sakura's really good with headaches, Naruto offered helpfully. She's our doctor, well, one of our doctors. Technically, we're all pretty good at medical stuff now because she makes us study. You make your crew study medicine? This seemed to catch Law's professional interest. Knowledge saves lives, Sakura said, stepping forward with a friendly smile. The more everyone knows about treating injuries, the better we can take care of each other in dangerous situations. That's actually quite practical, Law admitted grudgingly. See, Naruto beamed. We're very practical and fun. Their impromptu supernova meeting was interrupted by a commotion from deeper in the marketplace. Screams, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, and the unmistakable crack of a whip cut through the cheerful chaos of the port. Trouble, Neji observed, his observation haki painting him a clear picture of what was happening. Human auction house. Someone's being brutalized for the entertainment of celestial dragons. Naruto's entire demeanor shifted in an instant. The cheerful, slightly ditzy pirate captain disappeared, replaced by someone whose golden haki was beginning to shimmer with barely contained fury. Celestial dragons, he said quietly, and every supernova present felt the temperature drop several degrees. Easy there, fox boy, Kid warned, recognizing the signs of an impending explosion. Those are world nobles. Attacking them brings admirals down on your head. I know exactly what attacking them brings, Naruto replied, his voice carrying harmonics that made the air itself seem to vibrate. The question is whether you're all going to stand here and let innocent people suffer because you're afraid of the consequences. It's not about fear, Law protested. It's about strategy. You can't save everyone if you get yourself killed fighting impossible odds. Watch me, Naruto said simply and began walking toward the auction house. Damn it, Kid muttered. He's actually going to do it. Should we help? Drake asked, his former marine training warring with his pirate instincts. We should stay out of it, Apu replied nervously. Admiral-level heat is not something any of us are ready for. But as they watched Naruto stride purposefully toward what was almost certainly a death sentence, something about his absolute conviction began to affect them. Ah hell, Bonnie sighed, I always did have terrible judgment. This is a mistake, Law muttered, but he was moving to follow as well. Biggest mistake of our careers, Kid agreed, magnetism beginning to swirl around his hands. Let's go make it together. Human auction house, Grove 1. What they found inside the auction house was worse than any of them had imagined. Dozens of people, human and non-human alike, were chained on stage like livestock, while well-dressed nobles bid on them with the casual cruelty of people who had never seen their victims as anything more than property. And sitting in the front row, wearing the distinctive bubble helmets that marked them as untouchable world nobles, were 3 celestial dragons. Lot 23, the auctioneer announced cheerfully, a former gladiator from the Corrida Coliseum. Excellent physical condition, trained in multiple combat styles, guaranteed to provide hours of entertainment. The man on stage was young, maybe 20, with thick black hair and eyebrows that seemed to have their own gravitational field. Despite his chains, despite the obvious abuse he'd endured, his eyes burned with undiminished spirit. I will not fight for your amusement, he declared loudly. I am Rock Lee, and I believe in the power of youth and hard work to overcome any obstacle. Even if you buy me, I will never stop trying to escape. Spirited, one of the celestial dragons laughed. I do so enjoy breaking the spirited ones. 500 million berries. That's when Naruto kicked in the auction house doors with enough force to tear them completely off their hinges. Nobody, he roared, golden haki exploding around him like a miniature sun, gets to treat people like property. The Kiubi avatar manifested instantly. massive and translucent, and radiating enough conqueror's haki to immediately knock unconscious half the auction house. The celestial dragon's guards moved to intercept, but they found themselves facing not just Naruto, but 10 other supernovas who had apparently decided that some lines shouldn't be crossed. What followed was less a battle than a systematic demolition. Kid's magnetism tore apart weapons and restraints alike. Law's spatial manipulation allowed him to free prisoners faster than the guards could react. Bonnie aged guards into uselessness, while Drake's ancient Zoan form provided the raw power to tear through defensive lines. Sasuke's flames melted chains and barriers with surgical precision, while Hinata flickered between visibility and invisibility, striking down guards before they could mount effective resistance. Sakura targeted nerve clusters and pressure points, dropping opponents with medical precision. Neiji's advanced haki let him predict and counter every attack before it landed. Shikamaru's shadows controlled the battlefield, turning the guards' numbers against them. And in the center of it all, Naruto fought with the focused fury of someone who had seen too much injustice and finally found a target worthy of his rage. The battle was over in minutes. Guards unconscious, prisoners free, and 3 very frightened celestial dragons cowering behind their overturned VIP seats. "You can't do this to us," one of them shrieked. "We're world nobles." "We have immunity." "You had immunity," Naruto corrected, golden energy still swirling around him. "Right up until you decided other people weren't actually people." He raised his fist, haki crackling around it like golden lightning, and Yada no Kagami. A flash of light filled the auction house, and suddenly Naruto found himself staring at a tall, lanky man in a yellow suit who had appeared between him and the celestial dragons as if he'd materialized from thin air. "Kizaru," Law breathed, his face going pale. "Admiral Kizaru." "Oh, this is troublesome," the admiral drawled, his voice carrying the lazy cadence of someone who found everything mildly annoying. 11 supernovas causing trouble for the world nobles. I suppose I'll have to deal with this personally." "Admiral," Naruto said, not backing down despite the suddenly overwhelming sense of danger filling the room. "These people were torturing innocents for entertainment. And that," Kizaru replied conversationally, "is their right as celestial dragons. What you're doing, on the other hand, is treason against the world government." "Then I guess I'm a traitor," Naruto said simply. "Yes," Kizaru agreed, "you are." What happened next redefined Naruto's understanding of what it meant to face overwhelming power. Kizaru moved at the speed of light, literally, and Naruto's observation haki, advanced as it was, simply couldn't keep up. The admiral's kick caught him in the ribs with enough force to send him flying through the auction house wall and into the street beyond. "Captain," his crew shouted, but they found themselves facing the same impossible speed. Sasuke's flames, Hinata's invisibility, Neiji's haki mastery, none of it mattered when their opponent could attack faster than they could perceive. Within seconds, all 11 supernovas were on the ground, battered and defeated, while Kizaru stood over them looking mildly bored. "Now then," the admiral said pleasantly, "shall we discuss your surrender?" That's when Rock Lee broke free from his restraints. The former gladiator moved with speed that surprised even Kizaru, his powerful legs carrying him across the auction house in a series of bounds that left craters in the floor. But instead of attacking the admiral, he positioned himself protectively in front of the fallen supernovas. "I will not let you hurt them further," he declared passionately. "They risked everything to save people they had never met. That is the most youthful thing I have ever witnessed." "Youthful?" Kizaru repeated, sounding genuinely confused. "The power of youth burns within them," Rock Lee continued, his eyes blazing with determination. "They could have ignored our suffering, but they chose to act. That is what it means to be truly strong." Interesting perspective, Kizaru mused, but ultimately irrelevant. He moved to attack Lee, but found his path blocked by Naruto, who had somehow managed to get back to his feet despite injuries that should have left him unconscious. "You're right," Naruto gasped, golden haki flickering weakly around him. "That is what it means to be truly strong, and that's why." He looked around at his crew, at the other supernovas, at Rock Lee standing defiant against impossible odds. "That's why we're all getting out of here, together." "Ambitious," Kizaru observed, "but you can barely stand." "I can stand long enough," Naruto replied, and his conqueror's haki flared one more time, not as an attack but as a signal. Suddenly, the auction house was filled with smoke as dozens of small explosions went off throughout the building. Through the chaos, a figure in a dark coat and distinctive top hat appeared as if from nowhere. "Revolutionary Army," one of the Marines shouted. "Dragon," Kizaru said, his lazy demeanor sharpening into genuine alertness. "I should have known." the world's most wanted criminal stood calmly in the center of the chaos, his presence somehow making the air itself feel heavier. "Admiral," he said politely, "I believe these young people have caused enough trouble for one day, and you're here to collect them?" Kizaru asked. "I'm here to offer them a choice," Dragon replied. "They can come with me and learn what it truly means to fight the world government, or they can stay here and face the consequences of their noble stupidity." "Some choice," Kizaru observed. "Sometimes," Dragon said quietly, "the only choice is between certain death and uncertain hope." Wind began to swirl through the auction house, not natural wind, but something controlled and purposeful. In the chaos that followed, when the smoke cleared and the wind died down, the auction house was empty except for unconscious guards, confused celestial dragons, and one very annoyed admiral. The 11 supernovas, Rock Lee, and all the freed prisoners had vanished as if they'd never been there at all. Revolutionary Army Base Baltigo Naruto woke up in what was unmistakably a medical facility, though not one he recognized. Clean white walls, the smell of antiseptic, and the steady beeping of monitoring equipment told him he was somewhere safe, even if he didn't know where. "You're awake," said a familiar voice that made his heart skip several beats. Sitting in a chair next to his bed, looking older and more serious but unmistakably himself, was Sabo. "Sabo," Naruto whispered, hardly daring to believe it. "Hello, little brother," Sabo said softly, and his smile was exactly the same as Naruto remembered from their childhood. "We need to talk." The reunion was emotional, tearful, and filled with years of questions and explanations. Sabo had survived the celestial dragon attack, been rescued by Dragon, and spent the intervening years as the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff. He'd been watching Naruto's progress from afar, proud of his brother's growth, but increasingly concerned about his reckless heroism. "You can't save everyone," Sabo said gently as they sat together in his office, overlooking the Revolutionary Army's training grounds. "Not if you get yourself killed in the attempt." "But I have to try," Naruto replied stubbornly. "People are suffering, and if I have the power to help them, then you need to be smart about how you use that power," Sabo interrupted. "What you did at Sabaody was noble, but it was also strategically disastrous. You brought Admiral-level heat down on yourself and 10 other supernova crews. If Dragon hadn't intervened, you'd all be dead or in Impel down right now. So what are you saying? That I should just ignore injustice when I see it?" "I'm saying," Sabo replied patiently, "that there's a difference between fighting injustice and committing suicide in a dramatic gesture. You want to change the world. Then you need to survive long enough to actually do it." Naruto was quiet for a long moment, processing his brother's words. Around them, the Revolutionary Army base buzzed with activity, soldiers training, strategists planning, medics treating the wounded. It was organized, purposeful, and effective in a way that made Naruto's usual approach look chaotic by comparison. "Teach me," he said finally. "Teach me how to be smarter about this." Sabo smiled. "I was hoping you'd say that." 6 months later, the training had been intensive, exhausting, and transformative. Naruto learned advanced hockey techniques that he'd never imagined possible. More importantly, he learned strategy, logistics, and the art of building networks of allies rather than trying to solve every problem through direct confrontation. His crew trained alongside him, each developing their abilities in ways that complemented their growing tactical sophistication. Sasuke mastered his artificial Mira fruit powers while learning the political realities of fighting a global government. Sakura studied Revolutionary Army medical techniques and intelligence gathering. Hinata worked with other infiltration specialists to refine her stealth abilities. Neji pushed his hockey to new levels while learning to coordinate with large-scale operations. Shikamaru studied under the Revolutionary Army's strategists, finally finding people who appreciated his analytical mind. And Rock Lee, who had officially joined their crew after the Sabaody incident, trained with an intensity that impressed even the Revolutionary Army's most dedicated soldiers. "The power of youth cannot be defeated," he declared daily, usually while doing some impossible exercise that left even enhanced humans exhausted. "His enthusiasm is infectious," Dragon observed to Sabo as they watched the Kitsune pirates train. "Though I'm not entirely sure what he means by youth." "I don't think anyone is," Sabo replied with amusement. "But he's incredibly dedicated, and his speed fruit abilities are developing at a remarkable rate." Indeed, Rock Lee had acquired his devil fruit during his gladiator days, though he'd hidden its true capabilities until joining Naruto's crew. The Supido fruit allowed him to accelerate his movements to incredible speeds. and combined with his physical training regimen, he was becoming one of the most formidable close combat fighters any of them had ever seen. "They're ready," Dragon said finally, as they watched Naruto coordinate a complex training exercise with military precision while still maintaining his essential optimism and care for his crew. "Ready for what?" Sabo asked. "To go back out there and actually change the world," Dragon replied. "But this time, they'll do it smart." When the Kitsune pirates finally left the Revolutionary Army base, they were fundamentally different from the crew that had arrived 6 months earlier. Still optimistic, still determined to help people, but now equipped with the knowledge and skills necessary to do so effectively. "Next stop?" Sasuke asked as they sailed away from Baltigo on the Thousand Sunny. "New World," Naruto replied, his updated bounty poster, now 800 million berries fluttering in the sea breeze. "Time to show the Yonko what the new generation can do." "Strategically," Shikamaru added pointedly. "Strategically," Naruto agreed with a grin, but still with style. As their ship disappeared over the horizon, heading toward the most dangerous ocean in the world, a news coup circled overhead with fresh reports of Revolutionary Army activity and the mysterious disappearance of 11 supernova crews. The world government was beginning to realize that the worst generation was about to become something much more dangerous than a group of individual pirates. They were becoming a movement. The news had reached them 3 days out from their Revolutionary Army training. Portgas Diaz, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, had been captured by the world government. His public execution was scheduled for Marineford in 1 week. Naruto had read the newspaper 3 times before the words fully sank in, and when they did, his reaction was immediate and absolute. "We're going to Marineford," he announced, his voice carrying a finality that his crew had learned to recognize as non-negotiable. "Captain," Shikamaru said carefully, "Marineford is the Marine headquarters. It's going to be the most heavily defended location in the world during that execution. The strategic implications—" "I don't care about strategy right now," Naruto interrupted, golden haki beginning to shimmer around him. "That's my brother, we're going." "Of course we are," Sasuke said quietly, flames dancing around his clenched fists. "Ace saved my life when I was still consumed by revenge. I won't abandon him now. The medical casualties are going to be catastrophic," Sakura observed, already mentally cataloging the supplies they'd need. "But Ace helped train me in combat medicine during our Revolutionary Army time. I owe him. A war of that magnitude will need intelligence and stealth support," Hinata added, her pale eyes determined. "I'm in." "Troublesome," Neji sighed, but his advanced observation haki was already extending toward Marineford, gathering what information he could. "But the Hyuga clan understands the importance of family bonds. The flames of youth burn brightest when protecting those we care about," Rock Lee declared, his enthusiasm undimmed by the apparent suicide mission they were contemplating. "I will help save Ace-san with all my power. So we're all agreed on the insane rescue mission," Shikamaru said with resignation. "At least tell me we have some kind of plan beyond, sail directly into the most dangerous military operation in recent history." "We do," Naruto replied, and his crew was surprised by the cold calculation in his voice. "Sabo taught me that the best way to help in a large-scale conflict is to identify the key players and either support them or eliminate them. Whitebeard will be leading the main assault. Luffy will probably show up too, there's no way he'd miss this. Our job is to create enough chaos in the Marine ranks to give them openings." "That's actually a solid strategy," Shikamaru admitted grudgingly. 6 months of Revolutionary Army training," Naruto said with a grim smile. "I told you I learned to be smarter about this." Marineford day of execution, the scale of the assembled forces was beyond anything any of them had imagined. Marine battleships stretched across the horizon in formations that spoke of months of careful planning. The massive fortress of Marineford itself bristled with cannons, defensive positions, and enough firepower to level an island. On the execution platform, visible even from their distant position, 2 figures knelt in chains, Ace, and to everyone's shock, another prisoner they couldn't identify from this distance. "There are over 100,000 Marines," Neji reported, his observation haki straining to process the sheer number of combatants, "including all 3 admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp." "Garp's here," Naruto's expression darkened. "This is going to be complicated. The Whitebeard pirates are approaching from the east," Hinata added, flickering back into visibility after a scouting run. "Their fleet is impressive, but they're outnumbered at least 3 to 1. And there, Sasuke pointed toward a small, distinctive ship approaching from the south. That's the Going Merry. Luffy's here? Of course he is, Naruto said, fondness and exasperation warring in his voice. That idiot probably broke out of Impel Down just to get here. What's our approach? Shikamaru asked, studying the battlefield with tactical precision. We wait for the chaos to start, then we hit their rear guard, Naruto decided. Create maximum disruption while the main forces are engaged. Our goal is to reach that execution platform. The battle began with Whitebeard's arrival, not just his ship, but the man himself rising from the ocean depths with his entire fleet, having coded their vessels to approach underwater. The world's strongest man stood on the prow of the Moby Dick, his massive bicento gleaming in the morning sun, and spoke a single word that changed everything. War. What followed was chaos on a scale that redefined the concept. Devil fruit powers that could reshape the landscape clashed with military precision and overwhelming numbers. The ocean itself seemed to rebel as Whitebeard's quake powers sent tsunami-sized waves crashing against marine defenses. Now, Naruto shouted, and the Thousand Sunny burst from its hiding place among the debris of lesser ships, racing toward the battlefield with every sail full and the crew ready for the fight of their lives. They hit the marine rear lines like a golden meteor. Naruto's Kiubi avatar manifested immediately, massive and translucent, and radiating enough Conqueror's haki to clear a path through the lower-ranked Marines. His crew spread out around him in perfect formation, each supporting the others while maximizing their individual effectiveness. Sasuke's flames carved through enemy formations with surgical precision, the artificial Mira fruit allowing him to match and counter several Marine Devil fruit users simultaneously. Sakura moved like a dancer of destruction, her medical knowledge letting her disable opponents with minimal permanent damage, while her enhanced strength shattered weapons and defensive positions. Hinata flickered in and out of visibility, appearing just long enough to eliminate key targets before vanishing again. Rock Lee became a green blur of motion, his speed fruit powers letting him move faster than most enemies could track. The power of youth will not be denied, he shouted as he systematically dismantled an entire Marine squadron. Neji fought with pure haki mastery, his advanced techniques allowing him to predict and counter attacks from multiple directions, while his own strikes carried enough force to send opponents flying. Shikamaru controlled the battlefield itself, his shadows tripping enemies, disarming opponents, and creating openings for his teammates to exploit. They were a perfectly coordinated unit, and they were cutting through the Marine forces like a hot knife through butter. There, Naruto pointed toward the execution platform, where he could now clearly see Ace's distinctive black hair and orange hat. "We're almost," his words were cut off by a wall of magma that erupted from the ground in front of them. Standing amid the molten rock, his marine coat billowing dramatically, was Admiral Akainu. "Sakazuki," the admiral introduced himself coldly, "and you must be the fox boy who thinks he can interrupt marine justice." "Justice?" Naruto's golden aura flared brighter. "You call murdering someone for the crime of existing justice?" "Portgas D. Ace is the son of Gal D. Roger," Akainu replied without emotion. "His bloodline is a threat to world stability. His execution is a necessary sacrifice for the greater good." "The greater good," Naruto repeated, and his crew stepped back instinctively as his haki began to take on a dangerous edge. "You know what's funny about people who talk about the greater good? They're never the ones being sacrificed for it. Philosophical debates are meaningless in the face of absolute justice," Akainu said, raising his magma-wreathed fist. "Your interference ends here." The battle that followed was unlike anything Naruto had experienced since his encounter with Kizaru at Sabaody. Akainu fought with the methodical brutality of someone who genuinely believed that any action was justified if it served his vision of justice. His magma powers turned the battlefield into a hellscape of molten rock and superheated air. But Naruto had learned much in his 6 months of Revolutionary Army training. His haki was stronger, more focused, and his tactical thinking had evolved beyond simple, overwhelming force. The Kiubi avatar that surrounded him moved with purpose rather than raw fury, each attack calculated for maximum effectiveness. "You fight well for a terrorist," Akainu acknowledged as he barely deflected one of Naruto's avatar-enhanced strikes. "But you lack the conviction necessary for true justice." "I have plenty of conviction," Naruto replied, golden energy crackling around him. "I'm just not willing to murder innocent people for it." Their philosophical battle was interrupted by a massive explosion from the direction of the execution platform. Through the smoke and chaos, they could see marine forces converging on a small figure who was fighting his way up the scaffold with rubber limbs and absolute determination. "Luffy," Naruto breathed. "Your younger brother, I presume," Akainu observed. "How touching. You can watch him die alongside the son of Roger." That's when a new voice cut through the battlefield chaos, amplified by Den Den Mushi to reach every corner of Marineford. "Attention Marines and pirates, I have an announcement to make." Standing on a pile of rubble near the execution platform, somehow having appeared without anyone noticing his approach, was a man in a distinctive top hat and blue coat. Even at this distance, Naruto could see the scar over his left eye, could recognize the posture that had been burned into his memory from childhood. "My name," the figure announced, "is Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, and I'm here to rescue my brothers." The battlefield fell silent for a moment as the implications sank in. Then chaos erupted anew as Revolutionary Army forces that had apparently been hidden throughout the Marine ranks revealed themselves. "Sabo," Naruto whispered, and for the first time in the entire battle, he smiled. "Another family reunion," Akainu said with disgust. "How sentimental." But Naruto was no longer paying attention to the admiral. His focus was entirely on the execution platform, where three figures were now fighting their way toward their chained brother. Luffy with his rubber powers and infectious determination. Sabo with his Revolutionary Army training and tactical brilliance. And somewhere in the chaos, Naruto could sense Ace's own haki flaring as he struggled against his sea stone restraints. "We have to get up there," Naruto said, turning back to Akainu with renewed determination. "This conversation is over." "I think not," the admiral replied, but before he could launch another attack, he found himself facing not just Naruto, but the entire Kitsune Pirates crew working in perfect coordination. What followed was a masterclass in teamwork. While Naruto engaged Akainu directly, his crew created a constantly shifting battlefield that prevented the admiral from using his full power. Sasuke's flames countered the magma attacks. Sakura's medical knowledge targeted pressure points that even Akainu couldn't ignore. Hinata's stealth strikes disrupted his concentration. Rock Lee's speed forced him to constantly adjust his defensive posture. Neji's haki predictions let them stay one step ahead of his attacks, and Shikamaru's shadows controlled the terrain itself. They didn't defeat Akainu, that would have been impossible. But they held him, contained him, prevented him from interfering with the rescue attempt happening at the execution platform. And then, just as it seemed like the rescue might actually succeed, everything went wrong. The explosion was visible from across the battlefield, a pillar of magma and fire that rose from the execution platform like a volcanic eruption. When the smoke cleared, two figures lay motionless on the scaffolding. "No!" Luffy's anguished scream cut through every other sound on the battlefield. Ace was on the ground, a massive hole burned completely through his chest, his body already beginning to fade. Kneeling beside him, his own uniform torn and bloody, was Sabo, who had clearly taken a terrible hit while trying to protect their brother. Naruto felt something inside him break. The golden haki that had surrounded him throughout the battle suddenly shifted, becoming something darker, more primal. The Kiubi avatar that had been translucent became solid, massive, radiating an aura of such pure fury that Marines across the battlefield stopped fighting just to stare in terror. "Akainu!" Naruto roared, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to shake the very foundations of Marineford. "What did you do?" "I eliminated a threat to world stability," the admiral replied calmly, though even he seemed shaken by the sheer force of Naruto's rage. "The son of Roger is dead. Justice has been served." Naruto moved faster than he ever had before, the Kiubi avatar's massive form crossing the battlefield in a single bound. His fist, wreathed in golden haki so intense it looked like solid light, caught Akainu in the chest with enough force to create a crater in the ground beneath them. The admiral flew backward, crashing through several marine fortifications before finally coming to rest against the base of Marineford's main tower. For a moment, he didn't get up, but Naruto wasn't finished. The avatar's tails lashed out, each one striking with the force of a battleship's cannon, turning the immediate area around Akainu into a wasteland of shattered stone and molten metal. Marines fled in all directions, unable to withstand the sheer destructive force being unleashed. "This won't bring him back," Akainu gasped as he finally managed to stand, his own magma powers struggling to match the intensity of Naruto's rage-fueled assault. "No," Naruto agreed, the avatar's massive head lowering to bring him face to face with the admiral, "but it'll make sure you never do this to anyone else." The final exchange lasted only seconds, but its effects would be felt for years. Naruto's avatar-enhanced punch, carrying every ounce of his grief and fury, met Akainu's most powerful magma attack in a collision that sent shockwaves across the entire battlefield. When the smoke cleared, the admiral was down, unconscious and badly injured, while Naruto stood over him, the Kiubi avatar finally beginning to fade. But the victory felt hollow. Across the battlefield, his brothers were grieving over Ace's still form, and no amount of power could change what had already happened. Naruto collapsed to his knees, the full weight of what they'd lost finally hitting him. Around him, the battle was winding down. Whitebeard's final stand, Sengoku's attempt to maintain order, the gradual retreat of both sides as it became clear that the war had exacted a terrible cost from everyone involved. "Captain," Sasuke said softly, appearing at Naruto's side with tears streaming down his face. Small flames danced around his hands, not his usual controlled fire, but something raw and grief-stricken. I can feel it. The will he carried, it's like he passed something to me before." "He did," Naruto said quietly, his voice hoarse from screaming. "Ace never did anything halfway. If he was going to die, he'd make sure his will lived on through the people he cared about." "What do we do now?" Sakura asked, her medical training warring with her emotional devastation as she tried to process the loss. "We honor him," Naruto replied, slowly getting to his feet. His golden haki was barely flickering now, exhausted by the intensity of his transformation. "We become the people he believed we could be. We protect the dreams he died trying to protect." As they made their way to the execution platform for one last goodbye, Naruto felt the fundamental shift happening inside him. The part of him that had always rushed headfirst into danger, that had believed enthusiasm and determination could overcome any obstacle, was still there. But it was smaller now, tempered by the harsh reality of what the world could take away. In its place was something colder, more calculating. Something that understood that good intentions weren't enough, that protecting the people you cared about required more than just strength. It required wisdom, strategy, and the willingness to make hard choices. Ace was gone, but his will, his dream of protecting others and living free, would continue through them. The age of the naive, enthusiastic Naruto Uzumaki was over. The age of the strategic, purposeful Kiubi emperor had begun. Whitebeard's final words as the war reached its conclusion, the world's strongest man stood tall despite his mortal wounds, his voice carrying across the battlefield with the authority of someone who had shaped an era. "Listen well, Marines," Whitebeard roared, his bicento planted firmly in the ground as he faced his enemies. "You think you've won today? You think killing one young man makes the world safer?" He gestured toward where Naruto knelt beside Ace's body, surrounded by his crew and his surviving brothers. "That boy there, he has the will to change everything. Not through fear, not through domination, but through the simple belief that people deserve better than what you offer them. Mark my words. The One Piece is real, and when someone with his heart finds it, this world will be turned upside down." "Being strong," Whitebeard continued, his gaze finding Naruto across the battlefield, "isn't about ruling through fear. It's about protecting what matters. Remember that, boy. When you stand at the top of this world, remember that strength without purpose is meaningless." With those words, the world's strongest man fell, taking with him an era of piracy and leaving behind a new generation to carry on the dream of freedom. Aftermath: 3 days after Marineford, the Kitsune pirates held their own memorial service on a small, uninhabited island. Ace's hat, recovered from the battlefield, sat on a makeshift altar surrounded by the things he had loved. Pictures of his crew, a bottle of sake, and a bowl of his favorite ramen. "He always said," Sabo spoke quietly, his own injuries heavily bandaged but his spirit unbroken, "that the best way to honor someone's memory was to live in a way that would make them proud. Then we'd better become pretty amazing people," Luffy added, his usual cheerfulness subdued but not extinguished. "Because Ace believed we could change the world." "We will," Naruto said, and there was something in his voice that made everyone present believe him absolutely. "But we're going to do it smart, no more charging in without thinking. No more assuming good intentions are enough. We're going to plan, we're going to prepare, and we're going to make sure that what happened to Ace never happens to anyone else. The Revolutionary Army stands ready to support that goal," Sabo added. "Father was impressed by your performance at Marineford. There will always be a place for you in our ranks. And the Straw Hat Pirates will always be your allies," Luffy promised. "We're brothers no matter what." "Brothers," Naruto agreed, but his mind was already working, already planning. The world government had shown its true face at Marineford. The Yonko had proven they could be challenged. The old order was cracking, and someone with the right combination of strength and vision could reshape everything. It was time to build something better. As they sailed away from the Memorial Island, heading toward the new world and whatever challenges awaited them there, Sasuke approached his captain. "The flames," he said quietly, holding up his hand where controlled fire danced between his fingers. "They're different now, stronger, like they're carrying more than just my will." "Ace's will," Naruto confirmed. "He passed his dream to you, the dream of protecting others and living free. Use it well." "I intend to," Sasuke replied solemnly. "We all do." And as the Thousand Sunny disappeared over the horizon, newspapers across the world carried the story of Marineford, the war that had changed everything, the death of Portgas Ace, and the emergence of a new generation of pirates who fought not for treasure or fame, but for something far more dangerous. The belief that the world could be better than it was. The Kiubi Emperor's legend was just beginning. 2 years had transformed Naruto Uzumaki in ways that went far deeper than the physical changes. At 21, he stood taller, his shoulders broader from intensive training, and his blonde hair had grown longer, now tied back in a practical ponytail that kept it out of his eyes during combat. But the most significant change was in his presence. The carefree energy that had once defined him now carried an undertone of calculated purpose. Standing on the deck of the Thousand Sunny as they approached their designated reunion point, Naruto studied the coordinates Sabo had provided with the methodical attention of someone who had learned that details mattered. The small island below looked peaceful enough, but 2 years of Revolutionary Army training had taught him that appearances were often deceiving. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he murmured, and dozens of shadow clones materialized around him, a technique he'd finally mastered during his training. Each clone spread out across the island, scouting for threats with systematic precision that would have made his younger self dizzy with boredom. Ace would be proud, Naruto thought, touching the orange goggles he still wore in memory of his fallen brother. "I finally learned to think before I act." A familiar chakra signature, no, hockey signature, he corrected himself, appeared at the edge of his perception. Then another, and another. They were here. The reunion was explosive in the most literal sense. Sasuke arrived first, flames erupting around him as he landed on the beach with controlled precision. But these weren't the wild, emotional fires he'd wielded 2 years ago. Now the flames moved like living things, responding to his will with perfect obedience, and Naruto could feel the deeper power beneath them. Ace's inherited will, refined and focused through 2 years of intensive training. "Captain," Sasuke said with a slight smile, and even his voice carried new confidence. "You look different." "Strategic thinking will do that to you," Naruto replied with a grin that was both familiar and subtly changed. "You look like you could melt a mountain if you wanted to." "Probably," Sasuke agreed matter-of-factly. The Revolutionary Army's combat instructors were very thorough. Sakura appeared next, but her arrival was quieter, a flicker of movement that spoke of enhanced speed and precision. Her pink hair was shorter now, more practical, and her medical bag had been replaced with what looked like a comprehensive battlefield surgery kit. "Medical officer reporting for duty," she said with mock formality, then broke into a genuine smile. "Though I have to say the improvements to your observation hockey are remarkable. You sensed us coming from miles away." 2 years of Dragon's personal training tends to have that effect, Naruto replied. "How's your?" His question was interrupted by Hinata's arrival, or rather, by her sudden visibility as she appeared directly behind him without warning. "Stealth capabilities significantly enhanced," she reported with quiet satisfaction. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence division had some very interesting techniques to share. "I can see that," Naruto said, genuinely impressed. "Or rather, I couldn't see that, which is the point." Rock Lee's entrance was, predictably, the most dramatic. A green blur appeared on the horizon, rapidly growing larger, until it resolved into their enthusiastic crewmate, moving at speeds that left sonic booms in his wake. "The flames of youth burn brighter than ever," Lee announced as he skidded to a stop on the beach, his speed fruit powers now clearly operating at a level that defied easy comprehension. 2 years of training have made me at least 37% more youthful." "That's not how percentages work," Shikamaru observed as he stepped out from behind a tree where he'd apparently been waiting and watching the entire reunion. "But the sentiment is appreciated. And you're early," Naruto noted with approval. "Good strategic positioning." "I've been here for 3 days," Shikamaru replied with characteristic laziness. "Troublesome as it is to admit, I missed having a crew that actually appreciated tactical planning." Finally, Neji arrived with the understated competence that had become his trademark, simply walking up the beach as if he'd been there all along, his advanced observation haki having clearly tracked everyone's movements from the moment they'd approached the island. "Crew assembled, Captain," he reported formally. "Though I should mention that there are 17 marine surveillance vessels maintaining position just beyond the horizon." "I know," Naruto replied calmly, and his crew exchanged glances at the casual way he delivered that information. "I've been tracking them for the past hour. They're maintaining observational distance, not an immediate threat." "You've changed," Sakura observed, studying his face with medical precision. "There's something colder about you now." "Focused," Naruto corrected gently. "Ace's death taught me that good intentions aren't enough. If we're going to change the world, we need to be smart about it." "The Revolutionary Army training helped with that," Sasuke added approvingly. "But you're still you, Captain, just more strategic about expressing it." "Speaking of strategy," Shikamaru interrupted, "what's our next move? 2 years is a long time in the pirate world." "The power balance has shifted significantly." Naruto's expression grew serious as he pulled out a stack of newspapers and bounty posters. "The Yonko are still the dominant powers, but there are cracks in their control. Big Mom's territory is dealing with internal conflicts. Kaido's been expanding aggressively, which has the other emperors concerned. And Blackbeard," his jaw tightened as he held up a bounty poster showing Marshal D. Teach with a reward of over 2 billion berries. "Blackbeard has been busy," Naruto continued. "He's claimed Whitebeard's former territory, absorbed several of his former allies, and established himself as a genuine Yonko. But he's also made enemies, a lot of enemies. Including us," Sasuke said quietly, flames flickering around his clenched fists. "He's the reason Ace was captured. Which is why our first objective is to establish our own territory," Naruto replied with the kind of cold calculation that would have been alien to his younger self. "We can't take on a Yonko directly, not yet, but we can build a power base strong enough to challenge them when the time comes." "Territory?" Hinata asked with interest. "You have specific islands in mind." "Fishman Island," Naruto replied immediately. "They need protection, we need a strategic base of operations, and helping them will send exactly the right message about what the Kitsune pirates represent." "That's actually brilliant," Shikamaru admitted grudgingly. "Fishman Island is symbolically important. Protecting them demonstrates commitment to equality and justice. Plus, controlling the entrance to the New World gives us significant strategic advantages." "And it's the right thing to do," Naruto added, some of his old warmth creeping back into his voice. "Which matters just as much as the strategic benefits." Fishman Island. 2 weeks later, the approach to Fishman Island through the deep ocean currents was breathtaking, but Naruto's attention was focused on the intelligence reports Hinata had gathered during her advanced scouting. "The situation is worse than we expected," she reported as their ship descended through the bubble-protected ocean layers. "The new Fishman pirates have been terrorizing the island for months. They're led by Hody Jones, a Fishman supremacist who believes in violent revolution against all humans." "Supremacist ideology," Neji observed with disgust. "The exact opposite of what this island was supposed to represent. Queen Otohime's message of peaceful coexistence has been corrupted into something ugly," Sakura added sadly. "The medical reports I've seen suggest systematic abuse of the local population." "Not anymore," Naruto said simply, his golden haki beginning to shimmer with controlled intensity. "Today, that ends." The battle for Fishman Island was unlike any conflict they'd engaged in before, not because of its scale, which was actually relatively modest, but because of how they approached it. Instead of the chaotic, reactive fighting that had characterized their earlier adventures, the Kitsune pirates moved with the precision of a military unit. Shikamaru coordinated their approach, using his shadows to control the battlefield and create openings for his teammates. Hinata provided real-time intelligence, appearing and disappearing to relay tactical updates. Neji's advanced observation haki let him predict enemy movements and coordinate their responses. Sakura moved like a combat medic, not just treating injuries, but using her medical knowledge to disable opponents with surgical precision. Rock Lee became a green blur of motion, his speed fruit powers allowing him to be everywhere at once, rescuing civilians and disrupting enemy formations with equal efficiency. Sasuke fought with controlled fury, his Mira fruit flames hot enough to boil seawater, but precise enough to avoid harming innocents caught in the crossfire. Every technique spoke of careful training and inherited will, Ace's dream of protecting others given form through Sasuke's discipline and tactical mind. And at the center of it all, Naruto fought with a combination of overwhelming power and strategic thinking that redefined what it meant to be a pirate captain. The Kiubi avatar that manifested around him moved with purpose rather than rage, each attack calculated for maximum effectiveness while minimizing collateral damage. "You're just another human oppressor," Hody Jones screamed as Naruto's avatar-enhanced fist sent him flying through several coral formations. "Fishmen are the superior race. We will not bow to your tyranny. I'm not here to oppress anyone," Naruto replied calmly, the golden fox around him crackling with controlled haki. "I'm here to stop you from oppressing others. There's a difference." "Lies. All humans lie about their intentions." "Maybe," Naruto acknowledged, dodging Hody's desperate water-based attacks with fluid grace. "But my actions speak for themselves. Ask the fishmen I've been saving from your revolution. Ask the children who won't have to live in fear anymore because I put a stop to this." The final confrontation lasted less than 10 minutes. Hody Jones, for all his hatred and enhanced strength, was ultimately just another bigot with power. Naruto had faced genuine monsters, admirals, warlords, Yonko commanders. This was almost anticlimactic by comparison. "It's over," Naruto announced as Hody fell unconscious, his crew secured and his reign of terror ended. Fishman Island is free. The celebration that followed was unlike anything Naruto had experienced. Thousands of fishmen and merfolk gathered in the main plaza, their faces bright with hope and gratitude. But instead of the chaotic revelry he might have expected, what happened next showed just how much both Naruto and his understanding of leadership had evolved. "My friends," Naruto addressed the crowd, his voice amplified by strategically placed Den Mushi, "today you are free from tyranny. But freedom isn't just the absence of oppression, it's the presence of choice. The choice to build something better." He gestured to his crew, each of whom had positioned themselves around the plaza to demonstrate their commitment to protection rather than conquest. "The Kitsune Pirates offer you an alliance, not rulership. We will protect Fishman Island from those who would exploit or harm you, but your choices remain your own. Your government, your laws, your future, all of that belongs to you." "And in return?" asked King Neptune, who had emerged from his palace with a mixture of gratitude and wariness. "In return, we ask for your friendship," Naruto replied simply. "Fishman Island becomes the first territory under the protection of the Kitsune Pirates, not because we conquered you, but because we choose to stand together." The roar of approval that greeted this announcement could be heard throughout the underwater kingdom. But what impressed Naruto's crew most was what happened next. Instead of basking in the adulation, their captain immediately shifted into logistical planning mode. "Shikamaru, I need you to work with King Neptune's advisors on defensive strategies. Hinata, establish intelligence networks to monitor potential threats. Sakura, set up medical aid stations and train local healers in combat medicine techniques. Neji, coordinate with their military forces to improve their haki training. Lee, work on evacuation procedures and emergency response protocols. And you, Captain?" Sasuke asked with a slight smile. "I'm going to have dinner with King Neptune and discuss long-term strategic partnerships," Naruto replied. "Turns out protecting people involves a lot more paperwork than I expected." Punk hazard, 1 month later the alliance with Trafalgar Law had been Shikamaru's idea, but Naruto had embraced it with the kind of strategic thinking that would have been impossible for his younger self to achieve. "The plan is elegant in its simplicity," Law explained as they stood on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, studying detailed maps of Wano country. "We destroy the sad factory on Punk Hazard, cripple Doflamingo's artificial devil fruit production, and use the resulting chaos to strike at Kaido's supply lines. And eventually," Naruto added, "we take down Kaido himself. But not through direct confrontation, through systematic dismantling of his power base until he's vulnerable enough to defeat." "That's surprisingly strategic," Law admitted. "I expected more of the charge in and punch everything approach I've heard about." 2 years of revolutionary army training will change your perspective," Sasuke observed, flames dancing playfully around his hands. "Our captain learned that the best way to protect people is to be smart about how you use your strength." "Plus," Naruto grinned, and for a moment his old enthusiasm shone through, "this way we get to take down 2 warlords and a Yonko while helping multiple countries achieve freedom. It's like the ultimate good deed. Your optimism is either inspiring or terrifying," Law mused. "I haven't decided which." "Why not both?" Naruto replied cheerfully, then shifted back into strategic mode. "What's our timeline for the Punk Hazard operation?" The assault on Caesar Clown's laboratory was a masterpiece of coordinated tactics. While Law's spatial manipulation abilities provided battlefield control, the Kitsune pirates demonstrated just how much their teamwork had evolved during their separation. They moved like a well-oiled machine, each member anticipating the other's actions and adapting their techniques accordingly. Sasuke's flames countered the various gas-based attacks with perfect precision. Sakura's enhanced medical knowledge let her create antidotes for Caesar's toxins in real time. Hinata's stealth capabilities allowed her to gather intelligence and sabotage key systems without detection. Rock Lee's speed proved particularly effective against Caesar's gas fruit powers. You can't poison someone who's moving faster than your attacks can spread. This is impossible, Caesar shrieked as his carefully planned laboratory defenses crumbled around him. My gas powers should be unstoppable. Your powers are impressive, Naruto acknowledged, the Kiubi avatar surrounding him crackling with golden energy, but they're not faster than teamwork, smarter than strategy, or stronger than the will to protect innocent people. The avatar's massive fist came down like a golden meteor, ending Caesar's reign of terror and destroying the sad production facility in a single devastating blow. One warlord down, Naruto said with satisfaction as they secured Caesar and prepared to leave Punk Hazard. Ready for Dressrosa? Are we ever ready for your plans? Shikamaru asked rhetorically. But yes, we're as prepared as we can be for whatever chaos you're about to unleash. Dressrosa, the Kitsune liberation Doflamingo had been expecting them. That much was clear from the moment they entered Dressrosa's airspace and found themselves facing a coordinated defense that spoke of weeks of preparation. Welcome to my kingdom, Fox Boy, the warlord's voice echoed across the harbor through strategically placed Den Mushi. I've been looking forward to meeting the pirate who thinks he can reshape the world through optimism and friendship. Not optimism, Naruto replied, his own voice amplified by their ship's communication systems. Strategy, there's a difference. What followed was less a battle than a systematic dismantling of everything Doflamingo had built. The Kitsune pirates and Heart pirates worked in perfect coordination, their combined abilities proving more than a match for even Doflamingo's family of elite officers. But the real confrontation, the one that would define Naruto's reputation in the New World, came when he faced Doflamingo himself in the center of Dressrosa's Colosseum. You still don't understand, do you? Doflamingo sneered as his string powers clashed against Naruto's Kiubi avatar. The world is controlled by the strong. The weak exist to serve the strong. That's the natural order, Naruto repeated thoughtfully, even as his avatar's claws tore through Doflamingo's string barriers. You know what's funny about people who talk about natural order? They're always the ones trying to prevent change. Change is chaos, Doflamingo snarled. Structure, hierarchy, control, these things keep the world stable. Stable for who? Naruto asked, and his avatar suddenly split into multiple forms, a technique he'd learned during his Revolutionary Army training. Stable for the people living in fear of your games. Stable for the toy soldiers you've enslaved. Stable for the countries you've manipulated into war. Each avatar spoke in unison as they surrounded the warlord, their voices carrying the authority of someone who had seen enough suffering to understand its true cost. Your stability is built on other people's misery. My chaos. The avatars began to converge, golden energy crackling between them. My chaos gives people the chance to choose their own futures. Impossible, Doflamingo screamed as his ultimate technique, the birdcage that had trapped the entire island, began to crack under the pressure of multiple Kiubi avatars pushing against it simultaneously. No one can break the birdcage. You're right, Naruto agreed, the avatars merging back into a single, impossibly massive form that dwarfed the Colosseum itself. No one person can break it. Good thing I'm not alone. Around the island, Naruto's crew was working in perfect coordination. Sasuke's flames melted the strings at key structural points. Sakura's enhanced strength shattered the anchor points. Hinata's stealth allowed her to sabotage the mechanism's control systems. Rock Lee moved at super speed, physically severing strings faster than Doflamingo could repair them. Neiji's advanced haki let him predict and counter the warlord's attempts to reinforce his prison. Shikamaru's shadows controlled the battlefield, preventing Doflamingo from focusing his efforts. And Law's spatial manipulation provided the final touch, creating room for the people of Dressrosa to escape even as the cage began to collapse. This is what real strength looks like, Naruto said as his avatar's fist connected with Doflamingo's face, sending the warlord flying through several buildings. Not the power to control others, but the power to give them freedom. The liberation of Dressrosa took 3 days. Not because the fighting lasted that long, Doflamingo fell within hours, but because properly establishing a new government, coordinating relief efforts, and ensuring long-term stability required careful planning and execution. Naruto threw himself into the work with the same intensity he'd once reserved for combat, demonstrating an understanding of logistics and governance that surprised even his own crew. "You've really changed," King Riku observed as they worked together to establish new trade agreements that would help Dressrosa recover economically. 2 years ago, would you have understood the importance of economic stability to political freedom? 2 years ago, I thought being strong meant winning fights, Naruto replied as he reviewed reports on infrastructure damage. Now I understand that real strength means building something better than what came before. And yet, the king noted with a slight smile, you're still the same person who risked everything to free an island full of strangers. That part doesn't change, Naruto agreed, his expression softening. It's just more focused now. New World Recognition, the newspapers that circulated following the liberation of Dressrosa, carried headlines that would reshape how the world viewed the Kitsune pirates. The liberating Fox Emperor. How Naruto Uzumaki became the New World's champion of freedom. Doflamingo defeated. Warlord system suffers major blow as Kitsune pirates demonstrate new model of piracy, territory, and ideology. The rise of the fourth great power in the New World, but the most significant recognition came in the form of updated bounty posters. Liberating Fox Emperor Naruto Uzumaki Bounty. 1,500,000,000 berries dead or alive wanted for. Systematic dismantling of world government operations, liberation of multiple nations, alliance with revolutionary army, defeat of 2 warlords of the sea, 1.5 billion, Sakura whistled as she read the poster. That's Yonko-level recognition. It's acknowledgement, Naruto corrected, studying his own poster with the analytical eye he'd developed over 2 years of strategic thinking. The world government is finally taking us seriously as a threat to their established order. Are we, Hinata asked curiously, a threat to the established order? Absolutely, Naruto replied without hesitation. We're proving that there's another way to be strong, not through fear or domination, but through liberation and alliance. That terrifies them. Good, Sasuke said quietly, flames dancing around his fingers with controlled intensity. It should terrify them. What they did to Ace, to Dressrosa, to Fishman Island, all of that was only possible because people believed there was no alternative. And now, Shikamaru asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Now there is, Naruto said simply. Us. Standing on the deck of the Thousand Sunny as they sailed away from Dressrosa, surrounded by his crew and contemplating the challenges ahead, Naruto Uzumaki felt the weight of everything he'd become settling around him like a familiar coat. He was no longer the impulsive teenager who had set out to become a Yonko through sheer enthusiasm. He was a strategic thinker, a political leader, a symbol of liberation for people across the world. But at his core, he was still the person who couldn't stand to see others suffer, who believed in the power of friendship and determination to change the world. The difference now was that he had the wisdom to use that strength effectively. So Captain, Rock Lee asked with his usual enthusiasm, where do we sail next in our quest to spread the flames of youth and liberation? Whole Cake Island, Naruto replied, his expression growing thoughtful. It's time to pay Big Mom a visit. I have a feeling Luffy's going to need our help soon. Another Yonko confrontation? Neji asked with interest. Another opportunity to prove that the old ways of doing things don't have to be the only ways, Naruto corrected. The new world is changing, and we're going to be the ones leading that change. As the Thousand Sunny disappeared over the horizon, heading toward whatever challenges awaited them in Big Mom's territory, newspapers across the world carried the story of the liberating Fox Emperor and his crew of idealistic revolutionaries who were reshaping what it meant to be pirates. The age of the Four Emperors was ending. The age of liberation had begun. The intelligence report had been brief but alarming. Luffy was planning to infiltrate Whole Cake Island to rescue Sanji, who had apparently been forced into an arranged marriage with one of Big Mom's daughters. According to Sabo's Revolutionary Army contacts, the Straw Hat Pirates were walking into what was essentially a trap designed to eliminate them entirely. So naturally, Naruto said as he studied the tactical map spread across the Thousand Sunny's war room, we're going to help. Naturally, Shikamaru agreed with resignation. Because a stealth infiltration of a Yonko's stronghold definitely needs more people involved. It needs the right people involved, Naruto corrected, his strategic mind already working through the possibilities. Luffy's crew is powerful, but they're not equipped for this kind of operation. Big Mom's territory isn't just defended, it's a living weapon designed to trap and eliminate intruders. While our crew, Sasuke observed, flames dancing thoughtfully around his fingers, has extensive experience in precisely this type of coordinated liberation mission. Plus, Hinata added with quiet satisfaction, infiltrating a Yonko's territory sounds like an excellent test of our enhanced abilities. The flames of youth burn brightest when protecting family, Rock Lee declared, somehow managing to do push-ups while studying the tactical reports. We must save Sanji-san's culinary dreams. I don't think that's exactly what's at stake here, Sakura pointed out with amusement, but the sentiment is appreciated. The medical implications alone are staggering, she continued, shifting into professional mode. Big Mom's crew includes some of the most dangerous devil fruit users in the world. Charlotte Peiro's candy powers, Charlotte Katakuri's machi abilities, Smoothie's juice extraction. We're looking at potential casualties that would challenge even my enhanced healing techniques. Which is why, Naruto said, his golden haki beginning to shimmer with controlled intensity, we're not going in as enemies. We're going in as liberators. There's a difference, Neji asked with curiosity. Enemies try to defeat their opponents, Naruto explained, his strategic thinking now operating at a level that would have amazed his younger self. Liberators try to free people from the systems that oppress them. Big Mom's crew isn't evil, they're trapped in a family structure based on fear and conditional love. You want to therapy a Yonko? Shikamaru asked incredulously. I want to give her family a choice, Naruto corrected. And if that doesn't work, then we punch our way out while rescuing Sanji and making sure Luffy doesn't get himself killed in the process. Rendezvous Point Cacao Island, the reunion with Luffy happened exactly as Naruto had expected. Chaotic, enthusiastic, and with absolutely no regard for stealth protocols. Naruto, Luffy shouted from across the harbor, his voice carrying easily to every Den Mushi within a 5-mile radius. You came to help. This is gonna be awesome. So much for the element of surprise, Hinata observed dryly as she flickered back into visibility. Like we ever had it with Luffy involved, Sasuke replied with fond exasperation. The strategy meeting that followed would later be remembered by both crews as either the most ridiculous or most effective planning session in pirate history. Okay, Naruto announced, spreading out a large piece of paper on the ground. Let's plan this rescue mission. What emerged was less a tactical blueprint and more an art project. Naruto drew stick figures representing their crews in bright orange crayon. Luffy contributed enthusiastic but anatomically impossible sketches of Big Mom's castle in red. Both brothers argued over the best way to represent Sanji. Naruto insisted on making his eyebrows extra curly, while their crews watched in fascinated horror. This is our strategy meeting, Nami asked weakly, staring at what appeared to be a child's drawing of people fighting giant cupcakes. It's comprehensive, Shikamaru said diplomatically, though his eye was twitching slightly. Look, Luffy pointed at his contribution to the masterpiece. I drew the cake castle, and there's the tea party, and there's where we punch Big Mom. You can't just draw Punch Big Mom and call it a plan, Zoro observed. Why not? Both Naruto and Luffy asked simultaneously, then grinned at each other. Because, Robin said with the patience of someone who had learned to work with Luffy's unique approach to leadership, successful operations require more detailed preparation than punch the problem. Actually, Naruto said, his expression growing more serious, the basic approach isn't wrong. We just need to be smarter about the execution. He grabbed a blue crayon and began adding details to their artistic strategy session. Luffy's right that we need to disrupt the tea party, that's where they'll have Sanji and where Big Mom will be most confident. But we can't just charge in. Infiltration team, he drew more stick figures, creates chaos and secures escape routes. Rescue team extracts Sanji. Combat team keeps Big Mom and her top commanders busy. Support team coordinates everything and provides backup. That's actually a solid plan, Law observed from where he'd been watching the proceedings with clinical fascination. Disguised as children's artwork, the best plans are simple plans, Naruto replied seriously. Everything else is just details. Speaking of details, Chopper interjected nervously, what exactly are we going to do about Big Mom herself? She's one of the 4 emperors. Both brothers looked at each other, and their grins became simultaneously more innocent and more terrifying. Leave that to us, they said in unison. Whole Cake Island infiltration phase. The approach to Big Mom's stronghold was a masterpiece of coordinated stealth that would have been impossible for either crew operating alone. The Straw Hats provided local knowledge and distraction capabilities, while the Kitsune pirates contributed advanced infiltration techniques learned during their Revolutionary Army training. Hinata had spent 2 days invisible, mapping guard rotations and identifying key vulnerabilities in the island's living surveillance system. Her intelligence reports were precise, comprehensive, and slightly disturbing in their thoroughness. Every building, every tree, every piece of furniture is potentially a spy, she reported as they prepared for final approach. Big Mom's soul fruit has turned the entire island into an extension of her awareness. So we'll have to move fast and stay ahead of the information flow, Naruto concluded. Can you jam their communication network? Already working on it, Shikamaru replied, his shadows extending beneath the ocean to sabotage key homie coordination points. But it'll only buy us maybe 20 minutes before they adapt. 20 minutes is plenty, Luffy said confidently, cracking his knuckles. Right, Naruto? Right, Naruto agreed, his golden haki beginning to shimmer with controlled intensity. Everyone remember the plan. Infiltration, chaos, rescue, escape, his crew chorused. Sneak in, save Sanji, punch anyone who gets in the way, the Straw Hats summarized. Close enough, both captains declared. The infiltration began at dawn during the preparation for Big Mom's tea party. While the Charlotte family focused on the elaborate ceremony that would seal Sanji's fate, 2 crews of highly trained pirates moved through their defenses like shadows. Or rather, one crew moved like shadows while the other crew moved like Luffy. Stealth mission, Zoro muttered as his captain somehow managed to get stuck in a decorative cake that had gained sentience. Right, at least he's creating an effective distraction, Robin observed philosophically as homies throughout the area converged on Luffy's position. That's the point, Naruto said, appearing beside them with several shadow clones already spreading through the castle. While they're focused on Luffy's accidental chaos, we secure our objectives. The rescue itself went smoother than anyone had expected, largely because Sanji was more than ready to leave. The cook had spent days surrounded by people who viewed him as a political pawn rather than a person, and the sight of his nakama coming to save him nearly brought him to tears. Luffy, he said simply as his captain punched through a wall of candy to reach him, thank you. Don't thank me yet, Luffy grinned, dodging a barrage of jelly beans that were apparently sentient and angry. We still have to get out of here, and Naruto says we're doing it the fun way. The fun way? Sanji asked with trepidation. We're going to the tea party, Naruto explained as he appeared in a swirl of golden haki, several unconscious Charlotte family members draped over his shoulders. All of us together. That's not escaping, Sanji pointed out. That's suicide. That's strategy, both captains corrected cheerfully. The tea party confrontation. Big Mom's tea party was a carefully orchestrated display of power designed to demonstrate her absolute control over her territory and her family. The massive courtyard was filled with chairs arranged in perfect symmetry, tables laden with impossible confections, and family members positioned according to strict hierarchy. At the center of it all sat Charlotte Linlin herself, Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, a woman whose mere presence could terrify nations. The disruption, when it came, was spectacular. Wedding cake, Luffy announced as he burst through the main entrance, Sanji slung over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. Sorry we're late, traffic was murder. Luffy. Big Mom's roar shook the entire courtyard, her conqueror's haki flaring with enough force to knock unconscious half of the wedding guests. You dare interrupt my tea party? Actually, said a calm voice from directly behind her throne, I think this is exactly the kind of party that needs interrupting. Big Mom spun around to find Naruto sitting casually on the back of her chair, his golden haki providing a stark contrast to her violent purple aura. Somehow he'd managed to get there without anyone noticing, including her own advanced observation haki. Fox boy, she snarled, recognizing him from his bounty posters. Another upstart who thinks he can challenge an emperor. I'm not here to challenge you, Naruto replied conversationally, even as his crew materialized around the courtyard in positions that clearly indicated they'd been planning this moment for days. I'm here to free your family. Free them from what? Big Mom's rage was reaching dangerous levels, her homies throughout the courtyard beginning to respond to her emotional state. From you, Naruto said simply, and his words carried across the courtyard with perfect clarity. From a family structure based on fear and conditional love, from the belief that they have to earn affection through absolute obedience. Silence, Big Mom raised her massive fist, haki crackling around it like purple lightning. "They are my children, they belong to me. People don't belong to other people," Naruto replied, his own haki flaring to match hers. "Not even family." What followed was chaos on a scale that redefined the concept. Big Mom's rage-fueled assault crashed against Naruto's Kiubi avatar like a force of nature meeting an immovable object. Around them, both crews worked in perfect synchronization to evacuate civilians and neutralize threats. But the real battle wasn't between the captains, it was for the hearts and minds of the Charlotte family. "Listen to me," Naruto's voice carried over the destruction, amplified by his conqueror's haki to reach every person in the courtyard. "You don't have to live in fear, you don't have to choose between love and freedom." "He's right," Sanji added, his own voice carrying the authority of someone who understood family dysfunction intimately. "A real family supports each other's dreams, even when those dreams led in different directions." "Lies," Big Mom screamed, her soul fruit powers lashing out indiscriminately. "Family means loyalty. Family means obedience. Family means love," Luffy said simply, his gear fourth form allowing him to match Big Mom's physical attacks while his words cut deeper than any punch. "Real love. Not the kind you have to earn." The battle raged for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Big Mom was a Yonko for good reason. Her combination of raw power, devil fruit mastery, and combat experience was overwhelming. But she was fighting two captains who had learned to work together like halves of the same person, supported by crews who understood that this battle was about more than just power. Prometheus. Zeus, Big Mom called her most powerful homies to her aid, the sun and storm cloud responding with devastating attacks that turned the courtyard into a hellscape of fire and lightning. Sasuke, Naruto called without looking, his Kiubi avatar wrestling with Prometheus while golden haki crackled around him. "On it!" Sasuke's flames erupted to counter the homie's fire, the artificial Mira fruit proving its worth as he matched the sun itself in raw heat output. "Brook," Luffy shouted while dodging Zeus's lightning strikes. "Soul power versus soul power. Yo-ho-ho-ho." Brook's spiritual energy flared as he used his own soul fruit knowledge to disrupt Big Mom's connection to her homies. "Though I must say her souls are much less musical than mine." The turning point came when Katakuri, Big Mom's strongest son and the crew's most skilled fighter, made a choice that surprised everyone, including himself. "Enough," he said quietly, his advanced observation haki allowing him to see multiple possible futures. "This ends badly for everyone if we continue." "Katakuri," Big Mom snarled. "You dare defy me? I dare to protect my family," Katakuri replied firmly, his machi powers creating barriers between his mother and his younger siblings. "Even from you, if necessary." That's when other Charlotte family members began to step forward. Pero, despite his injuries from the ongoing battle. Smoothie, who had been watching the proceedings with growing unease. Cracker, whose own pride warred with his fear of his mother's wrath. "This isn't what a family should be," Pero said quietly, his candy powers creating protective barriers around the younger siblings. "This is what we've become because we were too afraid to say no." "You want freedom?" Big Mom's rage was reaching truly dangerous levels, her conqueror's haki beginning to affect the structural integrity of the courtyard itself. "Fine. Leave, see how long you survive without my protection." "We'll survive just fine," Naruto said, his Kiubi avatar finally managing to overpower Prometheus through sheer determination. "Because we'll have each other. And because we'll help them build something better." "You think you can replace what I've built here?" Big Mom demanded. "I don't want to replace it," Naruto replied seriously, his golden haki beginning to calm as the immediate combat threat diminished. "I want to help them build something new, something based on choice instead of fear." The aftermath was surprisingly anticlimactic. Big Mom, faced with the defection of several of her key children and the failure of her power structure, simply stopped fighting, not from defeat, but from a kind of confused exhaustion that suggested she genuinely didn't understand what was happening. "They're leaving me," she said, almost to herself, as she watched her family members helping to organize evacuation procedures rather than defending her authority. "They're choosing their own paths," Naruto corrected gently. "That's what people do when they're free to make their own decisions. But I'm their mother. Being a parent means preparing your children to live their own lives," Sanji said softly, understanding family pain in a way that few people could. "Not binding them to yours." Strategic Withdrawal, the escape from Whole Cake Island, was a masterpiece of coordinated chaos that would be talked about in pirate circles for years to come. Both crews worked together with a level of synchronization that spoke of shared blood and absolute trust, covering each other's weaknesses while maximizing their combined strengths. Mirror World portal secure, Bruley reported, the Charlotte family member having switched sides during the confrontation. Escape routes are stable. Medical evacuation proceeding on schedule, Sakura announced as she coordinated the treatment of injured family members. Though I have to say, the variety of devil fruit-related injuries is fascinating from a research perspective. Transportation network established, Shikamaru added, his shadows creating pathways that allowed rapid movement between different parts of the island. Though maintaining this many connections is troublesome, the power of youth ensures that no one is left behind, Rock Lee declared as he carried 3 Charlotte siblings at superspeed toward the escape routes. At the center of the organized chaos, Naruto and Luffy stood back-to-back as they covered the retreat, their combined presence keeping Big Mom's remaining loyal forces at bay through sheer intimidation. "This was fun," Luffy said cheerfully as he deflected another wave of attacking homies. "We should team up more often." "Definitely," Naruto agreed, his Kiubi avatar swatting away what appeared to be an angry tea set. "Though maybe next time we could pick a target that doesn't control an entire island full of living weapons." "Where's the fun in that?" both brothers asked simultaneously, then grinned at each other. "You two are going to give me a heart attack," Nami called from where she was navigating their combined fleets away from Whole Cake Island. "And I'm not even 30 yet." "Don't worry," Chopper replied cheerfully. "Sakura taught me some great techniques for stress-related cardiac events." "That's not reassuring." World government response the newspapers that circulated following what became known as the Sweet Liberation carried headlines that sent shockwaves through the established order. Twin emperors, Monkey D. Luffy and Naruto Uzumaki, demonstrate unprecedented cooperation in Big Mom territory assault. Charlotte family defection. Yonko power structure suffers major blow as children choose freedom over fear. 5th emperor confirmed. World government officially recognizes dual threat status. The new generation. How 2 brothers are reshaping what it means to be pirates. The updated bounty posters that accompanied these reports told the story more succinctly than any article. Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy bounty. 1,500,000,000 berries dead or alive, liberating Fox Emperor Naruto Uzumaki bounty. 1,800,000,000 berries dead or alive, 1.8 billion, Hinata observed as she studied Naruto's new poster. "That's higher than some established Yonko." "It's recognition," Naruto replied, though his attention was focused on coordinating relief efforts for the Charlotte family members who had chosen to leave Big Mom's protection. "The world government is finally acknowledging that we're not just another pirate crew. We're a political movement," Sasuke added with satisfaction, flames dancing around the newspaper clippings. "And that terrifies them more than any amount of raw power." "Good," Neji said firmly. "Fear makes them make mistakes, and when they make mistakes, we can exploit them." "The strategic implications are significant," Shikamaru observed, studying intelligence reports about world government troop movements. "They're preparing for war, not just against us, but against the entire concept we represent." "Let them come," Naruto said quietly, his golden haki shimmering with controlled intensity. "We've proven that the old ways don't have to be the only ways. Now we just have to be strong enough to defend that proof." "Together," Luffy added, having remained on the Thousand Sunny for their post-operation debriefing. "Whatever comes next, we face it together." "Together," Naruto agreed, clasping his brother's hand in a gesture that somehow carried the weight of shared childhood, mutual loss, and unshakable determination. Standing on the deck of their ship as they sailed away from what had once been Big Mom's unchallenged territory, surrounded by crew members who had become family and allies who had become brothers, Naruto felt the fundamental shift that had been building for months finally crystallize. He was no longer just a pirate captain with dreams of changing the world. He was a symbol, a leader, a beacon of hope for anyone who believed that freedom was worth fighting for. The world government could print all the bounty posters they wanted. They could mobilize their fleets and summon their admirals and prepare for war. But they couldn't stop an idea whose time had come. The age of liberation was here, and it was being led by 2 brothers who had learned that the strongest chains were the ones people put on themselves, and that the most powerful weapon against oppression was the simple belief that things could be better. "So," Sakura asked as she finished cataloging their medical supplies, "what's our next destination, Captain?" "Wano country," Naruto replied without hesitation. Kaido's been terrorizing that place for decades, and the people there deserve better. Plus, his expression grew more serious. If we're going to be recognized as emperors, we need to prove we can take down a real Yonko. Another strategic alliance with Luffy? Shikamaru asked. Another family operation, Naruto corrected with a grin that was equal parts warmth and determination. The world government wants to see what twin emperors can do when they really work together. Let's show them. As the Thousand Sunny disappeared over the horizon, heading toward their next great adventure, news coups circled overhead with fresh reports of the alliance that was reshaping the balance of power in the new world. The age of the four emperors was officially ending. The age of the twin emperors had begun. The first thing Naruto learned about Wano country was that infiltrating a nation, sealed off from the outside world, for decades required considerably more finesse than his usual approach of sail up to the front door and announce your intentions loudly. The second thing he learned was that Wano's traditional culture was both beautiful and completely incompatible with his typical leadership style. Captain, Shikamaru said with the patient tone of someone explaining basic concepts to a well-meaning but culturally oblivious foreigner, you cannot introduce yourself to the samurai by loudly declaring that you're here to punch their dragon problem until it goes away. Why not? Naruto asked, genuinely confused as he adjusted the traditional Wano clothing they'd acquired for their infiltration. It's honest, I like honest. Because, Hinata explained gently, appearing visible long enough to fix his improperly tied obi, Wano culture values subtlety, honor, and proper protocol. Announcing your intention to assault their oppressor might be honest, but it's also likely to get us all executed before we can actually help anyone. This is troublesome, Naruto muttered, unconsciously echoing Shikamaru's favorite phrase. How am I supposed to help people if I can't tell them I'm here to help? By demonstrating it through actions rather than words, Neji suggested, his advanced observation haki already painting him a detailed picture of the Wano coastline ahead. The samurai respect deeds over declarations. Plus, Sasuke added with amusement, small flames dancing around his fingers as he practiced controlling his power output for stealth operations. Think of it as a strategic challenge. How do you liberate a country when you can't use your usual direct approach? That's actually kind of exciting, Naruto admitted, his strategic mind beginning to engage with the puzzle. Like a really complicated game with really high stakes. Exactly, Sakura agreed, organizing her medical supplies into packages that would blend with local healing traditions. And the first rule of the game is, don't let anyone know you're the liberating Fox Emperor until after you've gained their trust. Wano country, Kiubi region, the infiltration itself went surprisingly smoothly, largely because Wano's isolation worked in their favor. The border guards were looking for obvious threats, marine warships, Kaido's forces, foreign merchants trying to break the isolation. They weren't prepared for a crew of highly trained pirates who had spent months studying Wano culture and customs through Revolutionary Army intelligence networks. Remember, Naruto whispered as they made their way through the rural countryside, we're traveling merchants from a distant province. Our story is that we've been away so long we're not familiar with recent political changes. That's surprisingly subtle for you, Captain, Hinata observed approvingly. I've been practicing, Naruto replied with quiet pride. Sabo taught me that the best cover stories are mostly true. We really are here to trade, just not the kind of goods most merchants deal in. The first test of their cover came when they encountered a checkpoint manned by samurai loyal to the current shogun, Kurozumi Orochi, Kaido's puppet ruler. The samurai were clearly suspicious of any strangers, their hands resting casually on their sword hilts as they approached. State your business in Wano, the lead samurai commanded, his eyes scanning their group for signs of deception. Honorable samurai, Naruto replied, bowing with precisely the correct depth for a merchant addressing a warrior. We are humble traders hoping to re-establish connections severed by long absence. We bring goods from distant lands and seek to understand how our homeland has changed. It wasn't perfect. His accent was clearly foreign, and his posture still carried too much confidence for a proper merchant. But it was close enough to avoid immediate suspicion, especially when combined with the genuine respect in his voice. What goods? The samurai asked, though his stance had relaxed slightly. Medical supplies, Sakura said, presenting a carefully curated selection of herbs and bandages. Healing arts from distant masters. Metalwork, Neji added, showing tools and small weapons that were clearly well-crafted but not immediately threatening. Navigation instruments, Hinata contributed, her natural shyness actually working in their favor as she appeared to be a nervous merchant rather than a master infiltrator. And this one, the samurai gestured toward Rock Lee, who was vibrating with barely contained energy despite their attempts to teach him proper decorum. My enthusiastic apprentice, Naruto said quickly. He's very dedicated to his craft, sometimes too dedicated. The flames of youth burn eternal, Lee announced before anyone could stop him. Though I have learned to burn them more quietly in the presence of such honorable warriors. The samurai stared at him for a long moment, clearly trying to process this declaration. Finally, their leader shrugged. Foreign customs, he muttered. Pass through, but remember any disruption of the peace will be met with steel. Of course, honorable samurai, Naruto replied, bowing again. We seek only to understand and serve. As they walked away from the checkpoint, Shikamaru leaned close to his captain. That was actually handled quite well, he admitted quietly. Your diplomatic skills have improved significantly. Don't sound so surprised, Naruto replied with a grin. I told you I've been practicing. Intelligence gathering what they discovered over the following weeks was worse than any of their intelligence reports had suggested. Kaido's occupation of Wano wasn't just political oppression. It was systematic cultural destruction designed to break the spirit of an entire people. The factories, Hinata reported during one of their evening strategy sessions, held in an abandoned building they'd converted into a temporary base. They're not just producing weapons. They're poisoning the rivers, killing the farmland, destroying everything that made Wano self-sufficient. Forced labor, Neji added grimly, his observation haki having penetrated the walls of several prison facilities. Thousands of people working in conditions that are killing them slowly, including children. The samurai are divided, Sasuke reported, flames flickering around his clenched fists in response to his emotional state. Some serve Orochi out of fear, others have gone into hiding, and a few are actively resisting, but they're badly outnumbered and outgunned. Medical conditions are catastrophic, Sakura said, her professional composure cracking slightly. Malnutrition, industrial poisoning, untreated injuries from workplace accidents. I've treated diseases I've only read about in historical texts. The cultural suppression is systematic, Shikamaru observed, studying reports of book burnings and temple destructions. They're not just conquering Wano, they're trying to erase it. Rock Lee, for once, was quiet. The normally enthusiastic young man sat in the corner, his usual energy dimmed by what he'd witnessed in the factories and prison camps. This is not youthful, he said finally, his voice carrying a sadness that was painful to hear. This is the opposite of youth. This is the slow murder of hope itself. Naruto listened to all of their reports in silence, his golden haki flickering occasionally as his emotional control was tested by the scope of the suffering they'd uncovered. When they finished, he was quiet for a long moment. There's something else, he said finally, something personal that I need to tell you all. His crew exchanged glances, recognizing the tone that meant their captain was about to share something significant. Uzumaki Island, Naruto continued, his voice carefully controlled. My parents' homeland, the place where I was born before Garp found me. 20 years ago, it was a peaceful merchant island allied with Wano. They traded with each other, shared cultural practices, intermarried. Sasuke asked quietly. Kaido destroyed it, Naruto replied, his golden haki beginning to intensify. Not for any strategic reason, not because they posed a threat. He destroyed it because they refused to stop trading with Wano after his occupation began, because they wouldn't abandon their allies. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as the implications sank in. He killed your family, Hinata whispered. He killed everyone, Naruto confirmed, his voice now carrying harmonics that made the air itself seem to vibrate. Men, women, children, elderly, everyone. The only survivors were the few people who were off-island when it happened. People like my parents, who died getting me to safety. Captain, Sakura said gently, recognizing the signs of dangerous emotional buildup, you need to stay in control. We can't help Wano if you lose yourself to rage. I'm not losing control, Naruto replied, and indeed, despite the intensity of his haki, his voice remained steady. I'm just clarifying our objectives. This isn't just about liberating Wano anymore. This is about making sure Kaido never does to anyone else what he did to my people. Revenge, Shikamaru asked carefully. Justice, Naruto corrected firmly. There's a difference. Revenge is about making yourself feel better. Justice is about making sure the suffering stops. And how do we achieve justice against one of the four emperors? Neji asked pragmatically. The same way we've achieved everything else, Naruto replied, his strategic mind now operating at full capacity. Through careful planning, strategic alliances, and the understanding that we're not in this alone. Alliance building. The meeting with the other supernova captains took place in an abandoned temple deep in Wano's mountains, chosen for its spiritual significance and its practical defensibility. Naruto arrived first, having used his shadow clones to scout the area thoroughly and ensure they wouldn't be interrupted. Eustace Kid arrived second, his magnetic powers making him easy to track, but his scowl suggesting he wasn't entirely happy about the situation. "Fox boy," he growled by way of greeting, "this better be worth my time. I've got my own scores to settle with Kaido." "It is," Naruto replied simply, "and working together gives us all a better chance of settling those scores." Trafalgar Law appeared next, using his spatial manipulation abilities to arrive with his characteristic dramatic flair. "An alliance of convenience," he observed clinically. "Though given Kaido's power level, convenience may be our only option. Plus," a new voice added from the temple entrance, "it's always more fun when there's a proper challenge." Naruto turned to see a figure he recognized from intelligence reports but had never met in person, a tall man with long blonde hair, distinctive eyebrows, and the kind of casual confidence that suggested he was extremely dangerous. "Vinsmoke Sanji," the man introduced himself with a slight bow. "Though I go by just Sanji these days, I'm here representing the Straw Hat Pirates since my captain is currently indisposed." "Indisposed?" Kid asked suspiciously. "Learning to use advanced hockey from a very large, very pink, and very loud teacher," Sanji replied with amusement. "He'll be ready for the final battle, but for now, I'm handling the strategic planning." "Good," Naruto said, gesturing for them to sit in a circle around the temple's central brazier. "Because we have a lot to plan." What followed was the most comprehensive strategic discussion of Naruto's pirate career. Unlike his early adventures, where planning had been minimal and execution had relied heavily on improvisation, this operation required coordination between multiple crews, precise timing, and backup plans for their backup plans. "Kaido's forces are distributed across multiple locations," Law explained, spreading out detailed maps of Wano. "His main base is on Onigashima, but he has significant forces in the flower capital, the weapon factories, and the prison camps." "The prison camps are my priority," Kid declared. "I've got people in there who have been suffering because of me. I'm getting them out." "Udon prison specifically," Naruto agreed. "That's where they're holding the samurai who refuse to submit. If we can free them, we gain experienced warriors and deal a symbolic blow to Kaido's authority." "What about the people of Wano themselves?" Sanji asked. "They've been oppressed for decades." "Are they ready to fight?" "Some are," Naruto replied thoughtfully. "The problem is coordinating their resistance efforts without alerting Kaido's intelligence network. That's where cultural understanding becomes crucial." "Meaning?" Law asked. "Meaning," Naruto continued, "we need to work within Wano's traditional structures rather than imposing our own methods. The samurai follow a code of honor that's different from pirate crew loyalty. The common people have their own ways of organizing and communicating. If we try to force them to fight like pirates, we'll fail. You want to learn their culture and adapt our tactics accordingly," Kid observed with grudging respect. "That's actually smart. I've been practicing being smart," Naruto replied with a slight smile. "Turns out it's pretty useful for this whole liberating countries thing." "The question," Sanji interjected, "is timeline. How long do we have to prepare before Kaido notices what we're doing and moves to stop us?" "Kaido's throwing a festival in 2 weeks," Law replied, consulting his intelligence reports. "The Fire Festival, a traditional Wano celebration that he's perverted into a display of his power. Every major figure in his organization will be on Onigashima for the event." "Perfect," Naruto said immediately. "Maximum targets in one location, minimal defenses everywhere else. We hit the prison camps during the festival, free the samurai, and then use the chaos to launch our main assault." "And if Kaido decides to end the festival early and come after us personally?" Kid asked. "Then we'll be ready for him," Naruto replied with absolute conviction. "All of us, together." Cultural integration. The weeks that followed were a masterclass in cultural sensitivity that surprised everyone, including Naruto's own crew. Instead of his usual direct approach, their captain threw himself into understanding Wano's traditions with the same intensity he'd once reserved for combat training. "The tea ceremony," explained an elderly woman who had agreed to teach them proper etiquette, "is not just about drinking tea. It's about demonstrating respect, patience, and mindfulness." "Mindfulness," Naruto repeated carefully, following her precise movements as she prepared the tea. "Being present in the moment. Exactly. A warrior who cannot be present in peaceful moments will struggle to be present in combat. That's actually really good advice, Naruto admitted, surprising himself with how much he was enjoying the meditative aspects of the ceremony. Your form is improving, the woman observed approvingly, though your enthusiasm still shows through. In Wano, we say that true strength is like still water. It appears calm on the surface but contains great depth. Still water, Naruto mused, practicing the graceful movements required for proper tea service. I like that. Similar lessons played out across his crew as they each found ways to integrate with Wano culture while maintaining their essential abilities. Sasuke studied traditional sword techniques, discovering that his flame powers could be enhanced through the disciplined focus of samurai training. Sakura learned traditional healing arts that complemented her modern medical knowledge. Hinata found that Wano's emphasis on subtle communication and understated strength was perfectly suited to her stealth abilities. Rock Lee, perhaps predictably, threw himself into studying Wano's warrior traditions with such enthusiasm that he accidentally became a local legend. The Green Thunder of Youth, people would whisper as he passed, having witnessed his training regimen of running up waterfalls while carrying temple bells. Is that really what they're calling him? Shikamaru asked with resignation. It could be worse, Neji pointed out. At least Thunder of Youth sounds properly heroic. I'm just impressed he's managed to make youth sound intimidating in another language, Sakura observed with amusement. But the real test of their cultural integration came when they were invited to participate in a traditional samurai ceremony honoring fallen warriors. It was both an honor and a test. The local resistance wanted to see if these foreign allies truly understood what they were fighting for. The ceremony took place at dawn in a mountain shrine that had somehow survived Kaido's cultural purge. Dozens of samurai knelt in perfect formation, their swords laid before them as they recited the names of the dead and the principles they had died defending. Honor in defeat, the ceremonial leader intoned, his voice carrying across the mountain valley. Courage in darkness, hope in despair. Honor in defeat, the assembled samurai repeated. Courage in darkness, hope in despair. Naruto knelt among them, his usual restless energy stilled by the solemnity of the moment. As the ceremony continued, he found himself thinking not just about the samurai who had died defending Wano, but about Ace, about his parents, about everyone who had sacrificed themselves for principles they believed in. Strength in unity, the leader continued. Wisdom in restraint, victory in justice. Strength in unity, wisdom in restraint, victory in justice. When the ceremony ended and the samurai began to disperse, their leader approached Naruto directly. You understand, the old samurai said simply. This is not about conquest or personal glory. This is about protecting something precious that cannot be replaced. Yes, Naruto replied, his voice carrying the weight of everything he'd learned about leadership and responsibility. I understand. Then you have our trust, the samurai said, bowing formally, and our swords when the time comes. Prison liberation Udon. The assault on Udon prison was planned with military precision and executed with the kind of coordinated teamwork that had become the Kitsune pirate signature. Unlike their earlier adventures, where they'd often relied on Naruto's overwhelming power to overcome obstacles, this operation showcased how much each crew member had grown in both ability and tactical sophistication. Guard rotations have been disrupted, Hinata reported from her invisible position within the prison walls. Shift change is in 3 minutes, that's our window. Perimeter secured, Neji confirmed, his advanced observation haki ensuring no reinforcements could approach without warning. Though I'm detecting something unusual in the prison's lower levels, multiple powerful haki signatures. That'll be the samurai they're keeping in solitary, Shikamaru replied, his shadows already extending through the prison's ventilation system. The ones who refuse to break no matter what Kaido's people do to them. Medical stations established, Sakura announced, having set up triage points for the inevitable casualties. Though I have to say the reports of prisoner conditions are concerning. Concerning how? Sasuke asked, flames flickering around his hands as he prepared for combat. Concerning as in, I'm going to need a lot of medical supplies and possibly some therapy after this, Sakura replied grimly. Right, Naruto said, his golden haki beginning to shimmer with controlled intensity. Everyone remember, our primary objectives are prisoner liberation and intelligence gathering. Combat is secondary unless they threaten civilian lives. Understood, Captain, his crew replied in unison. And remember, Naruto added, his expression growing more serious, some of these guards are probably just people trying to survive under a brutal system. Use minimum necessary force. Even against Kaido's forces, Rock Lee asked, his speed fruit powers already making him blur slightly with contained energy. Especially against them, Naruto replied firmly. The point of this operation is to show people there's a better way. We can't do that if we become the same kind of monsters we're fighting against. The infiltration went exactly according to plan, which, given their crew's history, was almost suspicious in its smoothness. Hinata's stealth capabilities got them past the outer defenses. Shikamaru's shadows disabled the alarm systems, and Neiji's Haki monitoring ensured they stayed ahead of patrol routes. The real challenge came when they reached the prison's central hub and discovered just how extensive Kaido's operation really was. This isn't just a prison, Sasuke observed grimly as they looked out over rows upon rows of cells filled with people in various states of physical and psychological breakdown. This is a systematic breaking facility. They're not just holding prisoners, Sakura added, her medical training allowing her to assess the inmates' conditions at a glance. They're conducting experiments. Physical enhancement, psychological conditioning, devil fruit research. It's like Cypher Paul all over again, Hinata said quietly, flickering back into visibility with an expression of barely controlled rage. Only worse, much worse, Neji confirmed, his observation Haki painting him a detailed picture of the entire facility. There are children down here, elderly people, entire families. Naruto was quiet for a long moment, his golden Haki beginning to intensify as the full scope of what they'd discovered sank in. When he finally spoke, his voice carried harmonics that made the air itself seem to vibrate with barely contained power. Change of plans, he said simply. We're not just liberating the samurai, we're liberating everyone. Captain, Shikamaru said carefully, that's approximately 3 times as many people as we planned for. The logistics alone, we'll figure out the logistics, Naruto interrupted, his strategic mind already working through the possibilities. What we won't do is leave innocent people to suffer when we have the power to help them. The guards will notice if we empty the entire prison, Law pointed out, having arrived with Kid for the coordination phase of their alliance. Let them notice, Naruto replied, his Kiubi avatar beginning to manifest around him in translucent gold. It's time Kaido understood that his reign of terror is ending. What followed was the most comprehensive prison break in Wano's modern history. Instead of the quiet, surgical operation they'd originally planned, it became a full-scale liberation effort that freed over 2,000 prisoners and effectively announced to Kaido that his enemies were no longer hiding. The samurai are organizing themselves, Kid reported as they coordinated the evacuation. They're talking about honor and duty and dying gloriously in battle. The common people are terrified but hopeful, Sanji added, helping to guide families toward the escape routes. Most of them have never seen pirates who actually cared about civilian casualties. The children, Rock Lee's voice was thick with emotion as he carried several young prisoners toward safety. Some of them don't remember what freedom looks like. They will, Naruto said firmly, his avatar's massive form providing cover for the evacuating prisoners. After today, they'll never have to forget again. The response from Kaido's forces was swift and brutal. Within hours of the prison break, the Yonko's elite commanders were mobilizing across Wano, hunting for the perpetrators with orders to make examples of anyone who had supported the liberation. But they found something they hadn't expected. Instead of a small group of foreign pirates, they were facing a growing resistance movement that included not just the freed prisoners, but samurai who had been inspired by the successful operation and common people who finally believed that change was possible. This is escalating beyond our original parameters, Shikamaru observed as intelligence reports flooded in about skirmishes across multiple regions. Good, Naruto replied, studying the tactical situation with the kind of strategic focus that would have amazed his younger self. We've moved past the infiltration phase into open conflict. Now we find out if all our preparation was enough. And if it wasn't, Sasuke asked, flames dancing around his hands with controlled intensity. Then we adapt and overcome, Naruto said simply. Same as always, just smarter about it. Standing in their mountain stronghold, surrounded by maps, intelligence reports, and the faces of people who had chosen to follow his vision of liberation, Naruto felt the weight of leadership settling around him like armor forged from responsibility and tempered by experience. The naive, enthusiastic boy who had set out to become a Yonko through sheer determination was gone. replaced by someone who understood that real strength came not from individual power, but from the ability to inspire others to believe in something better than what they had. Tomorrow would bring the final phase of their campaign, the assault on Onigashima itself and the confrontation with Kaido that would determine the future of Wano country. But tonight, they had given hope to thousands of people who had forgotten what hope looked like. And sometimes, Naruto reflected as he watched former prisoners share food with samurai who had once been their guards, hope was the most powerful weapon of all. The assault on Onigashima began not with the chaotic rush that had characterized Naruto's early adventures, but with the precision of a military operation planned by someone who had learned that victory required more than just overwhelming force. Standing on the deck of the Thousand Sunny as their combined fleet approached Kaido's fortress island, Naruto studied the tactical displays that Shikamaru had prepared with the kind of focused attention that would have been impossible for his younger self. Final intelligence report, Hinata announced, flickering back into visibility after her last reconnaissance run. Kaido's forces are positioned exactly as predicted. The Fire Festival has drawn all major commanders to the main hall, leaving secondary positions undermanned. Weather conditions optimal, Nami called from the Straw Hat ship sailing alongside them. Wind patterns will support our aerial insertion teams, and the storm cover should mask our approach for another 30 minutes. Medical stations established at primary and secondary rally points, Sakura reported, her enhanced battlefield surgery equipment already prepared for the inevitable casualties. Though I have to say the scale of this operation is unlike anything we've attempted before. That's what makes it exciting, Naruto replied, but his tone was thoughtful rather than reckless. Everyone clear on their assignments. Infiltration teams Alpha and Beta deployed, Law confirmed through Den Den Mushi, his submarine having already delivered advance forces to strategic positions throughout Onigashima. We're in position to begin coordinated strikes on command. Perimeter teams standing by, Kid's voice crackled through the communication system. Though I still think this plan is needlessly complicated. Complicated plans work, Naruto replied calmly, his golden haki beginning to shimmer with controlled intensity. Simple plans get people killed when you're facing a Yonko. The flames of youth burn brightest in the face of overwhelming odds, Rock Lee announced from where he was vibrating with barely contained energy. Though I must admit strategic youth is more satisfying than chaotic youth. That's character growth, Chopper observed with amazement from the Straw Hat ship. Lee's actually thinking before he acts. We all are, Sasuke said quietly, flames dancing around his hands in carefully controlled patterns. That's what 2 years of training taught us, power without strategy is just destruction. And destruction without purpose is just chaos, Neji added, his advanced observation haki already tracking the movement patterns of Kaido's forces across the island. Today our purpose is liberation. Today, Naruto agreed, his voice carrying across the fleet through strategically positioned Den Den Mushi, we prove that the age of tyrants is ending. Phase 1. Coordinated infiltration, the initial assault, was a masterpiece of coordinated tactics that showcased how much each crew member had evolved during their time apart. Instead of the frontal assault that Kaido's forces were expecting, they found themselves facing simultaneous strikes from multiple directions by enemies who seemed to know their defensive positions better than they did themselves. Shadow infiltration successful, Shikamaru reported from deep within Onigashima's fortress complex. Internal communications network compromised, they won't be able to coordinate responses effectively. Stealth teams in position, Hinata confirmed, her voice coming from what sounded like directly inside the enemy command center. Key infrastructure points identified and ready for sabotage. Medical support deployed, Sakura announced as she and Chopper worked together to establish triage points that could serve both Alliance forces and freed prisoners. Though the evidence of Kaido's experiments down here is disturbing, prison liberation proceeding ahead of schedule, Brook's voice carried an unusual edge of satisfaction. Though I must say, the number of political prisoners is even higher than our intelligence suggested. Yo-ho-ho-ho. At the center of the coordinated chaos, Naruto moved through Onigashima's defenders with the fluid precision of someone who had learned to combine overwhelming power with tactical thinking. The Kiubi avatar that surrounded him was no longer the wild, emotion-driven manifestation of his youth. It was controlled, purposeful, each movement calculated for maximum effectiveness while minimizing unnecessary destruction. "You're not what I expected," observed a voice from above him. Naruto looked up to see a massive figure dropping from the fortress walls, King, Kaido's right-hand man and one of the most dangerous fighters in the Beast Pirates. The man's black wings and flame-wreathed form marked him as both an ancient Zoan user and a member of whatever race had once been capable of natural flight. "What did you expect?" Naruto asked conversationally, his avatar's golden claws parrying King's initial aerial assault with casual efficiency. "Another hot-headed rookie who thought raw power was enough to challenge a Yonko," King replied, his flames intensifying as he realized this wouldn't be an easy victory. "Instead, I find someone who fights like he's been planning this battle for months." "I have been," Naruto confirmed, his avatar's massive form allowing him to match King's aerial mobility through sheer size and hockey-enhanced agility. "Planning, training, learning. 2 years of understanding that good intentions aren't enough if you want to actually change the world. And you think you can change the world by defeating Kaido?" King's sword techniques were masterful, each strike backed by enough force to level buildings, but they kept meeting the avatar's claws in exchanges that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. "I think I can change the world by proving there's a better way to be strong," Naruto replied, his strategic mind already analyzing King's fighting patterns and identifying weaknesses. "Kaido rules through fear. I protect through choice." "Pretty words," King sneered, launching a devastating combination attack that would have overwhelmed most opponents. "But the strong make the rules and the weak follow them. That's the natural order." "Natural order," Naruto repeated, dodging the assault and countering with a precision strike that forced King to retreat. "Funny thing about natural order, it only seems natural to the people benefiting from it." Their battle was interrupted by an explosion from the fortress's eastern wall, followed immediately by Sasuke's voice over the communications network. "Queen neutralized," he reported with satisfaction. Though I have to say, his cybernetic enhancements were more extensive than intelligence suggested. "How neutralized?" Naruto asked, never taking his attention off King but curious about his first mate's progress. "Very neutralized," Sasuke replied, and through the smoke, they could see Queen's massive cyborg form embedded in what used to be a defensive tower. "Turns out artificial Mira fruit flames burn hot enough to melt even advanced cybernetics when properly focused." "The will of Ace," King observed, his own flames flickering with what might have been respect. "That power carries more than just fire. It carries the dream of protecting others." Sasuke's voice carried clearly across the battlefield as he landed near Naruto's position, flames wreathing his form like living armor. "The dream of a world where strength serves justice instead of tyranny." "2 against 1, King asked, though his stance suggested he was prepared for the challenge. "2 working together," Naruto corrected. "There's a difference." What followed was a demonstration of how much the Kitsune pirates had evolved as a fighting unit. Instead of the chaotic individual battles that had characterized their early adventures, Sasuke and Naruto fought with the kind of seamless coordination that spoke of years of shared experience and absolute trust. Sasuke's flames provided both offense and battlefield control, creating barriers that channeled King's movements while launching attacks that complemented Naruto's avatar strikes. Naruto's overwhelming power and tactical thinking created openings that Sasuke exploited with surgical precision, each of them supporting the other's strengths while covering their weaknesses. "This is impossible," King gasped as their combined assault finally began to overwhelm his defenses. "No crew coordinates this perfectly without years of training together." "We've had years," Naruto replied, his avatar's claws finally connecting with a devastating strike that sent King crashing into the fortress walls. "And more importantly, we've had purpose." Individual excellence across Onigashima, each member of the alliance was demonstrating just how much they had grown during their preparation time. Sakura faced off against Black Maria in what appeared to be a medical professional's worst nightmare, a spider-human hybrid whose venom could kill most people within minutes. But Sakura had spent 2 years studying with Revolutionary Army medics who specialized in biological warfare countermeasures. "Your poison is impressive," Sakura acknowledged as she systematically analyzed and countered each of Black Maria's attacks, "but I've developed immunity protocols for toxins that make yours look like mild sedatives." Her enhanced strength, combined with medical knowledge that let her target nerve clusters and pressure points with surgical precision, proved more than a match for Black Maria's size and venom. The battle ended with the Spider-Woman unconscious and Sakura already working on antidotes for the various prisoners who had been affected by similar toxins. "Medical officer to command," she reported over the communications network. "Primary biological threat neutralized. Beginning treatment of affected prisoners." Meanwhile, Hinata had engaged who in what could only be described as the ultimate stealth versus perception battle. The former CP9 agent's enhanced observation haki was impressive, but Hinata had learned techniques during her Revolutionary Army training that could fool even Admiral-level awareness. "You can't hide from me forever," who declared as he tried to track her through the shifting patterns of visibility and invisibility. "I'm not hiding," Hinata's voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "I'm demonstrating the difference between stealth and invisibility." Her victory came not through overwhelming force but through perfect tactical positioning, a series of precise strikes that left who unconscious before he fully understood how he'd been defeated. "Stealth team leader to command," her voice carried the quiet satisfaction of someone who had mastered her chosen specialty. "Intelligence gathering complete, secondary objectives achieved." Rock Lee's battle with Sasuke was less subtle but no less impressive. The speed fruit had always been powerful, but 2 years of Revolutionary Army training had taught Lee how to apply that speed with tactical precision rather than just enthusiastic rushing. "The flames of youth cannot be contained by mere armor," Lee announced as he systematically dismantled Sasuke's defenses through sheer speed and strategic targeting. His victory was achieved through what he called tactical youth, a combination of overwhelming speed, precise targeting, and an understanding of structural engineering that let him disable Sasuke's ancient Zoan form by attacking specific pressure points at superspeed. "Youth Team Alpha to command," he reported with characteristic enthusiasm. "Primary objective achieved with maximum youthful efficiency." Neiji's confrontation with Jack was perhaps the most philosophically interesting. Two masters of different fighting traditions, Neiji's pure haki mastery against Jack's ancient Zoan brute force approach. "You rely too much on your devil fruit powers," Neji observed as he systematically countered Jack's massive attacks through superior technique and prediction. "True strength comes from within." "Big words from someone about to be trampled by a mammoth," Jack replied, his ancient Zoan form giving him size and power that should have been overwhelming. "Size without skill is just a bigger target," Neji replied calmly, his advanced observation haki letting him predict and counter every attack while his own haki-enhanced strikes targeted weak points that even Jack's enhanced durability couldn't protect. The battle ended with Jack unconscious and Neji standing over him, barely breathing hard despite facing one of Kaido's strongest commanders. "Haki specialist to command," he reported formally. "Primary target neutralized through superior technique." Strategic coordination. What impressed the other alliance members most wasn't the individual victories, but the way the Kitsune pirates coordinated their efforts in real time. Unlike most pirate crews, who relied on individual strength and loose cooperation, they fought like a military unit trained for complex operations. "This is how the Revolutionary Army would handle a major fortress assault," Sabo's voice crackled over a private communications channel to Naruto. "You've learned well, little brother." "I had good teachers," Naruto replied, his avatar now engaging multiple opponents simultaneously while maintaining constant communication with his crew. "Though I have to admit, applying these techniques on this scale is challenging." "Strategic command to all units," Shikamaru's voice cut across the communications network with professional efficiency. "Phase 2 objectives achieved ahead of schedule, initiating Phase 3 protocols." "Phase 3, Kid's voice carried a note of confusion. "We're already at Phase 3. The plan has multiple contingency phases," Law explained, his surgical precision having eliminated several key commanders while the main battles raged. "We're adapting to battlefield conditions faster than Kaido's forces can respond." "That's the point," Naruto confirmed, his strategic thinking now operating at a level that would have seemed impossible during his early pirate days. "Keep them reactive instead of proactive. Make them respond to our timeline instead of following their own." The effectiveness of this approach was becoming clear as reports flooded in from across Onigashima. Kaido's forces, despite their individual strength and numerical superiority, were struggling to coordinate responses to an enemy that seemed to anticipate their every move. "They're fighting like they know our defensive positions better than we do," one beast pirate commander reported to his superiors, frustration clear in his voice. "Because they do," another replied grimly. "Someone's been planning this assault for months, maybe years." "Impossible," the first commander protested. "Onigashima's defenses are." His objection was cut off by another explosion as Frankie's engineering expertise and Usopp's long-range capabilities combined to eliminate another key defensive position. "We're impregnable," the second commander corrected. Past tense. The storm intensifies as the battle progressed. It became clear that this wasn't just a clash between pirate crews, it was a collision between two completely different philosophies of strength. Kaido's forces fought with the brutal efficiency of people who had always relied on superior individual power to overcome any obstacle. They were strong, experienced, and absolutely ruthless in their willingness to sacrifice anything to achieve victory. But the Alliance forces fought with something different. A coordination and purpose that spoke of people who believed they were fighting for something greater than personal power or territory. "They're not just trying to defeat us," Queen observed as he struggled back to consciousness, his cybernetic systems sparking from Sasuke's flame attacks. "They're trying to save the people we've been using as shields." "Makes them predictable," King replied, though his own injuries were making it difficult for him to maintain his usual confident demeanor. "They'll sacrifice tactical advantages to protect civilians." "Does it?" Naruto asked conversationally, appearing behind them with the kind of speed that suggested his Kiubi avatar wasn't his only enhanced capability. "Or does it make us stronger?" Both commanders spun around to face him, but found themselves looking at not just Naruto, but his entire crew arranged in perfect battle formation behind him. "You see," Naruto continued, his golden haki crackling with controlled intensity, "you think protecting others makes us weak because it limits our options. But you're missing the point." Sasuke stepped forward, flames wreathing his form as he demonstrated the artificial Mira fruit's full power. "When you fight to protect others, you're not fighting alone. The tactical advantages become irrelevant," Sakura added, her medical knowledge having given her insights into combat effectiveness that pure fighters often missed. "When everyone is willing to trust their lives to their teammates. Coordination multiplies individual strength," Hinata observed, flickering in and out of visibility to demonstrate her enhanced stealth capabilities. "And purpose provides focus that raw power cannot match," Neji concluded, his advanced haki creating a visible aura around the entire crew. "The flames of youth burn brightest when shared," Rock Lee announced with characteristic enthusiasm, though his speed fruit made his movements blur even while standing still. "Troublesome as it is to admit," Shikamaru added with his usual lazy tone, "fighting for something bigger than yourself makes tactical planning significantly more satisfying." King and Queen exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that they weren't just facing a powerful pirate crew, they were facing something entirely new. "What are you?" King asked quietly. "We're the future," Naruto replied simply, "and today the future begins." The combined assault that followed was unlike anything Onigashima had ever seen. 7 pirates, each formidable individually, fighting with perfect coordination and shared purpose. Every technique complemented the others, every movement supported their teammates, every decision made with the understanding that their individual strength was magnified by their unity. When the dust settled, King and Queen lay unconscious among the rubble of what had once been Onigashima's most formidable defenses, and the Kitsune pirates stood victorious, but breathing hard from their most challenging battle yet. Phase 3 objectives complete, Naruto reported to the Alliance Communications Network, his voice carrying quiet satisfaction. All major commanders neutralized. Secondary defenses cleared. Excellent work, Luffy's voice crackled through the Den Mushi from wherever he was fighting on the island. Now comes the fun part. Fun part? Sakura asked with trepidation. We get to fight Kaido, Naruto replied, his golden haki beginning to intensify as he looked toward the massive fortress at Onigashima's center where the Yonko waited. All of us. Together, that's your definition of fun? Hinata asked with amusement. That's my definition of purpose, Naruto corrected, his strategic mind already working through the challenges of their final objective. Everything we've done, everything we've learned, everything we've become, it all leads to this moment. Standing atop the ruins of Onigashima's outer defenses, surrounded by his crew and gazing toward the confrontation that would define the future of the new world, Naruto felt the weight of leadership settling around him like armor forged from responsibility and tempered by experience. He was no longer the impulsive teenager who had dreamed of becoming a Yonko through sheer determination. He was a strategic leader, a symbol of liberation, and someone who understood that true strength came not from individual power, but from the ability to inspire others to believe in something better. Tomorrow, or more accurately in the next few hours, he would face Kaido in single combat and prove that the age of tyrants was ending. But tonight, he had already proven something more important. That there was indeed a better way to be strong. All units prepare for final phase, he announced to the Alliance forces. It's time to free Wano country. The throne room of Onigashima was a testament to Kaido's philosophy of rule through intimidation. Massive stone pillars carved with scenes of conquest, walls decorated with the weapons of defeated enemies, and at the center of it all, a throne built from the bones of ancient dragons that spoke of power so absolute it required no subtlety. Sitting on that throne, seemingly unbothered by the chaos consuming his fortress, was Kaido himself, the strongest creature in the world. One of the four emperors, a man whose mere presence had shaped the politics of the New World for decades. So, Kaido said conversationally as Naruto and Luffy entered the throne room together, flanked by their crews and alliance partners. The brats finally made it to the main event. The Yonko was massive even by New World standards, his horned silhouette dominating the space around him. But what struck Naruto most wasn't Kaido's size. It was the casual way he radiated Conqueror's haki, as if intimidating entire rooms full of people was so natural he did it unconsciously. Kaido, Naruto said simply, his own golden haki beginning to shimmer in response. Your reign of terror ends today. Does it? Kaido's laugh was like thunder, echoing off the stone walls with enough force to make several alliance members step backward instinctively. And which of you boys thinks he's strong enough to make that happen? Both of us, Luffy replied with characteristic confidence, his straw hat casting shadows over his eyes as he cracked his knuckles. Together, together, Kaido repeated, his expression shifting from amusement to something approaching interest. How touching. The D brothers think they can challenge a Yonko through the power of friendship. Not friendship, Naruto corrected, his strategic mind already analyzing Kaido's posture and positioning for weaknesses. Partnership, there's a difference. Is there? Kaido rose from his throne with fluid grace that belied his massive size, his Bicento appearing in his hands as if summoned from thin air. Enlighten me? What happened next redefined Naruto's understanding of overwhelming power. Kaido moved with speed that seemed impossible for someone his size, crossing the massive throne room in what felt like a single step. His Bicento, wreathed in advanced armament haki, came down with enough force to split mountains. Naruto's Kiubi avatar manifested instantly, golden and translucent, but radiating enough power to match Kaido's attack directly. The collision sent shockwaves through the fortress that could be felt on the other side of the island. But even as his avatar's claws locked with Kaido's weapon, Naruto could feel the difference in their power levels. This wasn't like fighting king or queen, formidable as they were. This was facing someone who had been one of the world's strongest fighters for longer than Naruto had been alive. Impressive, Kaido acknowledged as they strained against each other, neither giving ground. Your haki has real depth, but raw power isn't enough to challenge a Yonko, boy. Good thing I'm not relying on raw power, Naruto replied, and suddenly his avatar split into multiple forms, a technique he'd perfected during his Revolutionary Army training. Kaido's eyes widened slightly as he found himself surrounded by half a dozen Kiubi avatars, each one solid enough to pose a genuine threat. But instead of pressing the attack immediately, Naruto held position. Luffy, he called without taking his attention off Kaido. Remember what we practiced. Right. Luffy's voice carried excitement and determination in equal measure as his body began to transform. Gear 5th, what emerged was something that defied easy description. Luffy's rubber powers enhanced to a level that seemed to bend reality itself. His body became simultaneously more elastic and more solid. His movements took on a cartoonish quality that somehow made them more dangerous rather than less. 2 awakened devil fruit users, Kaido observed with growing interest. This might actually be entertaining. We're not here to entertain you, Naruto said quietly, his multiple avatars beginning to move in perfect coordination. We're here to end you. The battle that followed was chaos on a scale that threatened the structural integrity of Onigashima itself. Kaido's raw power was overwhelming. Each strike of his Bicento carried enough force to level city blocks, and his devil fruit transformation into a massive eastern dragon gave him aerial superiority that few opponents could match. But he was facing something he'd never encountered before. 2 opponents who fought not as rivals forced to cooperate, but as brothers who had learned to fight as extensions of each other. Gum Gum Don Rocket! Luffy's enhanced rubber powers launched him across the throne room with enough force to crater stone, his haki-enhanced fist connecting with Kaido's jaw in an explosion of competing powers. The impact sent Kaido staggering, but before he could recover, Naruto's avatars struck from 6 different angles simultaneously, golden claws raking across the Yonko's defenses with surgical precision. Clever, Kaido admitted as he transformed into his hybrid dragon form, scales providing additional protection while maintaining human mobility. But you're still thinking like separate fighters who happen to be in the same place. His counterattack was devastating, dragon fire hot enough to melt steel combined with wind blades that could cut through mountains. The throne room became a hellscape of competing elements as three of the world's strongest fighters unleashed their full power. "He's right," Naruto gasped as he and Luffy took cover behind a pile of rubble that had once been decorative pillars. "We're fighting beside each other, not with each other." "What's the difference?" Luffy asked, wiping blood from his lip where one of Kaido's attacks had connected. "The difference," Naruto replied, his strategic mind working even in the middle of combat, "is that we're not using our connection. We're fighting like we're still separate people instead of two halves of the same will." "Two halves?" Luffy's eyes lit up with understanding. "Like when we were kids, remember the promise? Brothers forever," Naruto said softly, and suddenly both of their hockey signatures began to resonate with each other in ways that defied easy explanation. What happened next was something that neither of them had planned, practiced, or even imagined possible. Their individual powers, Naruto's Kiubi avatar and Luffy's Gear 5th transformation, began to merge, creating something that was more than the sum of its parts. The Golden Fox avatar took on rubber-like properties that let it stretch and compress in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Luffy's rubber body gained the translucent, hockey-infused durability of Naruto's manifested power. They moved together not as two people fighting the same enemy, but as a single entity with two minds and shared purpose. "Impossible," Kaido breathed, his dragon form coiling defensively as he tried to process what he was seeing. "Devil fruit powers don't combine like that." "These aren't just devil fruit powers," Naruto and Luffy said in unison, their voices harmonizing in ways that made the air itself vibrate. "This is inherited will. The will of D," Kaido realized, his expression shifting from confidence to something approaching concern. "But that's just a legend." "Legends," the brothers replied together, their combined form beginning to take on aspects that were distinctly different from either of their individual abilities, "are just history that hasn't been properly recorded yet." The final phase of their battle was unlike anything Onigashima had ever witnessed. Kaido, for all his power and experience, found himself facing an opponent that seemed to anticipate his every move while attacking from angles that shouldn't have existed. The merged avatar transformation moved with Luffy's unpredictable elasticity while striking with Naruto's tactical precision. It could stretch across impossible distances while maintaining the structural integrity needed to match Kaido's overwhelming strength. Most importantly, it fought with a level of coordination that was only possible when two people trusted each other absolutely. "This is what the previous generation feared," Kaido said as he struggled against attacks that came from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Not individual strength, but the power of inherited will made manifest. Is that why you've been trying so hard to break people's spirits?" Naruto's voice carried clearly despite the chaos around them. "Because you know that unbroken will is the one thing your power can't defeat." "Silence," Kaido roared, his dragon form unleashing fire hot enough to turn sand to glass. "Power is the only truth. Everything else is just the consolation prize for the weak. Power," Luffy's voice joined his brothers in perfect harmony, "is just a tool. What matters is what you build with it." Their combined ultimate technique had no name because it had never existed before that moment. Golden energy and rubber-enhanced force combined into something that was simultaneously physical and spiritual. An attack that targeted not just Kaido's body, but the very philosophy that had made him one of the four emperors. "Crimson Thunder King Gun," they announced together, though the technique was something entirely new, born from their shared childhood, mutual loss, and unshakable determination to protect others. The impact was visible from the other side of Wano country, a pillar of golden light that rose from Onigashima like a new sun being born. When it faded, Kaido lay motionless in a crater that had once been his throne room, his dragon form reverting to human shape as consciousness left him. "It's over," Naruto said quietly, his individual form separating from Luffy's as their combined technique faded. Both brothers were breathing hard, exhausted by the effort of wielding power that neither could have managed alone. "Is he?" Luffy asked, looking down at the unconscious Yonko with something approaching concern. "Alive," Sakura confirmed, having appeared the moment the battle ended to assess casualties. "Badly injured, probably going to be unconscious for days, but alive." "Good," Naruto said firmly. "Death is what tyrants use to solve their problems. We're better than that." Around them, the throne room was in ruins, but through the shattered walls they could see something beautiful, the first rays of dawn breaking over Wano country, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that spoke of new beginnings. "Look," Hinata said softly, pointing toward the mainland where lights were beginning to appear in windows that had been dark for decades. "The people are waking up. They're free," Neji observed with quiet satisfaction, his advanced observation haki showing him the emotional state of Wano's population as the news of Kaido's defeat spread. "They're choosing to be free," Shikamaru corrected with approval. "There's a difference." "The difference," Rock Lee announced with tears streaming down his face, "is that freedom chosen is youth eternal. The flames of liberation burn brightest when they are kindled by hope rather than forced by circumstance." "That's actually profound," Sasuke admitted, his own flames dancing with controlled joy as he watched the sunrise. "In a Lee sort of way." As reports came in from across Wano, beast pirates surrendering, prisoners being freed, samurai emerging from hiding to help with reconstruction. Naruto felt the weight of what they'd accomplished settling around him like a cloak made of responsibility and satisfaction in equal measure. They had done it. They had defeated a Yonko, liberated a country, and proven that there was indeed a better way to be strong. But more than that, they had demonstrated something that would reshape the balance of power in the new world. The next generation was ready to take over, and they were bringing values with them that the old guard couldn't understand or counter. "So," Luffy said as he sat down heavily on a piece of rubble, his usual energy finally exhausted by their incredible battle, "what happens now?" "Now," Naruto replied, looking out over the liberated Wano country as the sun continued to rise, "we build something better." "Together?" Luffy asked with a grin. "Together," Naruto confirmed, clasping his brother's hand in a gesture that somehow carried the weight of shared childhood, mutual loss, and unshakable determination to change the world. Standing in the ruins of a tyrant's throne room, surrounded by friends who had become family and allies who had become brothers, watching the dawn break over a country that was free for the first time in decades, Naruto Uzumaki felt the fundamental truth of what he had become. He was no longer just a pirate with dreams of changing the world. He was someone who had actually done it, and this was only the beginning. Kaido's final words as consciousness began to return to the defeated Yonko, his first sight was of Naruto sitting nearby, not gloating or threatening, but simply waiting with the patient attention of someone who understood that even enemies deserve to be heard. "You won," Kaido said quietly, his voice lacking its usual thunderous quality. "I don't understand how, but you won." "We won," Naruto corrected gently, "all of us." "Together, together," Kaido repeated, testing the word like it was foreign to him. "I've been strong for so long, I forgot what it felt like to need other people." "Strength isn't about not needing others," Naruto replied, his voice carrying the wisdom of someone who had learned this lesson through hard experience. "It's about being someone others can depend on." "Is that what you think I got wrong?" Kaido asked with genuine curiosity. "I think," Naruto said carefully, "you confused being feared with being strong. And when you rule through fear, you're always alone." Kaido was quiet for a long moment, his gaze moving across the ruined throne room to where Alliance members were helping with rescue operations and coordination efforts. "The new generation really has surpassed us," he said finally, echoing Whitebeard's words from Marineford, "not just in power, but in understanding what power should be used for." "What will you do now?" Naruto asked. "I don't know," Kaido admitted. "For decades, I've been the strongest creature in the world. Now I'm just someone who lost to a better ideal." "You're someone who has a chance to choose what comes next," Naruto corrected. "That's more than most people get." As medical teams led by Sakura and Chopper arrived to treat Kaido's injuries, the former Yonko looked at Naruto with something approaching respect. "You really meant it," he said quietly. "About there being a better way to be strong." "I always mean what I say," Naruto replied with the kind of simple honesty that had defined him since childhood. "That hasn't changed." "No," Kaido agreed, "but everything else has." World recognition, the newspapers that circulated following what became known as the liberation of Wano, carried headlines that would reshape how the world understood power, politics, and the future of piracy. Twin Emperors victorious. Kaido defeated in historic alliance operation. The new Yonko, how two brothers redefined what it means to rule the seas. Wano liberated. 20-year tyranny ends as new generation proves superiority of cooperative leadership. Age of legends. The rise of leaders who fight for others rather than themselves. The updated bounty posters told the story more directly. Liberating Fox Emperor Naruto Uzumaki bounty. 3 billion, 200 million berries dead or alive, Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy bounty. 3 billion berries dead or alive, 3.2 billion, Hinata observed as she read the poster. That's higher than any current Yonko. It's recognition, Naruto replied, though his attention was focused on coordinating reconstruction efforts for Wano's damaged infrastructure. The world government finally understands that we're not just another pirate crew. We's a political revolution, Sasuke added with satisfaction, flames dancing around a newspaper clipping. And that terrifies them more than any individual fighter ever could. Let them be terrified, Neji said firmly. Fear makes them reactive instead of proactive. And reactive enemies make strategic mistakes. The important thing, Sakura observed as she reviewed medical reports from across Wano, is that we've proven our methods work. Liberation through cooperation, strength through purpose, victory through unity. The flames of youth burn eternal, Rock Lee announced, though his usual enthusiasm was tempered by the profound satisfaction of a job well done. And today, those flames have lit a beacon that will guide the world toward a more youthful future. That's actually poetic, Shikamaru admitted grudgingly. Troublesome as it is to say so. Standing on the balcony of what had once been Kaido's fortress, now converted into a coordination center for Wano's reconstruction, Naruto looked out over a country that was free for the first time in decades. Lights sparkled in windows across the landscape as people celebrated, mourned their losses, and began the hard work of building something better. "We did it," Luffy said, appearing beside him with his characteristic grin slightly subdued by exhaustion and the magnitude of what they'd accomplished. "We did," Naruto agreed, clasping his brother's shoulder. "But this is just the beginning." "Beginning of what?" "Beginning of proving that everything we've built here can work on a larger scale," Naruto replied, his strategic mind already working through the challenges ahead. "Wano was one country, the world is much bigger. Good thing we've got time to figure it out," Luffy said cheerfully. "And good friends to help us do it." "The best friends," Naruto agreed, looking around at the people who had followed his vision of liberation, who had trusted him to lead them into battle against impossible odds, who had proven that there really was a better way to be strong. As the sun set over liberated Wano country, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that matched the Kiubi avatar that had helped win their freedom, Naruto felt the weight of what he had become settling around him like armor forged from responsibility and tempered by purpose. He was no longer the impulsive teenager who had dreamed of becoming a Yonko through sheer determination. He was a proven leader, a symbol of liberation, and someone who had demonstrated that power could serve justice instead of tyranny. The world government could mobilize their fleets and summon their admirals and prepare for war. They could print bounty posters with numbers that made his crew laugh and issue statements about the threat to world stability. But they couldn't stop an idea whose time had come. The age of the four emperors was over. The age of liberation had truly begun. The Festival of Liberation lasted 3 days and 3 nights, transforming all of Wano country into a celebration that would be remembered for generations. But what made it truly special wasn't the scale of the festivities. It was the way people who had forgotten how to hope were rediscovering what joy looked like. Standing on the balcony of what had once been Orochi's palace, now converted into a temporary coordination center for Wano's reconstruction, Naruto watched thousands of people dance in the streets below. Samurai shared sake with former prisoners. Children who had never seen fireworks laughed with wonder at the displays lighting up the night sky. Families separated by decades of oppression found each other again. "It's beautiful," Hinata said softly, appearing beside him in her characteristic quiet way. "I've never seen an entire country discover happiness simultaneously." "This is what we've been fighting for," Naruto replied, his golden haki shimmering faintly with contentment rather than battle readiness. "Not just the victory people choosing their own joy." "The medical reports are remarkable," Sakura added, joining them with a stack of papers that somehow couldn't diminish her smile. "Stress-related illnesses are already decreasing. It's like the entire population is healing from trauma they didn't even realize they were carrying." "Psychological liberation," Neji observed, his advanced observation haki painting him a picture of the emotional landscape across Wano. "They're not just free from Kaido's rule, they're free to be themselves again. The flames of youth burn brightest when kindled by hope," Rock Lee announced, appearing upside down as he hung from the balcony railing in some impossible display of acrobatics. "Though I must say, celebratory youth is significantly more peaceful than combat youth." "Most things are more peaceful than your version of combat," Shikamaru observed dryly, though his tone carried fond amusement. Still, I have to admit, seeing an entire country celebrate freedom is considerably less troublesome than I expected. That's because, Sasuke said, flames dancing playfully around his hands as he watched fireworks explode overhead, we're not just celebrating a military victory. We're celebrating the proof that our way actually works. Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion from the palace courtyard below. Through the celebration, a group of people was making their way toward the main building, not with the urgent purpose of messengers or the aggressive intent of enemies, but with the hesitant hope of people approaching something they'd thought lost forever. Captain, one of Wano's newly liberated citizens, called up to them. There are people here who say they're looking for someone named Naruto Uzumaki. They claim to be survivors. Naruto's expression shifted instantly, his strategic composure giving way to something much more vulnerable and hopeful. Survivors of what? He called back, though his voice suggested he already knew the answer. Uzumaki Island, sir. They say they're the last survivors of Uzumaki Island. The meeting took place in what had once been Orochi's throne room, now stripped of its oppressive decorations and converted into a simple meeting hall. Naruto sat at a plain wooden table, his crew arranged behind him in positions that spoke of support rather than intimidation. The survivors numbered fewer than 24, men and women ranging from middle-aged to elderly, all bearing the distinctive red hair that marked them as members of Naruto's birth family. Their leader, a woman in her 60s with eyes the same shade of blue as Naruto's, stepped forward with the kind of dignity that suggested nobility of spirit rather than birth. Naruto Uzumaki, she said, her voice carrying an accent he recognized from half-remembered childhood lullabies. Son of Kushina and Minato, our Crimson Guardian. Crimson Guardian? Naruto asked, though he rose respectfully as she approached. It's what we called you, the woman replied with a smile that was equal parts sad and proud. Even as a baby, your hair caught the light like fire. Your mother said you would grow up to protect people with the strength of your convictions and the warmth of your heart. She was right, Sasuke said quietly, flames flickering around him in unconscious response to the emotional weight of the moment. More right than she could have known, the woman agreed, studying Naruto's face with the intensity of someone memorizing a miracle. I am Mito Uzumaki, your mother's cousin. We are all that remains of your birth family. All that remains. Naruto's voice was carefully controlled, but his golden haki was beginning to shimmer with barely contained emotion. When Kaido destroyed our island, Mito continued, her voice steady despite the pain in her eyes, we were the ones who were away on trading missions, diplomatic visits, or studying abroad. 23 people out of a population of nearly 10,000. The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of genocide, but also with something else. The understanding that those 23 people represented not just survivors, but witnesses to what had been lost and hope for what could be rebuilt. We heard rumors, Mito said, her voice growing stronger. Stories of a pirate with red hair and blue eyes who fought not for treasure or territory, but to protect others. We thought it might be wishful thinking, the desperate hope of people who had lost everything. But then came the news from Dressrosa, from Fishman Island, from here. You came to find me, Naruto realized. We came to thank you, Mito corrected gently, for becoming exactly what your mother hoped you would be, for proving that the Uzumaki spirit survived even when our home did not. And to tell you, added an elderly man with a beard as red as autumn leaves, that you have family. Not just the crew you've chosen, but the people whose blood runs in your veins and whose hopes live in your heart. The emotion that followed was something Naruto's crew had never seen from their captain, not the controlled fury of battle or the strategic focus of planning, but the raw, overwhelming joy of someone discovering they weren't as alone as they'd believed. I have so many questions, Naruto managed through tears he wasn't bothering to hide, about my parents, about our home, about the traditions I never learned. And we have answers, Mito replied warmly. All the time in the world for answers. But first, she looked around at his crew, at the alliance members who had stayed for the celebration, at the evidence of everything Naruto had built. First, we want to hear about your adventures. About the family you've chosen and the world you're building. That, Naruto said with a grin that could have powered the entire island, is going to take a while. World government response 3 days after the Liberation Festival began, the world government's official response arrived in the form of a fleet of 20 marine battleships anchored just outside Wano's territorial waters. They made no hostile moves, but their presence was a clear statement. The balance of power had shifted, and the established order was adapting. The meeting took place on neutral ground, a small uninhabited island between the Marine Fleet and Wano's coast. Naruto arrived on a simple boat with only Shikamaru for company, while the Marines sent Vice Admiral Tsuru, one of their most experienced negotiators. "Naruto Uzumaki," Tsuru said without preamble as they sat across from each other at a table that had been hastily constructed for the occasion. "Or should I say, Emperor Naruto? Just Naruto is fine," he replied with the kind of casual confidence that spoke of someone who was secure in his power without needing to display it. "Though I appreciate the recognition. The world government is prepared to offer you official recognition as the fifth emperor," Tsuru continued, her tone professional despite the historic nature of the conversation. "Your territory, your crew, your methods, all legitimate under international law. In exchange for non-interference with world government operations outside your territory, no active support for revolutionary army activities, no attempts to liberate other nations without proper diplomatic channels." Naruto was quiet for a long moment, his strategic mind working through the implications of what was being offered. Recognition meant legitimacy, but it also meant constraints. Safety, but also limitations on his ability to help others. "Counteroffer," he said finally. "Recognition of my territory and methods, plus a formal commitment to investigate and address systematic abuses by world government agents." "That's not within my authority to." "Then get someone with that authority," Naruto interrupted gently but firmly. "Because what I'm offering isn't just peace between us and the Marines. It's proof that there's a better way to maintain order than fear and oppression." Tsuru studied his face with the calculating gaze of someone who had spent decades reading people in high-stakes negotiations. "You really believe you can change how the world works," she observed. "I know I can," Naruto replied with absolute conviction. "I've already started. The question is whether the world government wants to be part of that change or opposed to it. And if we're opposed, then you'll lose," Naruto said simply, his golden haki beginning to shimmer faintly. "Not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually. Because we're not just another pirate crew or revolutionary cell, we're an idea that people are choosing to believe in." "Ideas can be defeated," Tsuru pointed out. "Not this one," Naruto replied with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen his vision become reality against impossible odds. "This one is built on something the world government doesn't understand. The voluntary cooperation of people who believe they deserve better than what you're offering them." The negotiation continued for hours, but its outcome was never really in doubt. The world government, faced with the choice between accepting a new kind of emperor or fighting a war they couldn't win, chose pragmatism over ideology. By sunset, the official announcement was being transmitted across the world. World Government Official Statement: The world government hereby recognizes Naruto Uzumaki as the fifth emperor of the sea, with legitimate authority over territories under his protection. The Kitsune territory is acknowledged as a sovereign political entity, with the right to self-governance under the principles of liberation through cooperation and strength through purpose. This recognition comes with the understanding that Emperor Naruto's methods, while unconventional, have proven effective in maintaining peace and stability within his sphere of influence. The age of the twin emperors is officially acknowledged. Territory establishment: the Kitsune territory, as it came to be known, was unlike anything the world had seen before. Instead of the traditional model of a Yonko claiming islands through conquest and ruling them through fear, Naruto's territory grew through invitation and alliance. Fishman Island was the first to formally request inclusion, followed quickly by Dressrosa and several islands that had been liberated during the Kitsune pirates' journey. But what made the territory unique wasn't just its method of expansion, it was its governing philosophy. Each island maintains its own government and traditions, Naruto explained to a gathering of journalists who had somehow managed to reach Wano despite the ongoing celebration. "We don't impose our methods or our culture, we just guarantee that people have the right to choose their own path." "And if they choose a path you disagree with?" one reporter asked. "Then they choose it," Naruto replied simply. "As long as they're not oppressing others or preventing people from making their own choices, it's not our place to interfere." "That's a remarkably hands-off approach for someone with your level of power," another journalist observed. "Power without restraint is just tyranny wearing a different mask," Naruto said, his voice carrying the wisdom of someone who had learned this lesson through hard experience. "The point isn't to control people, it's to make sure they're free to control themselves." The practical implementation of this philosophy was handled by a network that combined revolutionary army organizational techniques with the cultural sensitivity lessons Naruto had learned in Wano. Each island in the territory maintained its own defense forces, but they were supported by strategic coordination and shared intelligence. Trade agreements were negotiated rather than imposed. Cultural exchange was encouraged but never mandated. "It's actually working," Shikamaru observed with something approaching amazement as he reviewed reports from across the territory. "Troublesome as it is to admit, your idealistic approach to governance is producing measurable improvements in quality of life, economic stability, and defensive capability." "You sound surprised," Naruto replied with amusement. "I am surprised," Shikamaru admitted. "Most political theories sound good in principle but fail in practice because they don't account for human nature. Yours seems to work precisely because it does account for human nature. People want to be good to each other," Naruto said simply. "They want to build things and protect their families and have reasons to hope for the future. Most of the time, they just need someone to give them the chance." "And when they don't want to be good?" Sasuke asked, flames dancing around his fingers with controlled intensity. "Then we remind them why it's in their best interest to reconsider," Naruto replied, his golden haki flickering briefly. "But remarkably, when people have real choices and genuine security, they usually choose cooperation over conflict." Brothers' final moment, the parting, when it finally came, took place on Wano's western coast as the sun set over waters that would soon carry them toward different horizons. Naruto and Luffy sat together on the beach where they'd played as children during their visits to Ace and Sabo, watching the waves roll in with the comfortable silence of people who didn't need words to communicate. "So," Luffy said eventually, his voice carrying uncharacteristic seriousness, "you're really going to be an emperor now? Territory to manage, politics to navigate, all that complicated stuff." "Yeah," Naruto replied, though his tone was content rather than burdened. "It's what we trained for, what we prepared for, what Ace would have wanted us to do with the power we've gained." "Think he'd be proud?" "I think he'd be annoyed that we're better at the strategic planning than he ever was," Naruto said with a laugh that was equal parts fond and sad. "And I think he'd be proud that we're using our strength to protect people instead of just collecting bounties." They were quiet again, both lost in memories of their fallen brother and the promise they'd made under the stars so many years ago. "When you find the One Piece," Naruto said eventually, "when you become Pirate King and learn whatever truth is waiting at Laugh Tale, will you tell me?" "Of course," Luffy replied with his characteristic grin, though it was softer than usual. "We're brothers, we share everything important." "Brothers," Naruto agreed, clasping Luffy's hand in the gesture that had sealed their childhood pact. "No matter how far apart our adventures take us." "No matter what," Luffy confirmed. "And when I'm Pirate King and you're the Emperor who changed the world, we can have the biggest party ever to celebrate." "The biggest party ever," Naruto agreed with a grin that matched his brother's enthusiasm. "With enough ramen to feed all our crews and enough adventures to tell that we'll be talking until dawn." As they stood and prepared to return to their respective ships, both brothers paused to look back at Wano, at the lights sparkling in windows across the landscape, at the evidence of a country that was free to choose its own future, at the proof that their shared dream of changing the world was becoming reality. "You know," Luffy said thoughtfully, "when we were kids, I thought being Pirate King meant being the strongest person on the ocean." "And now?" Naruto asked. "Now I think it means being the person who helps everyone else become strong enough to chase their own dreams," Luffy replied. "Just like what you're doing with your territory." "That's," Naruto paused, struck by the profundity of his brother's observation. "That's actually really wise, Luffy." "I have my moments," Luffy said cheerfully, then his expression grew more serious. "Do you think we'll see each other again before whatever comes next?" "I know we will," Naruto replied with absolute conviction. "Because some bonds are stronger than distance, stronger than time, stronger than whatever the world government or anyone else tries to put between us." "Brothers forever," they said in unison, their voices carrying across the water with the weight of shared childhood, mutual loss, and unshakable determination to change the world. As the Going Merry sailed away toward whatever adventure called to the future Pirate King, and the Thousand Sunny prepared to carry the newly recognized emperor toward the challenges of building a better world, both brothers felt the satisfaction of promises kept and dreams achieved. But more than that, they felt the excitement of knowing that their greatest adventures still lay ahead. 6 months after the liberation of Wano, the young Marine recruit stared at the updated bounty posters covering the wall of his commander's office, trying to process the numbers and titles that seemed to redefine everything he thought he knew about piracy. "Sir," he said finally, "should we be worried about the Twin D Emperors?" his commander, a grizzled veteran of countless pirate encounters, looked up from his paperwork with the weary expression of someone who had watched the world change around him. "Son," he said quietly, "I've been worried about them since they first set sail. The question isn't whether we should worry, it's whether worrying will do us any good. But they're just pirates, right? Even if they are emperors, they're still criminals." The commander was quiet for a long moment, studying bounty posters that showed not menacing villains, but young men whose eyes carried the weight of responsibility and the light of genuine hope. "Are they?" he asked eventually. "Criminal implies breaking laws for personal gain. These boys, they break laws to free people from oppression. They challenge authority to protect the innocent. They use their power to give others choices rather than to force compliance. So they're good pirates." "I don't think they're pirates at all anymore," the commander replied thoughtfully. "I think they're something new. Something the world has never seen before." "What's that?" "Leaders who actually mean it when they say they want to make things better." Through the window of the marine base, they could see merchant ships flying the flag of the Kitsune territory, a stylized golden fox surrounded by symbols representing the various islands that had chosen to join Naruto's alliance. The ships moved freely through waters that had once been controlled by fear, carrying trade goods and cultural exchanges between peoples who had learned to trust each other. "The age of the four emperors is over," the commander said finally. "The age of the twin emperors has begun. And son, I think the world is about to become a very different place." Meanwhile, on the Thousand Sunny, Naruto stood at the prow of his ship as it cut through calm seas toward their next destination, a small island that had requested inclusion in the Kitsune territory after hearing stories of lands where people could choose their own governance without fear of retribution. Behind him, his crew worked with the efficient cooperation of people who had become family through shared struggle and mutual trust. Sasuke practiced flame techniques that honored Ace's memory while serving the present need for protection. Sakura cataloged medical supplies while training crew members in battlefield triage. Hinata monitored communications networks while maintaining the intelligence gathering that kept their territory safe. Rock Lee trained with enthusiasm that somehow managed to be both boundless and focused. His understanding of youth, having evolved to encompass not just personal energy, but the vitality of entire communities choosing hope over despair. Neji coordinated with other ships in their fleet, his hockey abilities making him invaluable for long-range communication and threat assessment. Shikamaru managed the complex logistics of governing a territory based on voluntary cooperation rather than imposed control. "Captain," Hinata said, appearing beside him with a communications den mushi, "we're receiving requests from 3 more islands interested in joining the territory. Also, the Revolutionary Army is asking for a strategic consultation about their next major operation." "And," Sasuke added, joining them with a newspaper in hand, "Luffy just liberated another island from a corrupt king. The headlines are calling him the People's Pirate King." "Good for him," Naruto said with genuine pride and affection. "He's finding his own way to change the world." "As are you," Sakura observed, reviewing reports of improved living conditions across the Kitsune territory. "Medical indicators show measurable improvements in quality of life across every island under our protection. Education initiatives are producing higher literacy rates. Economic cooperation agreements are increasing prosperity while maintaining cultural independence. The flames of youth burn eternal across our territory," Rock Lee announced from where he was somehow managing to exercise while participating in the conversation. "And they kindle the flames of youth in others, creating a network of mutually supportive youthfulness." "That's actually a pretty good description of our governing philosophy," Shikamaru admitted grudgingly. "Troublesome as it is to say so." "So what's our next move, Captain?" Neji asked, his advanced observation haki showing him the emotional landscape of the islands ahead, people who had heard stories of liberation and dared to hope for better lives. "Same as always," Naruto replied, his golden haki beginning to shimmer with controlled anticipation. "We help people who want to be helped. We protect those who need protection. We prove that there's a better way to be strong. And if someone tries to stop us," Sasuke asked, though his tone suggested the question was more about tactics than concern. "Then we remind them why cooperation is preferable to conflict," Naruto said simply, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had learned to combine overwhelming power with strategic wisdom. "But mostly, we just keep building something better than what came before." As the Thousand Sunny sailed toward the horizon, carrying with it the dreams and determination of people who had chosen to believe that the world could be better than it was, the sun began to set over waters that reflected the golden light like promises of tomorrow. Somewhere in the distance, other ships flew other flags. The Straw Hat Pirates pursuing their own vision of freedom, revolutionary army vessels carrying hope to oppressed peoples, marine ships struggling to adapt to a world where the old rules no longer applied. But here, on this ship, surrounded by friends who had become family and carrying the hopes of entire nations who had chosen liberation over security, Naruto Uzumaki felt the deep satisfaction of someone who had kept every promise that mattered. He had become a Yonko who protected everyone's dreams. He had built a territory based on choice rather than conquest. He had proven that strength could serve justice instead of tyranny. And he had done it all while remaining true to the enthusiastic, optimistic boy who had once set sail with nothing but a dream and an unshakable belief that things could be better. The age of the twin emperors had begun. The age of legends was here, and this was only the beginning. The strongest chains are the ones people put on themselves. The most powerful weapon against oppression is the simple belief that things can be better. And sometimes, when someone is willing to stand up and prove that belief with their actions, the world itself changes to match their vision. That is the legend of the Kiubi Emperor, not the story of someone who conquered the world, but someone who gave the world the courage to conquer itself. The end. Wow, what a ride! From a fiery kid to a cold, strategic Yonko, Naruto's journey is pure epic. The Fire Festival, the Marineford War, the Duke of the Sea showdown, this fanfic brings emotion, action, and heart like you've never seen. What blew your mind? The teamwork, the battles, or the brotherhood? Drop a like, spill your fav scene, and don't forget to subscribe for more crazy deep dives. Got fanfic ideas? Hit me up below. Alright, that's it for today. Stay inspired, keep dreaming big, and peace out.